Audio test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, Mayor, we're ready to go whenever you are.
Recording in progress.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for letting me know that we are now recording and we're live, and I want to reconvene the regular open meeting of the City Council that took place on June 1st, which was adjourned to today's date and time. And so I'll go ahead and adjourn this regular open meeting once again. Let me just read a quick disclosure so we can get started and let everybody in the public know that the meeting is taking place with limited in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. And again, please bear with us if there's any technical difficulties. I'll turn it over to the clerk to call roll, but before she does that, let me just remind everybody that we are on public comments were heard on the item that we're going to have before us tonight, the public hearing item number 29. So no further comments will be allowed on today's regular adjourned city council meetings. And I'll turn it over to the clerk for a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Becerra?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Fan?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Here.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Here. I see on the calendar we have a Pledge of Allegiance, so why don't we go ahead and get started with that before we dive into the continued public hearing. If you'll all please join me by facing the flag, putting your right hand over your heart and repeating after me. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the
United
flag
States of America and to the republic for
of
which
the
it
republic
stands,
for
one
which it
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you. And we are on item number 29, which is the public hearing to consider an ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 21-22 city budget, approve revised Santa Ana spending priorities, approve the reso for changes on the city's basic classification compensation plan budget, and adopt the 7-year capital improvement program. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to the city manager to continue where we left off, and she might give a summary or a recap of where we've been.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, we will continue with where we left off, and we do have a presentation. So while he's getting that loaded, one of the first things I wanted to do is just recap from the last hearing, since we did get through a lot of the operating departments. So I want to make sure that I have captured the council's wishes in regards to those departments that have already been before you. So the direction that I have noted, you can go ahead to the next slide, Daniel. There we go. So for the city manager's office, we will take the equity and inclusion coordinator and shift it over to Revive Santa Ana. We will add a third executive assistant to help support the city council, along with access to interns. And then mid-year, we will revisit the support being provided. In the city attorney's office, the city attorney is going to evaluate the steps necessary to shift any of the cannabis tax set-aside from enforcement into youth programs to the extent that she can. And for the Community Development Agency, they are to prepare an economic development strategy and determine what are the tax generators and how can we retain and attract more of the businesses that do generate tax. For HR, they are going to provide some more information for a single council member on the wellness incentive and the rideshare programs. They are going to continue with the efforts to rehire the laid-off part-time staff, and we have already rehired 44 of those individuals. Many of the other ones contacted have already moved on to other employment, but we will continue to do that. And then HR will be working with our labor groups to develop an official telecommuting policy. For Parks and Rec, the direction received was to add a 5K run, looking into using Revive Santa Ana funds to do that, and that would be in addition to the movie events that Lisa talked about in the parks that would be across the city in all wards. And with that, we'll move right over to the departments, and the first department that is up is Planning and Building, and Director Tai.
Thank you, City Manager Ridge. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, and member of the City Council. I have the distinguished honor of leading the Planning and Building Agency and to present the department's budget for the upcoming year today. The Planning and Building Agency consists of 4 different divisions, including building safety, code enforcement, planning, and administrative services. The services that we provide are development service related, as well as quality of life, and looking at also animal control services as well. The department has 75 full-time employees as well as 16 part-time employees. We are staffed to the Planning Commission as well as the Historical Resources Commission. As I mentioned, our services also include animal control as well as neighborhood improvement program, native initiative program, and the historical preservation program. Our budget is approximately 3% of the citywide budget and 5.4% of the general fund. It is approximately $21 million, and with the funds we provide, as I mentioned, development services, animal control services, code enforcement, and building services. The highlight for this year, I want to take a moment to acknowledge our staff. During this past year with the COVID pandemic, we were able to continue providing uninterrupted services during the COVID closures, while our staff, as well as the services we provide, were deemed essential. We were not deemed as first responder. We had challenges in getting PPEs for our staff and looking at how we can continue to provide services to our community. We were able to do that through creative working with our police department, working with our various department finance, as well as going out to different vendors to be able to achieve getting the PPEs we needed to continue our inspections, providing services at the counter. I'm proud to say that our staff was here from day one, working with various other departments and provided uninterrupted services to our community. We also realized that early on that we needed to facilitate our businesses and economy by looking at how we can provide opportunity for our businesses to continue open and operating during the pandemic. We worked together with CDA and other department staff and put out a guidance for businesses to continue operating and operating both outside of their property as well as in the city right away and in our sidewalk and parking lots. I think our efforts were successful in allowing businesses to be sustaining, and many businesses have actually even survived the challenge of COVID. And we're proud to say that we'll continue to provide those opportunities for our businesses in the next year under your leadership and providing the approval at the last meeting for those type of activities to continue. This past year, we successfully defended the city against 4 other Orange County cities in our RENA challenge. The 4 cities challenged our RENA allocation with SCAG. We were able to, under the leadership of our city manager, develop a strategy, evaluated our position, and was able to work with the SCAG from staff from SCAG, and was able to successfully defend the city against those 4 challenges on our RENA allocation. That was a significant win for our city, as the challenges cited to many different opportunities in our city, but I think we were successful in showing that we comply and we follow the process. We facilitated quite a few number of major developments, even though we were experiencing COVID. We issued over 5,200 permits with a total valuation of $353 million. Somewhat consistent with years past, so we would say that was a very successful year. The department facilitated the entitlement of major projects such as the Amazon Last Mile facility on Grand, One Broadway Plaza, 3rd and Broadway, the Northgate Market site, Central Point, the Bowery, as well as the Westview Affordable Housing Project. In our effort to continue to move towards a digital environment as well as streamlining our process, our staff acquired a software called Evolve. It is a paperless e-plan document review and approval process. And what that does is it allows for the submission of plans and document online. This significantly reduced the amount of time that someone would need to look at submitting plans. But also, development plans can get pretty lengthy and large, and it's very expensive to produce. And by allowing e-submission, we significantly reduce the cost for our application process. We're also working with the team on implementing a GIS-based process that will enable planning, building, engineering, as finance to work on a system to continue allowing and moving towards a digital environment that will provide a better customer experience for our residents and our customer, both in person as well as on the web. In terms of our goal for the upcoming years, we will continue to implement a record management system and migrate to a new land management system that will improve and enhance our ability to provide our service digitally. As I mentioned, we are continuing to work on improving our presence both in person as well as on the web. We will strengthen our code and cannabis staffing resources. Both of these issues came up during the pandemic, both positive as well as areas that we needed to address in terms of code enforcement, and we saw the need for that. So we're working to enhance our staffing to improve and preserve the quality of life that our residents have come to expect. We will also continue to enhance our building staff and resources. We saw in this area that while we were able to continue our services, we were also able to utilize many of technology to be able to work smarter. But at the end of the day, we still need to be able to have the staffing so that we can continue to provide the services that our development community, our residents have come to expect and provide it in a timely manner. We're looking to enhance our economic resiliency as well as seismic safety in the city by completing a seismic survey of structures in the city. This will allow the city to develop a seismic retrofitting of structure plan. In case of a natural disaster, we will be able to quickly identify which buildings needs to be quickly addressed and be able to respond to it, as well as looking at ways of potentially upgrading or retrofitting those buildings before the natural disaster as a preventive measure. And finally, the goal this year for us, is a big one as well, is to complete the general plan. This document has been going on for a number of years. We are on our way. We recently completed our environmental justice outreach. With the completion of that, we will finalize our information gathering process and move towards finalizing the draft general plan and EIR, and is looking to present the document for initial public hearing process this fall for the Plan Commission and the City Council to consider. We'll also be working on the housing element, as this is the sixth cycle of the housing element that we were approved this year with an allocation of housing for our city. And with those allocations, we will need to complete the housing element at least by October, but no later than February of 2022. With the completion of the general plan, we will also embarking on the first phase of a comprehensive zoning code update. The zoning code update is significantly important as we need to ensure that with the adoption of the general plan, we have to have zoning regulations and standards that will implement the vision of the general plan so they are consistent and is something that we would need in order to implement the vision of the general plan. So with that, that concludes my presentation of the budget for the Planning and Building Department. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Director Tai. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any comments or questions. Councilmember Tai, and before that, Madam Clerk, if you'll just go ahead and let me know if there's anybody with their virtual hand raised that's on the line, but let's go ahead and get started with Councilmember Fan.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Min, for the update. I know y'all have a lot of big projects that have been pending for since the first time I met you. I guess one thing I do want to bring up, because I do know that there are some staffing changes or requests, and I guess I wanted to better understand a lot of the comments I get from people trying to get plan checks or get permits, it's taking 8 weeks, 10 weeks more. I think some of it was COVID, but is it something that, for you, it's a staffing issue? Is it a staffing issue as to needing more staffers who are just able to go through these projects?
It is, we can always use more staff in terms of having in-house ability to do plan check, plan reviews. However, what we have found is that a combination of both in-house staffing and supplementing that with our current process is a hybrid. We also use outside services for expediting. However, the in-house staff, with the in-house staff, we're able to have a little bit more quality control and better react to some of the more timely requests in certain instances. But on the average, I think our goal is always to complete plan checks within a very short time frame. So the average time for a plan check where we can look at between 7 to 14 days. So I think you were talking about.
Might be just be permitting in general, a lot of comments I get, whether it's from another entity like SCE or gas, or even planners, people are just trying to get a project through. They say, well, it's taken a really long time for me to be able to talk to someone or get information. And again, I know that you're working with a skeleton crew, especially during COVID. But as we're talking about economic development and trying to bring in more businesses, I hope that you would be busier than ever. And I guess my understanding is planning often gets deposits from developers, from folks looking to, get permits. And so it almost pays for itself in some ways. And so I was just trying to get a better sense if that's something that you need or you anticipate outside of what you already have on the budget as proposed.
In terms of the staffing changes, where we certainly took a look at what our needs are, and we'll work with the city manager's office to propose what we feel would be appropriate for this year as we continue to evaluate our services versus what we're looking forward towards for the next upcoming year in terms of work. So my goal is to continue to work with the city manager to make sure that our growth is sustainable and that our service model is something that we can react to the economy as well as reacting to the development community. So being able to have a hybrid model to have a combination of both in-house staff as well as our supplement of outside consultant services, we're able to scale up and scale down in real time. So it's a sustainable model considering the economy that we're in. We're able to have the ability to provide service, but still be fiscally responsible.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think we have Councilmember Lopez who wants to ask a question as well. Councilmember?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sargento. Thank you for the presentation, Director Tai. One of the questions that I have, I guess when I look at the department and division breakdown, why is it that animal services is under planning?
With the approval of last year's budget.
Thank you. Council member, it used to be included in the police department, and with the adoption of the current budget, there were services that were found to be located better in other departments. So the animal services department was moved to a men's shop, and we also relocated the street crossing guard service to the public works department.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess why was it moved over from police to planning?
So Councilmember, at that time, we were asked to look at services that could be provided by other departments rather than the police department, and animal services lend itself to that. At many cities, you will see it located in various places. A lot of it is contracted out. Santa Ana does use a hybrid system, and we're not 100% contracted out for that. So, and Min Tai has experience overseeing that operation in some of his former roles that he's held at municipal governments.
Okay. And so thank you for that. In terms of the reallocation, I see that there's going to be like a change from code enforcement manager to assistant director. And I just want to say that congrats, for that, if it is going to the person that I think is going to get that promotion. So good job, everyone. Thanks.
Was that a question, Council Member?
No, it was just a comment.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Anybody else on the line or here want to ask? Let me go ahead and go to Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Tai, thank you for that presentation. And, I appreciate your ability and your staff's ability to be nimble during the pandemic. And, I think some of the changes that you implemented were definitely needed pre-pandemic, and I think will come in very useful post-pandemic. And I appreciate some of the comments from my colleagues as they were talking about trying to improve the efficiencies. And I think that that's exactly what you accomplished with, going towards a digital platform. So I'm happy to see you continue to push for that. So a question or concern I brought up at the budget workshop was in regards to certificates of occupancy. So can you help me understand as far as we go forward, is there a way that we can address the issue of trying not to place an undue burden onto a business that's not performing an exhaustive amount of tenant improvements?
Thank you, Council Member. And having that understanding of that question, we immediately start looking at evaluate our process. So we're currently completing a study of the process and the necessary component of those inspections. What we'd like to do is to coordinate with our city manager's office and bring back a future recommendation to the council on how to adjust that fee for the certificate of occupancy process for business licensing purposes.
That's fantastic. I'm very happy to hear that, so thank you for that. A question for you as far as, let's see. So with our, page 305, we're talking about administrative citations that are projected at $25,000 less, even though you're also proposing to add 2 code enforcement officers. And I know that our code enforcement officers are super busy, and I know they're very diligent, and they're great at what they do. So help me understand, I'm sure it's probably a budgetary thing, but why are we showing what I would think such a low amount?
Thank you for noticing that. And the amount that's being shown in the budget is a projected revenue on collection. It doesn't reflect the issuance of citation amount, but it's reflecting what the city is able to collect in the process of, collecting from the citation process through a third-party citation company. So there is an amount that is issued, and that amount then gets pushed to finance department for collection. Anything that we're unable to collect, then it goes to a third-party company. So the amount that you see there is a projection on collection and not necessarily the work that we actually did in terms of issuing citation.
So yeah, this number does not at all reflect issuance, rather just collections.
Correct.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Tai.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions from the council? Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa? No.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Director Mintai, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. I wanted to ask a little bit on your, I was looking over the workforce changes, and shame on me for not asking this at the last 2 meetings, but where do the neighborhood initiative representatives fall under, in which category?
Under the planning building?
Under planning?
I'm sorry, planning division?
Under the planning division?
Yes, it's a functional planning division.
Okay. And I'm not, probably not, we're probably too late in the game to even consider this, and I'm not sure if my colleagues would even be interested. But given the fact that our city is 27 square miles and what I believe, close to 500,000 people, I think that if we're gonna be adding any bodies, it should be, we're talking about adding a third executive assistant, adding a Vietnamese community liaison, which I'm fully supportive of. But I think we should look into eventually adding a third body under the neighborhood initiatives. I know we currently have 2, one that handles the north and the south. Maybe because of the size of our city and the effort to try to engage more neighborhoods and activate them, I think it'd be best. I'm not sure if there's an appetite or there's even a possibility to adding one this year for this budget, but as we move forward, just some of my thoughts that I was having. Very happy with seeing the land management software being implemented as we move forward to try to cut down on that time of people standing around on the ground floor. I know that was a huge push of mine. So just wanted to make that comment and throw it out there. But thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's pretty much it for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments, Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa. So I think everybody has had an opportunity to speak, those that wanted to. Just a couple of things. Good work. Thank you for the presentation, Director Tai. I think yours is one of the more challenging departments, I think, because we tend to get calls from people, as Councilmember Fan had said, that something is needs to be reviewed, and a lot of times we find out that the ball is in the court of the applicant, and they have to respond to comments that are made. Nonetheless, I mean, this has peaks and valleys, and sometimes you get immersed with applications, and you have to review. And I think we've even outsourced a lot of the work, right? So we have some in-house, some staff outside. My concern has always been, in my conversations with the city manager, have been just customer service delivery. And a lot of it isn't fiscally, based. It's more the ability to have, whether it's somebody over the counter or whether it's a planner that's assigned to just walk somebody through. And I know that the most difficult thing for us is to say when somebody has a bad experience, because in the industry it tends to, just create bad impressions, bad reputations for the city, and then others think that we're very unresponsive or unwelcoming. So to the extent that that's something that you've instilled and you continue to instill, it isn't on here, it doesn't appear, as a column or anything, but those are things I think that are cultural changes in the way services are delivered. So yours tends to be one that's really engaged with the public and engaged with the applicant. So
Correct.
If you can continue to do that, that's something that's really important. And I think it's always based on empirical data, right? I mean, the less calls we get, that means that you're doing a great job and your staff is doing a great job. And I've heard good things. And on that, I know that there was a report that was issued recently by the grand jury on the cannabis industry, and we know that that's public, and we know that that's there were great findings, by the way, and they were very encouraging on the industry, because I know that a lot of people didn't understand what the industry was going to look like back years ago. Now we see other communities getting on board, but one of the recommendations, or a couple of the recommendations, I think were fair, in addition to all the good comments that were made about what we're doing, is maybe having a contact person or having a point person that handles that. I think we may have somebody like that, but to the extent that becomes a fixed role, doesn't mean we have to add somebody, but we could assign somebody who's a planner and familiar with the industry to be able to go ahead and be responsive and maybe marshal staff and responses for that industry as it continues to grow. And the other one is just auditing, and those are fair, reporting how that industry is doing. I think, it certainly exceeded our expectations this past year during the pandemic, and really did help us alleviate what we had forecasted to be a much deeper, debt and or shortfall. The industry helped, and I think it's fair. And so, as we go back and revisit things, I think those two comments are fair from the grand jury that we can incorporate. So that, and finally, just something that we had spoken about previously about, our development industry and how they get saddled with development impact fees as a result of us participating in the Transportation Corridor Agency. So we're, and I was just speaking with Mayor Pro Tem about it, because he's our representative to both those agencies, Foothill East and San Joaquin, trying to find out whether there is a benefit for the city to continue. And we know one of the member cities just left, I think it was San Clemente, for different reasons than we would, but I believe to date, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, about $20 million have been paid by developers in our town to those agencies over these past years that we've been a member. And so I don't know what benefits the city has received as a result, but I know that those $20 million that the developers have paid, that have properties and businesses here, could have been used for other community benefits in the city for its residents. So just something, I think it may be on their radar, they may be studying that, but to the extent you can comment on that and work with them on finding out what is the tangible benefit, does it make sense for us to continue, maybe you can come back to us and let us know on that. That certainly would affect, our budget and the way we do things as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I think your comment and is very well noted. I'll continue to work with the city manager's office. The city managers have been very supportive of our service improvements proposal, in terms of both forming a cannabis group to work closely with the cannabis industry under our code enforcement program, to not really to enforce the code, but actually to help process, monitor, and shepherd that process along. And so we'll continue to improve that aspect by enhancing our staff as well. And then on the service-oriented, we continue to work with our staff to understand that the range of client and expertise that we have at our counter vary from, someone that does it every day down to someone who's for the first time stepping into City Hall. So they need to be able to recognize that and adjust their style and communication so that it facilitate moving a project forward rather than just giving people information. In terms of the TCA fee, we'll definitely work with our partner in Public Works as well as City Manager's Office to evaluate and come back to the council in the future with some recommendation. I did want to address one other aspect that came up during
Sure, go ahead.
the discussion on the study session was the question relating to the proposed fee for the renoticing requirements. At the study session, there was a question of whether or not that could potentially impact single-family residential development. While we don't think that will impact the single-family application, but to ensure the council that won't happen, we request that with the adoption of that fee, that you also allow the exemption of single-family properties and applications from that fee. So that's our adjustment to the budget request.
Great. Thank you for those responses. Thank you for your presentation and your hard work, Director Ty. And I believe, seeing no other questions or comments from the council, let me go ahead and turn it over to Chief Valentine for his presentation.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and all the residents and folks listening virtually. Thank you for this opportunity to present this year's proposed budget on the police department and to speak on the services that are provided by the police department. It is my continued honor to serve as your chief, and I first want to thank all of the men and women that work day in and day out, 24/7, to serve everyone in our city equally. I also want to highlight, and I don't think this is done enough, and that is that what you have in this city is a top-tier police department. I think some people know that, and it's always good to remind folks of that. And that's what's in place today. So I'll get into the budget. The proposed police budget is $143 million with zero additional dollars proposed in our 21-22 budget increase from last year. We had just under $10 million in supplemental budget requests. So these are items and assets that we needed to perform at an optimum level. None of those were approved, so there was $0 added there. We had 10 professional staff positions that were unfunded going into this proposed budget, and again, none of those positions were funded. On the screen, this is the manner in which the police department is broken down. Chief's office oversees the operations day to day. Administration Bureau oversees hiring, training. Investigations Bureau in charge of all criminal investigations. Field operations is your uniformed personnel in the field, and then our jail operations. Again, $143 million is the general fund. That's 38% of the total general fund, and that makes up 18% of the citywide budget. Before I get into highlights and then goals for this year, I wanted to share some context in terms of statistics and how we're staffed here at the Santa Ana Police Department. On the sworn side, we have 384 authorized positions, 376 of which are funded, 8 are unfunded, and so today's maximum ceiling is 364. The Western states average for police ratio of officer to resident is 1.8. Today's numbers with the officers that we have hired, we are at 1.08. So just a little over half of the Western states. Some additional information on comparisons when you look at cost of police services per resident in the city. The city of Long Beach, and the data comes from census and the staffing numbers of each of these cities and police departments. So the city of Long Beach is $477 per resident. The city of Anaheim is $438 per resident. The city of San Bernardino is $408 per resident. And Santa Ana is at $353 per resident. So the highlights of our accomplishments this past fiscal year are framed on the strategic plan. We have a 5-year strategic plan that complements the city's strategic plan, and this was put together with input by City Council and residents of the city. Number one was to reduce response times to priority 1 calls for service. So that's your 911 emergency call. And so you see a reduction there of 33%. We increased community engagement programs from 75 to 114, about a 52% increase. And again, this is being done, as many directors have mentioned, during the pandemic. Other than our fire contract service, the police department was in fact the only department in the city that stayed on 24/7 for the residents of our city. The police department continued its focus on community engagement. We shifted to CDC compliant micro events. So even though we had to be very careful, like the rest of the globe, we felt it important to continue to engage with our community in a safe manner. And we were able to accomplish that. We increased proactive policing measures, which led to approximately 71% increase in firearms seized. So I'll pause here and make a note that what you've seen across the nation is actually an increase in violent crime. So conversely here in our city, we also experienced an increase in violent crime. First quarter of this year, we saw the increase to include 4 gang-related murders. We put together Operation Community First, which is a comprehensive plan to address the increase in violent crime. And we haven't seen another gang-related murder in the last 90 days, in the last 3 months. So that is a success, very comprehensive approach and intentful. The seizure of firearms, another note here, that significant increase comes at a time when the overall incidence of use of force is decreasing, has in fact decreased. So officers conducting good proactive police work at a time when the use of force incidence is decreasing. Why is that? Our focus, as you know, is very much centered on de-escalation and good communication tactics. A lot of what we do can be de-escalated simply by talking to people. We increased the number of officers assigned to the homeless outreach and engagement, the COLT team, from 5 to 10. This will come up again as we look at alternative police response. So the goals. I think I stressed my staff out with all of these goals, but I have faith that we will accomplish these. So first and foremost, I don't want this council or anybody listening to think that we are blind to what occurred throughout 2020, and really certain actions occurred in 2020, but you have to look at our history and then this piece on equity in policing our communities. And so we're very much, I can tell you that I am personally involved in that dialogue locally, regionally, and across the country. So we want to focus on rethinking police services and response models. How is it that we're delivering police services? We want to focus on continuing to build and sustain community trust. This speaks to the core of our continued ability to serve folks in our city. If they don't trust us, they won't call us, they won't seek the help that they very much need. And that is critically important to us. We want to explore and implement best practice restorative justice programming. I have just one example here that I think is very doable in this fiscal year. It's a program out of the Dallas Police Department. It's a first offender program. The program focuses on taking first offenders, nonviolent, and redirecting their disposition if they accomplish certain educational goals that can be provided through police staff, sworn and professional. And this, again, nonviolent, maybe a property crime. And in Dallas, it focuses on the ages of 10 to 16. So we would look at possibly a similar model. So a good diversion program, and it also, we would make a recommendation to the court that they not be entered with a permanent record into their criminal history. We have increased funding for police training with focus on de-escalation and effective communications consistent with the 21st century policing framework. We will focus on expanding youth investment and community engagement and explore establishing a second PAL Center. This piece was, in fact, I think, presented previously in other budget presentations. And then we will enhance trauma-informed services through our Family Justice Center and police response training. So whether it's detectives assigned to sex crimes or officers assigned to patrol, we have the ability to reach out to social service partners, have them come in and provide additional training on trauma-informed service delivery platform and really looking at what the victim is experiencing. We are going to increase prevention and intervention strategies and programming, specifically increase the Police Explorer program by 10%, and enhance and grow our police cadet program and internships. Before the pandemic, so this would have been 2 summers ago, I saw an opportunity come through City HR for student interns from Santa Ana Unified School District. A firm believer in mentoring and paying it forward, I seeked out that opportunity. We hosted a number of students, very successful. When I first called, ironically, I was told, we don't do this in the police department. Well, we do now. And so it was a successful summer for both the students and the police personnel that volunteered. I had more volunteers than students. So we want to do that again and expand that program, again, centered on youth investment. We want to assess and implement alternative traditional police responses to crime and quality of life issues. This piece here is, it complements another proposal already discussed, and that is to look at nonprofits to come in and assist with some of the calls for service in responding to homeless-related quality of life issues. I have the numbers of how many total calls we received last year, and I would say a good 2/3 potentially of those calls could be shifted. And so we still need police officers to respond to those violent incidents and crime violations, but a good portion of those can and I believe should be shifted. Expansion of our youth and community investment programs. We have robust programs that had to be altered during the pandemic. We still facilitated them. We had to do some stuff virtually. We had to do very small groups as well, as you can imagine. We have a parent or Academia de Padres. We have a teen academy. We have a community police academy as well, a very robust program. All of this supports community engagement. The Behind the Line program is an opportunity to bring students out to a scene of a DUI enforcement initiative. And we walk them through the impacts, the potential impacts of driving under the influence, alcohol, drugs. Very successful program. Once we fully come out of the pandemic, we hope to do a lot more of that. And again, centered on youth advocacy programs, and we want to support pathways to success. Some may say, you know, what is this entire slide saying here? What it's saying is that we recognize the value in investment on the front end, and we are a part of that solution very much. Continuing with goals, we will complete the calls for service policy analysis, which was initiated last year. We're looking at how we respond to calls for service, and are we sending the appropriate resources depending on the information that we initially receive from our dispatch center. We want to complete and distribute to the community a community satisfaction survey, so we get to hear firsthand how we're doing. We want to continue our focus on the department's dual policing strategy of community-oriented and traditional policing models to respond, mitigate, and prevent crime, and continue community relations investment. We will explore and expand employee wellness programs and support to include debriefing critical incidents for lessons learned. Anytime there is a critical incident across the nation, what we do is, it can be as soon as the following morning, we go through that incident and draw initial lessons learned, and look to see what our policies are in place, and to see if we need to make any immediate adjustments and any long-term policy adjustments as well. Employee wellness is critically important. The rates of police suicide are through the roof, and this is an area of focus that we will continue to have for our employees. We will continue to incorporate the 6 pillars of 21st century policing, which are trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, technology and social media, community policing and crime reduction, training and education, and officer wellness and safety, into our current practices, and further expand de-escalation and effective communication training, in addition to mental health crisis intervention training. Another focus area is to continue implementation of our new sergeant and jail supervisor training programs, and continue to seek out leadership for those folks. We can't train enough, and we certainly want to provide new supervisors in their role with the adequate support that they need. I know everyone has several questions and comments, and so I have a ton of data here, and I'm ready when you are.
Boy, you're being pessimistic. I was going to say you're done.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Just kidding. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
For that presentation, Chief. And, you know, again, I think to be fair, there's certainly a lot of very good things that and there shouldn't be any reluctance on your part to deliver what you just told us, which are some very good things on the front end. And I think it is something that the questions, I think, or responses are proportional to the funding that certain departments receive. In other words, we have some departments that receive less than 1% of city monies, right? Some departments that receive, quite a bit. So the proportionality of just interest and concern and being prudent, I think, is reflective of the proportionality of funding that goes towards these, as well as just the social component to this. So let me go ahead and but with that preface, let me open it up to the council to see if there's any comments or questions by members of the council. Great. Let's start with Council Member Hernandez and then Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by thanking our police chief. I really respect your leadership, Chief Valentin, and I thank you for acknowledging how difficult of a year 2020 was for members of our community. It was a very traumatic and distressing year for a number of reasons. COVID-19, the murder of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and Andres Hurtado in LA. and then the storming of the Capitol is just a very difficult year for a lot of people. And it really was a reminder that we have to rethink service, public service. And I'm happy to see that on the presentation that you brought forth, it was not only comprehensive, but to see a police chief bring forth a proposal to rethink police services and responses, it really shows how different of a city Santa Ana truly is and how we are evolving with the times. In light of that, rethinking police service, I think that there's a couple changes, Chief, that will improve response times for core police issues involving violence, weapons, and any other dangerous conditions. I think it would be wise of us to divert those police responses of all 911 calls for homeless, mentally ill, transient-related matters to civilian professionals for initial contact / encounters. So I do think that would be wise, and I think another thing that would increase safety both for residents and for officers would be to discontinue enforcement of stops for minor infractions, including but not limited to broken taillights, tinted windows, expired registration tags. Those are some of the thoughts that I have. I wanted to ask if that's something that aligns with your opening line here in rethinking police services and response.
Thank you for the question, Councilman Hernandez. I think there's a whole host of opportunities when we talk about rethinking police services. As I mentioned before, with an alternative police response to homeless, a good portion, not all, but a good portion of those calls could in fact be redirected, right? What we don't want to see, and I don't believe we want to partner with third party and have them respond to armed incidents or people exhibiting violent behavior, right? So we want to certainly rethink the overall response and be smart about how we're going to handle the different types of incidents there on that issue. With regards to shifting away from minor offenses, again, I think there's an opportunity to discuss what that looks like. I have to be frank and honest with you because that's what you hire me to do. And so that minor offense in some instances, and in fact has led to a very serious crime, right? That broken taillight could lead to a homicide suspect, and in fact has. I have some data that I can provide on the ratio of officers, stopping people and then actually issuing a citation or just providing a warning or just providing an opportunity to educate someone on a different cone pattern, let's say, right? So there's that opportunity. I think we need to be very, very careful and judicious about any absolutes, particularly when we're talking about officer discretion and all the complexities that go into conducting the good work that is done on a daily basis.
Thank you, Chief Valentine.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council member?
At the moment, no.
Great.
I'm just taking a deeper look at everything, and if I have any additional questions, I'll raise my hand. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council member. I believe council member Mendoza was next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Chief, I'm very glad to see that continuing to build and sustain community trust is at the top of the list. It's been a very tough year, and I think that we do need to concentrate on that. And I'm glad to see that you are going to be building stronger trust through all the programs that you list, and especially the first offender program. I'm glad that we are going with best practices for restorative justice. And I think we could capture some of our delinquents very early and put them on a better path rather than delinquency into a path of learning and being responsible young adults and resourceful city residents. And my question has to do with your police cadets and internships. Is that limited to, is it high school students or college students? And the second question is, we used to have a program where the volunteers were retired police officers or trained individuals who would go out and take care of the nonviolent calls, such as you mentioned with the homeless. Are you working on that kind of program, or is it organizations, nonprofit organizations, who are providing that kind of volunteer service already?
Okay, thank you for the questions, Councilwoman Mendoza. Let me start with Explorer and cadets and interns. So the Explorer Post is a traditional police Explorer program. Ages 14, they age out. I believe it's 18, 19. Cadets can go up through college, and we encourage that. The internships, like I said, 2 summers ago, we did it for the first time, and that focused on students from our local school district. Many of them were in between their senior year, had just graduated, and were heading off to college, wanted to get some experience, something to put on the resume, and so that's the focus area there, all of which we hope to expand. With regards to retired police officers as volunteers, we may have a issue with regards to their retirement status to come back as volunteers in the same jurisdiction to do that. We do have volunteers. They are not retired police officers.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any questions from those here in person? Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Chief. Hi. This was great to really get to see a lot of the goals and what you've been doing, the department's been doing. So a few questions first about the PAL Center.
Yes.
So this is something that was new to me. I didn't know what it was until we met a couple days ago.
Yes.
So can you, I guess, maybe do a brief overview of what the PAL Center is and then talk about where the second PAL Center would be?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, and I appreciate you spending the time with me a couple days ago to talk about our programming. So the PAL program is the Santa Ana Police Athletic and Activity League. This is programming that occurs up and down the state, across the nation. It's an opportunity to have police personnel. They don't always have to be sworn personnel, but people that are part of the police department. We have currently 1 sworn member, and the rest of the staff are professional, non-sworn staff, to engage with youth, focused on physical activity, but also support and mentorship for education. Our PAL program was developed in 2007. It is at the old library off of West McFadden and Sullivan area. It services about 200 families. Many of you have been by there even during the holidays when we provide meals and different programs, not just for the students attending, but for the families. And many of these families are the most impacted in our core of the city. If we were to open a second PAL, and I very much would love to see that, I think there's a service need in the city. We've looked at a couple of locations on the east side of town. That would be a possibility, open to all of your input and, of course, approval. And so a PAL Center services the various neighborhoods that are immediately in the area, and then others come because it's a safe place to do homework, a safe place to speak to mentors. We have various programs that occur that require travel. And so I can provide you some of those. There's homework assistance, physical fitness, cultural arts. We have a partnership with the Santa Ana Unified School District. I might point out that during the pandemic, during the height of the pandemic, when our school district, as they struggled to provide remote access, the folks that I have assigned to the PAL, they figured it out. They made it happen. Very proud of them. And And then we saw them again during Christmas, and they brought it up. They appreciated the support that they received. The summer program is really the crown jewel of PAL. There's 30 kids that are selected from 200, and they compete in various exercises at different locations. I have pre-COVID, the numbers that were serviced, and then post-COVID. That essentially is an overview, but it's a really good opportunity. When we're talking about youth investment in some of our most impacted neighborhoods, that's what this represents, which is why it's been so successful for so long.
Thanks. And this is great. I love to hear about this. I think it's a fantastic program to have. Might I suggest on the east side, I actually just spoke to folks at the Delhi Center, and that would be a fantastic location to partner with a local community member, someone who is well trusted in the Delhi neighborhood and beyond. And they have plenty of space, classroom space to do cartwheels, anything. And I know our officers have a great relationship with the nonprofit there. So I really do recommend we look into that. I think it would help Delhi, the neighborhood, as well as the nonprofit and the city of Santa Ana in looking for a space. The other question I had was regarding the Police Explorer program. So when we met, you mentioned that the Explorer program is not paid. It's an internship and it's experience. I would like for us to look into whether it's with the Revive Santa Ana money or our budget, that we look into providing some form of payment for students. I do understand that we like to pay young people in experience, but I always tell folks I never did an internship until law school because I was too poor to work for free. I worked pretty much every day since I was 15, and 2 jobs in undergrad and high school and law school. A lot of our students do work part-time to help out their families, and who better to have participate in a program like the Explorer program than those who are helping to support their families. The other thing I would also like to bring up is, I know that you're working with SAUSD. I would like to also make sure that we reach out to Garden Grove Unified District as well as Tustin and Orange, right? GGUSD. The two of us here, he went to Santiago, I went to Los Amigos, and over 8,000 Santa Ana students attend Garden Grove Unified School District schools, and we want to make sure that they're also involved in these wonderful opportunities. Plus, we have a West End substation in Ward 1 in the Garden Grove Unified School District, so it'd be an easy way to build relationships on the west side. The other question I wanted to ask you was about the Family Justice Center. Will you please provide me some statistics? I know 2020 was obviously a very difficult year with the pandemic, but any information you might have regarding the number of families or individuals who were served since it opened?
Absolutely. So we opened the doors to our Santa Ana Family Justice Center, which I have to point out is the only co-located family justice center within a police department, police headquarters in the nation, still today. And it didn't come with some negative feedback from some groups in terms of, it's not going to work. The community will not come to the police station for assistance. And so that simply is not true, and the numbers bear it out. We partner with various nonprofits. A sampling are 4 girls, Casa de la Familia, Community Legal Aid Society, County of Orange Social Services, Crime Survivors, Inc., Eli Home for Abused Children, Get Safe, Human Options, the Mexican Consulate, Orange County Department of Child Support Services, Waymakers, the Women's Transitional Living Center, and the Youth Shelter. Last year, and again during the pandemic, we had 100 clients. We received 718 calls, and 612 calls. We provided 718 services, different services. It could be as simple as a referral. It could be sitting down with someone and actually walking them through the temporary restraining order process, which, as you know, is arduous, and if you're not familiar with it, it's intimidating. So we offered those services this year thus far. As we continue to open up and come out of the pandemic, we've had 85 clients, 664 different services provided, and 550 calls received. And again, the focus here is very much trauma informed. We have different service providers that sit down with clients and they come to the front of the police station. They're checked in, and then they're brought up to the third floor where the Family Justice Center is.
Thank you. And this might also be kind of veering into the Revive Santa Ana funds. Part of the funds is about addressing COVID harm resulting of COVID. And as we know, as many of us know, the rates of domestic violence and abuse have gone way, way up during the pandemic. And so I can see a program like the Family Justice Center, as we work with Casa de la Familia, who received, the proclamation for SAM, Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and other organizations, that I hope we can put some of that money into the Family Justice Center. Even as lawyers, going to court, facing your abuser, and explaining to a judge, someone you don't know, why you need this restraining order to protect yourself and your family is incredibly traumatizing, and I'm really glad that we provide that service. I also would like to see that we work more with other nonprofit legal aid, such as Legal Aid Orange County and Public Law Center, to work with the U-visa program, which I do know we do, and actually help advertise that service for our residents, because a lot of folks who are undocumented don't understand that they might be able to apply for citizenship or a visa if they report a crime. And with that, I wanted to talk about or ask you some questions about traffic stops, broken taillights, expired tags. You did mention it's called broken window, right, theory. See a broken window, it's probably a dangerous time. Do you have any statistics on the number of instances in which, if you stopped somebody for broken taillight, expired tags, that it resulted in a major crime or arrest or anything like that?
Not specifically, I'd have to do research for taillights and the different vehicle code violations. Let me pull one data point for you here. Let's see. Do you have the RIPA information by chance? So we have an assembly bill that was put into place January of this year that requires us to track all that information. I have it here somewhere. And so I believe off the top of my head, it's about 50% of the time or so where people are stopped and then they're actually issued some type of enforcement action, and others are not. And then it's also broken down by ethnicity and sexual orientation as well.
Okay, yeah, so I know the DOJ, we do report to them on this matter. I guess my question is really more toward one of my colleagues mentioning, well, we don't want police to enforce expired ticket or tags and things like that. And so I really wanted to get a sense for, one, what is the amount of time / money that we spend in enforcing something like tinted windows, expired tags, and a broken taillight?
Yeah. So again, we can take a data dive on that in terms of an estimated dollar amount, because sometimes that citation is not issued. Again, I would there's a possibility of, we used to have cameras here in the city, red light cameras. There were some issues with the technology there, and we moved on from that. There could be an opportunity where the focus has been and will continue to be to look at serious crime. Officers may stop someone for something minor, but that leads to something much more significant. And so it's problematic to issue a kind of a black and white edict to say you shall not do this. I think it's problematic for the safety concerns that we're dealing with here in our city. It could work in another community, and there's others that are beginning to explore this. So we have to I think, study that and see what are the implications and the impacts. And then we also have to be realistic about what our safety concerns are here in our city, which are very different than, let's say, a community of 30,000 or 40,000 with a much lower crime rate. So that would be my concern with a blanket perspective on that.
Thanks, and I know
Thank you.
Councilmember Sarah's like, where is this going with the budget? There is a nexus. So when we do stop somebody, let's say I'm driving my Civic, and my tag's expired, because I'm terrible at remembering to re-register. Do you pull someone over purely because of the expired tag?
That could be the probable cause to stop and speak
Right.
to you, yes.
Okay, and that makes sense,
Yes.
if you have probable cause. So the reason why I bring that up is, one, we do know that for a police officer, someone in the field, that pulling someone over is one of the most dangerous situations you can be in. In fact, anybody watching the news will see that the vast majority of shootings involve traffic stops, or Terry stops if you want. And the reason why I ask is, like you said, we do have an increase in violent crime or serious crime, and we don't have personnel for it, right? You're saying there's still vacancies. And so I really want to get us focused with the dollars that we do have on the issues that are most at hand: violent crime reporting, domestic violence, sexual assaults, and other instances in which it's an imminent threat to life or property. I'm not sure if spending 20 minutes writing down a ticket for an expired tag is going to be a threat to life or property. And so for me, I would rather see that officer either patrolling for that violent incident or responding to violent calls. So that's really where I'm talking about the budget, which is, the field team has, I think, $2.6 million allocated for overtime. And that's a lot of money for overtime, because an officer is, now working longer hours, more days, getting paid a time and a half, to do something where, to pull someone over for an expired tag. And so that is where I would like us to see us shift our focus to move away from something like an expired tag and focus on, these other calls that, as you say, are increasing. And that might address some of the overtime concerns. So with that, I think those are all the questions I have for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Fan. And I know there's probably some additional questions. I know we have Councilmember Lopez in the queue. I just wanted to say, we totally want to stick to the budget, but policy questions are within the domain of this council. And this is the opportunity to ask policy questions as they impact our fiscal health and our ability to see whether policy changes or policy adjustments can change the budget and can change these numbers. So I don't want us to get too timid about asking questions having to do with policy, because as we know, there's a nexus to everything. So I just don't want to have a chilling effect on people not being able to ask questions, because this is the moment. We're dealing with a huge budget, and we get to see this once a year. And this is really what is this is the most essential role of a council member to have, to represent the residents and to be able to ask these questions that they can't ask and that we have to ask on their behalf. So, with all due respect to everybody who wants to be narrowly tailor our questions having to do with, how things are quantified, the policy has to do with it. Or are we beyond the scope of that, Madam City Attorney?
No, this is the one time a year when you get to look at your budget and make your policy decisions and then format your budget to carry out those policy
So the scope is fairly broad when we're talking about a budget, to be able to ask about what the policy practices are of each department and department head.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Hi, Chief. I hope that you are well. I do have a couple questions for you.
Yes.
But I want to start off by talking you know, some of our departments are running really tight budgets. And when I look at the expenditure summary, I do see a big jump for your department. The current budget is at 133 million and it is being proposed to increase to 141 million. Can you walk me through that jump?
So again, there is no additional dollars to our general fund. The increase that you see, which is about, I think it makes up about 90% of that increase, are contractual obligations that the city council approved previously. So there's no additional increase. I mentioned that before, and the additional requests that we had in order to operate at an optimum level were also all denied.
Okay, and my takeaway from that is that services for Santa Ana residents are not increasing, but the cost is. Would you agree with that?
So I would agree that there are contractual increases from last year's baseline. Yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. Another thing that I want to talk to you about that Councilmember Fan briefly, brought up is the overtime. In looking at the data, we see that, in the past years, we paid, 7.1 million in 18-19. We paid 8.9 million in 19-20. And 5.1 million is being proposed for the upcoming year. And my question to you is, how are you going to make sure that what is being proposed doesn't go, it doesn't have an overflow effect to see, such to the likes of what we've seen in past years?
Thank you for the question. And so what we have done over the last 2 to 3 years is invest in a robust hiring strategy. In mid-17, we had 67 police officer vacancies. You fast forward today, on the books, we have, I believe it's 12. And that includes the cops positions that were added, cops office, the 10. And so, however, when we hire recruits, we have to send them to a 6.5-month police academy. We have to put them through an orientation, and then they go through a field training program of additional 4 months. So you're talking it's well over a year plus before these officers are out on the street on their own, and we can fully depend on them in our baseline for deployment. So early on in this strategy and this approach, we knew, and I shared that it would take a good couple of years to fully materialize the investment, your investment, the city council's investment on hiring. And so we should see a continued decrease in overall overtime this next fiscal year and moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Another thing that I wanted to talk to you about that you kind of talked a little bit about is the category prioritization per calls. And one of the things that I noticed in going through the data of the last 6 months is that a rape can be classified as a category 3, which is essentially the same thing that we're categorizing graffiti as. And so for me, I want you to hear that that's unacceptable. That rape, sexual crimes need to be a higher priority for our department, because there's no comparison to when somebody experiences that. I understand graffiti is an issue, but rape and sexual crimes need to be a higher priority for our department.
Yes, again, thank you for that very important question. And so we do have, as you know, and you cited, we have a priority response policy. We have 5 levels of priority calls. The first one being emergency, life, death, and then we go down the list to number 5. So specifically on the example that you're citing, without having all the information, it could be that it's a what we call a cold call with no suspect information. the dispatcher that receives the initial information, they have guidance on how to classify each call for service that comes in. And of course, life and death, emergency 911, that's always going to be a priority one. Your parking, illegal parking is going to be priority 4, which is why you see a long delayed response based on availability of folks. And the rape, that clearly any sexual assault, any crime against person is a significant incident that affects someone. But again, not knowing all of the context and the circumstances as to why, for example, in this hypothetical, that case, that incident was classified as a priority 3, there has to be additional information to justify that. The other piece that I might add is that each individual dispatcher receives ongoing professional training, and they have the ability, and they are encouraged to make tough calls to either increase priorities of calls or lower them if the information isn't there. So that is an ongoing piece. And on one of the slides where I talk about goals, we are finishing a calls for service analysis where we looked at the way we do business, the way that various agencies similar size across the country do business, and we are intending to make some adjustments to that moving forward to have, in fact, a best practice.
Okay. Another thing that I just wanted to put on your radar is, we're having this conversation about remote work and being more efficient. And one of the things that, I think the ideas that is floating around out there is for these really, non-emergency calls, can we essentially have, non-certain officers or people from the desk take like a virtual call? That way we're not necessarily dispatching people, and we can record virtual calls so that people can get assistance in a timely manner, because that's one of the biggest complaints, or not necessarily complaints, but feedback that I receive from my constituents is when I call a CPD, they show up 2 hours later or they never show up. And so I think moving to remote work is a good opportunity for the department to assess and necessarily, and see if that can work out as well. And another thing that I wanted to talk about, Councilmember Fan talked about traffic stops. And again, the data shows us that traffic stops account for almost 45% of patrol activity. And so I do think that there's a good return for Santa Ana residents if some of those calls or some of those traffic stops can be stopped, so that we can, have more resources that are going to answer priority 1 calls. As you just said, that is, a high priority for the city. So I just wanted to put that on your radar.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Lopez. I'll go ahead and see if there's anybody here. Councilmember Becerra has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first I want to begin by just saying that, Santa Ana PD has a history of progressive policing, and this goes back well before our current chief. Going back to Chief Davis. There's always been a sense that our PD has always been just ahead of the curve. We've always been proactive in looking at the best practices, and hearing your presentation tonight, Chief, you're falling right in line with that. So thank you very much for that. I love what I heard about increases to PAL. It's an excellent program, and I've been to the facility, and it's amazing. And the folks that are working there are wonderful. The Explorers are another great program. The Behind the Line program, I'd like to see that continue to grow. And I like what you're talking about in the sense of trying to implement nonprofits coming in and assisting on these emergency calls that ultimately prove to be non-emergency. Folks call 911. We've always been told something's happening, call 911. And a lot of times, and you probably have the statistics, some of those calls really do not rise to the level of a true emergency, and dispatching folks that can de-escalate a situation that doesn't have to take a shielded officer off the beat is definitely a good approach to investigate. And I also like what you were talking about with dual strategies, this idea that community-oriented policing with the traditional policing methods. And I would agree that we need to really, as we move past the pandemic, be more proactive with our community. And you and your officers know this. Building that trust is so essential. And, there was a time where in Los Angeles with Chief Gates, the accusation was, the police are just occupying a neighborhood and they're just driving through it and that's all it is. I know your officers do way more than that, and I just want to voice that I'd like to see you continue to do that and see the officers continue to do that. And as far as the traditional model, though, I think that, policing has evolved over time. Policing will continue to evolve. And I think that when we implement our Police Oversight Commission, that'll be a chance to even further explore the dialogue of what kind of training our officers should have. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again, I want our police to have the best training. Just like a lot of things that our PD does, I want us to be the top of the heap. I want us to be the ones that everybody's looking to use as the good example of what policing has done. And I think we'll do that as we look at training and further incorporating other subject matters that our police officers will be better served, and more importantly, our community will be better served with having. And as far as the dialogue about whether we should enforce minor violations or not, it's fascinating. I had the opportunity to do a ride-along with the Met team, and literally within 10 minutes, there was a guy with tinted windows, pulled him over, and the next hour we were, no, not we, let's just say, the Met team. I know, I felt like I was a part of it, right? The Met team had apprehended a gentleman and two others with quite a bit of narcotics on them, weapons, a lot of cash. I mean, it was very clear that there was some bad things that were going to happen, and that stop prevented something that could have been a lot worse. And I know that our officers are doing that. And so, it's really funny because as a planner, we always hear about the broken windows theory and the idea that you got to take care of the small stuff so it doesn't grow into the big stuff. And that's exactly what you guys are doing here. This is what happened in New York City when then Chief Bratton implemented that program. And I've seen it implemented throughout cities throughout the United States, and it's been successful. I mean, seeing Times Square from what it was in the 70s and 80s to what it's become, it's night and day. And I know that for what you guys are doing, I would say, yes, please don't stop doing that, because I think you guys have, and your stats will show, you have that proven success of stopping what could be larger and more serious and fatal crimes because you are able to come in and prevent it or stop it at the very beginning. So as far as questions, Chief, you mentioned the ratio, and I apologize, I didn't quite catch what you were saying. You were saying that there is an industry standard where the average is 1.8 versus 1.0. Again, I apologize. What did you mean 1.8 to 1.0? You said officers to residents. Were you saying officers to 1,000 residents, or was that?
Correct.
Okay.
So I can provide a little more context.
Sure.
So the country is broken into regions in terms of averaging of police officer ratio, and that's one police officer per 1,000 residents.
Okay.
And so for the western states, Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, so all the western states, that averaging is 1.8 per 1,000 residents.
Right.
So with including all of our recent hiring over the last 2 to 3 years, we currently are at 1.08. So call it, not quite 50%, but close to it.
Right.
So that's where we're at.
Well, so using that ratio, using that math, what would we need to authorize for hiring to get us to the point where we're at this acceptable average?
Well, simply from a math standpoint, that increases you to about 600.
Okay, which we're not getting even close to.
No, we're very lean, we're very efficient at what we do.
Okay. No, thank you for that. And another topic that's already been talked about, and I just want to chime in on, and that is the overtime. So, and this is more of a question. So, in looking at the draft budget, I'm looking at the police field operations overtime. So my book, it is page 229. And so in there, fiscal year 18-19, it was $750,000. Then in fiscal year 19-20, it was $3.8 million. And then in fiscal year 20 to 21, it drops down to 1.3 million. Given everything that happened in 2020, I would have expected that to be flipped around. And so, but just seeing the fluctuation of that overtime, and I heard you earlier, and I completely agree, the more officers we have, overtime should shrink. But can you explain why we have the numbers fluctuating as much as they are?
So, again, it really is tied to the total number of officers that we have and where we have them deployed. So the way that we staff up the police department is patrol operations has to be number one. They are the core of core. And then we build around that based on priorities that I obtain from all of you and residents, and city manager and others. And so then I staff up the rest of the police department in that manner. So the unrest that occurred in 2020, the bulk of that, the costing, was actually May. So that would have been the previous year. And that was really the bulk of it. As we move forward, and we, from day one, made a ton of adjustments. We are good stewards in terms of adjusting officers to leverage and have them work on straight time. And we do that across the department. So the fluctuation has to do with the number of officers as they're coming out of the training program, and then where we can place them most efficiently.
Okay. So the idea, hopefully, because as you said, that we have 8 unfunded authorized positions. And so my hope is that in future fiscal years, we will fund these positions, because I think ultimately we want to bring down overtime. I mean, we're having this discussion here about the budget. This would be completely an appropriate action to take. So also, I mentioned our MET team earlier, which, by the way, as you mentioned, they do a great job. They've taken so many weapons off the streets. They're a great group. But what I wanted to ask you, on page 234, it shows here that there's a $420,000 increase for the MET team for IT maintenance and insurance charges that weren't there in the previous fiscal year when MET was there, but those charges weren't there. I don't know if this is you, Chief, or maybe Catherine could explain why we have that.
Yeah, let me start that off. I have a sheet here somewhere. So a large part of those costs are the full deployment of, and this is the MET division, which is not just the MET team, it also incorporates the gang unit. So it's the entire division. Okay. The gang unit is actually larger than the MET team. It's a smaller element. And so those are various costs. Robert, you have that sheet. Can you give that to me? And I can go through it with you. Okay, so in salaries of that $1 million, it's $288,000, and that may have been the addition of an additional officer to round out that staffing of a sergeant and 10 officers on the MET side. And then we have the gang unit, which again is larger because you have detectives that are part of the field unit, and then that also work inside the station developing intelligence to work up cases. 18,000 of that was medical insurance. 70,000 of that is retiree health benefits, workman's comp insurance. These are costs that were now built in.
Oh, no, Chief, I'm sorry. If you go further down, where I'm focused at is, it would be account code 65040, 65100, and 65105. Just those down there, which total to $420,000.
65105.
So
Right?
you've got IT maintenance charge,
Yes.
insurance charges, and benefits overhead. So what I'm asking is, so if I'm looking at the full page,
I'm with you.
I've got items in FY 2021.
Yes.
And then in FY 21-22.
Yes.
And going down to those codes I just referenced, those all show big fat goose eggs. But then the next column over, we've got 420,000. So I'm just trying to understand where that sudden increase came from, because while I understand what you're describing and all the work that the MET team and the MET division has and all the resources they need, I'm just curious to understand where that 420,000
Yes.
popped up.
So on the IT maintenance, that has to do with computer assets, both at their desks and also in vehicles.
Yes.
The insurance and benefits overhead, I can have one of my colleagues here join me and provide you that.
Sure. So each of the accounting units within each department is charged with these overhead charges for the internal services. And when this was a new accounting unit that was set up, the internal service charges for this accounting, or for the entire police department, were rebalanced and respread over the new larger number of accounting units. And so that's why you see this new charge here. There's corresponding decreases in other accounting units. So overall, if you were to add up all of those fixed overhead charges for those internal services from one year to the next in all the accounting programs, the overall increase for the police department is less than $200,000, which corresponds with the small increases that each department received for these centralized internal services.
So, which I appreciate that explanation. So in other words, this isn't just an additional 420 that popped up. This is rather an accounting exercise where 420 is showing up here, but there's a commensurate difference somewhere else in the same budget. So it's not a spike, it's just a
rebalancing.
There you go. Okay, thank you for that. And my final question on this would be, so I did a tour over at the city yard, and we were talking about police patrol vehicles and the work that it takes. You know, when you buy a vehicle, the amount of work it takes to outfit the vehicles, and then of course maintenance. And we have some of our cruisers that are getting a little up there in age. And so what I wanted to ask was, in looking at the budget, if somebody could educate me. As I was looking through the police budget, I didn't see it. Maybe it's there, or maybe it's another part of the budget. But I wanted to know, are we proactively upgrading those vehicles? And I asked that because just from a cost perspective, you know, we can say, oh, well, that's okay. Cops can just drive these vehicles and make it work, but they can't. Some of these vehicles, literally the computer brain inside the vehicles, we are not able to procure the parts. And some of the time it takes to keep these vehicles on the streets is not worth it compared to procuring a contemporary, newer vehicle. So I just hope that we are actually investing in the fleet, and if somebody can point out to me how much we're investing and what we're getting for that.
So the answer is yes. We have received 16 police vehicles that have already arrived to City Yard, and probably what you saw is also the different phasing in the outfitting of vehicles.
Right.
We use our internal staff to do that. We have 3 additional vehicles arriving June 15th, and an additional 8 to 10 Ford Interceptors that are funded through 21-22 fleet supplemental funding. So we're proactively addressing that asset, which is a critical one.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. No, and that's what I gleaned from being out there and just seeing from an efficiency standpoint for what they're doing to help your team. How can we make sure that they're not spending as much time on your vehicles, especially because they're managing the entire city fleet, and there's a lot of other vehicles that they need to address. So I'm glad to see that we're upgrading that equipment. Those are my questions right now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief.
Great, thank you for those questions. I think we have a couple of people that want to speak again, but let me go ahead and call on Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa, then I think it'll be my turn, then we'll go through a second round if we need to.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And I'm happy that Councilmember Becerra asked about those patrol vehicles. I'm actually surprised they last that long, given that they're Ford. Remember, in 5 years, you're going to have to move away from gasoline, so we'll have another conversation then. But anyways, Chief, thank you for all the work you've been doing. I know it's been a crazy busy year, and I'm very thankful for your leadership and the way you've been handling the department. I want to say that I'm supportive of the things that you mentioned. I'm supportive of an additional PAL Center. I've seen the work that Officer Holcomb has been doing at the PAL Center over on McFadden. It's a fantastic space for our kids, and the way that we interact with them has been phenomenal, even during the pandemic. So my hat's off to you and the PAL program. I am supportive of Councilmember Phan's idea of having paid internships, because one thing that I noticed and I was told is that as kids age out of the PAL program, 18, 19, and go into college, they do come back and volunteer to tutor the younger kids that have been in the program and teach classes. And it'd be a great opportunity if we had those same Santa Ana kids that come back and volunteer their hours, offer them some form of payment, because they are going to school, they are our youth that went through this program. And if there's an opportunity there to offer that, I think that'd be fantastic, because we should be trying to provide for our residents and our youth as much as we can. One thing that you mentioned with the Explorer program, I know you mentioned that the minimum age is 14 years old. Is that correct?
I believe it's 14. It's usually end of middle school and high school is the primary focus.
Okay. I think that's also worth visiting to see if there's a way where we could even have like a way to lower the age requirement to probably not the same tasks that you do with the current Explorer program, but ways where we could start bringing in younger kids, 12, 13 years old, into exposing them to the Explorer program, because I've seen the work that they also do, and it's also fantastic. Very happy with that as well. I just want to also, state for the record that with the things we've heard about pulling over people for minor infractions, I am 100% not supportive of that. I think we should continue to have our traffic officers enforce the laws. I know that back in February, Valentine's Day actually, of 2010, I was driving home on Flower Street. 2010, yeah.
Okay.
I was about 20 years old, not that young. And I was driving home, and a white truck blew past me without its lights on. And I was like, oh, that guy doesn't have his lights on. So I went home. The next morning I woke up to find out that a girl I went to school with, Cara Lee, was T-boned at the intersection of Sakioka and Flower. It was a drunk driver who T-boned her and killed her. She was decapitated by his vehicle. So I think of incidents like that, and I'm thinking, if a police officer would to have seen that truck driving with its lights off and pulled him over, that young woman would still be alive. And you think of incidents like that happen all the time. Just 2 weeks ago, I had family visiting from Mexico, and we took them to Vegas. And my mom's Honda Pilot, I'm driving it, and I went to go get pizza for my little cousins, and I got pulled over in Vegas. And I'm like, oh, okay, so I get pulled over. Officer was nice, and he's like, hey, I pulled you over because your tail lights are completely off. I almost rear-ended you. I'm like, really? I had no idea. So, of course, the next day we drive home. It's an 8-hour drive. And I was terrified the entire drive, because I was like, someone's going to rear-end me. If that officer hadn't pulled me over and told me that my tail lights were out, I would have probably not realized it. My mom would be driving around town, and she probably would have God forbid, something happened to her, gets rear-ended or whatnot. So I definitely think that we should continue to enforce all our laws, even the minor traffic ones. It definitely keeps our community safe. Just hearing the idea of not pulling somebody over for a broken taillight is ridiculous. Just personally, it's like, we need to address our traffic laws. That's the least we could do, especially when the residents of Santa Ana have this idea that our officers don't do anything half the time. We should, continue to enforce our laws. That's just, one of the many things that I've heard that are, just sound silly. It's the basic, responsibilities of a police department, especially our traffic division. And for someone to suggest that that's a huge policy change, to be that shouldn't be trying to get covered up in this large budget item where we currently have 0 people watching on Zoom, and we have about 40 on YouTube. It should be agendized as a council discussion item, because that's a huge policy change. So if there's changes like that, definitely think that they should be agendized for a larger discussion and really be transparent about it. With that said, one of the things that I noticed in your budget, Chief, was that your vice, line item, I know that 2 years ago when I first came on the city council, it was $500 was the original amount, which, you know, I also found a little laughable. So I know that it's still a huge concern in the city as well, and I want to know why it's only, you know, or what exactly does the $444,000 that are in there, what exactly does that cover?
So that is, and it's a matter of how it's presented in the budget. You are correct. I remember that conversation 2 years ago. Let me just reassure you that we have a full-time detective sergeant, and I believe it's 4 or 5 detectives assigned full-time to vice, narcotics, and marijuana enforcement of illegal shops that pop up on occasion. So it's a full element. Clearly, that does not account for $448,000. This $448,000 is the equivalent of 1 detective and a portion of some overtime.
So there are other officers working in the vice unit. Is there a vice unit?
There absolutely is. Full-time detective sergeant, and either 4 or 5 detectives is the total number. So it's a full element. They respond to all vice-related crimes. They address prostitution crimes, all of the illegal gambling facilities. They are the frontline element that does all the undercover work, intelligence workup, and then go out and serve search warrants. It's a vice-related crime. It's a core function of what they do, and it's a full-time asset that's dedicated to that effort.
Okay, so those officers can also be found in the field operations line item, or is it just?
So where exactly is?
That part group is an NMP.
Okay, so they're under the medical marijuana dispensary task force item.
Okay. So, which is good, because I know that that's one of the main concerns that I've heard from residents as well, is just vice in general. I know that on the west end of town, for the early on in the city manager's tenure, we were actively, having dozens of meetings in that side of town to address the not just the prostitution concern, but the crime that came with it.
Correct.
The drugs, the violence, the gun, the shootings. This was solicitation on people's driveways.
Correct.
It wasn't just solely prostitution. It was a number of things that came with it. Do we know how that problem on that side of town has changed since in the last 2 years? Do you have, just off the top of your head?
Great question. I meet with my senior staff and operations command on a weekly basis, and we have very minimal to no complaints regarding prostitution and prostitution-related crime out on the west end. And we're talking really about the Harbor Corridor, right, from 17th all the way to First Street and even further south currently. And again, that's the reason we have a balanced approach to everything that we do in community policing efforts and traditional policing efforts. Because if we let one go over the other, that can be significant and problematic for our city.
Okay, and I know that because of the pandemic and the tourism industry that exists just north of Harbor, I know that feeds a lot into the vice and prostitution issues we've been having in the city for decades. I know that over the last year, we saw that decrease naturally because of the lack of tourism and events at the convention center, which I assume will start picking up again. I just thinking. And I know that one of the measures that was a huge help to the police department and the vice unit was adding the no left turn into that neighborhood after, I think it was 9 or 10 p.m. On certain days. And that helped a lot, correct?
So that helped significantly. It helped those residents. They appreciated it deeply. Your support and Public Works in making that happen. That's an example of someone who may be engaging in what may be a minor traffic violation against that left turn going into a neighborhood. If they're from the neighborhood, they'll know how to get in and out safely. So could they possibly be engaged in some type of criminal activity? Possibly.
And that was, I mean, you're right. It's a perfect example of a minor traffic violation where we should pull somebody over that's breaking the law. We were able to remove a lot of Johns, not just Johns, but a lot of pimps that were I mean, I went on a couple ride-alongs where, you know, every time we would pull somebody over, I know I made the city manager go out there at 1 a.m. on her like second day of work. And I
recall.
We were both kind of wide-eyed open of how, you know, just pulling somebody over for, you know, for making a left turn when they weren't supposed to, or having their headlights off. You know, they're driving through this neighborhood at 1 a.m, their lights are off because they don't want to be seen because they're soliciting prostitution. So thankful for that. Thankful that we were able to install those traffic signs to continue doing that and addressing the problem in that neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that doesn't have much and just has, that's one of their largest concerns, where they can't even walk out in the middle of you know, in the morning to go to work or school without having to see the remnants of the problems that existed there on their doorstep. So thankful for that, Chief. With the PAL program, is there a, what I see here, the line item I see here is just for the one center we currently have operating today?
Correct.
And is there anything in this budget that would allow us to expand that programming, or is that just a conversation for the future?
So not in this budget. I would work with the city manager and her office. One, I believe a nice fit is Revive funding for this purpose. If it qualifies, certainly could be applied to staff up and establish a second PAL. Okay.
That is the comments I have for right now. I just, again, I'm very supportive of that PAL program expansion. If my colleagues haven't seen the one we already have, I highly encourage to take a tour of it. It's a very well-run program, and excited to see it grow. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Great, thanks for those comments. So I think everybody's had a chance to speak at least once. We'll come back, and if somebody wants to have a follow-up, I guess it's my turn now. So don't feel bad, Chief. Get comfortable, relax. Just wait till what we do to Director Saba.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just waiting for him.
I'll be watching.
Just kidding. Well, listen, let me begin by saying I really do appreciate the presentation. I think it gives us a good, summary of where we've been, where you see the department going. And let me just start with a couple of things that I really want to compliment you on. So the community first effort, in getting weapons off the street, we saw that was, necessary, that bore really good results. In addition to also the compliments that the department has received for hiring bilingual officers. That's a huge, huge benefit for us to have officers that are able to speak in, different languages to our community members directly. That is something huge. And the reduction in use of force, civil rights claims, excessive force, abuse of authority actions against us, we're trending in the right direction. I know there for a while they were spiking, and what that does for us is, it puts us in a bad place, not only for perception, there's risk liability, there's monies that are expended, but more importantly, there's lives that are lost, and that's something that we don't want to see. So those are all really good things, and I know that you've done you made a strong effort to do training and de-escalation. And I know we just had an officer-involved shooting just a couple of days ago, and it wasn't a fatal shot. I don't know if it was intended not to be fatal, because I believe it was the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator was struck below the waist and the legs, I think. I don't know if that's the case, but look, that person is alive. They'll be standing before a court and facing the criminal justice system. But what that does is at least it shows that you're not, the first response isn't to have that fatal shot. And we know how difficult that is, but I want to attribute that to the de-escalation training. So all those things I think are really good. And the PAL program is a great program. My son volunteered there, so I'm very familiar with that. And I forget who it was that was the director over there. I'm not sure if he's
Tom Serafin.
No, before him.
Kenny Aguilar.
Kenny,
Yeah.
Officer Kenny. So a great guy. So I'm very supportive. But I think what I want to do is, just talk at a high level about some things I think that are important that you reflect on here in the goals, which is 21st century policing, right? And what I mean by 21st century policing is, there's obviously a trust issue in the community and in the public with respect to law enforcement here in the city. There was an inflection point last year with all the different incidents happening, not only nationwide, but locally. There were a lot of people, a lot of our residents that sent us to make sure we address and we adapt. Because law enforcement isn't static, would you agree?
Yes.
Law enforcement evolves, and how we address, law enforcement changes with time, with leadership, and I think with better practices as we go through. It's like any other profession. It improves. So I'm really encouraged to see that you're flexible on that. But I do think that we have one of the youngest cities in the country. Our median age is right around 27, 28 years old. So when I look at investment in crime prevention, 0.7 million, and I see that, the most effective way, and this is a layperson's perspective, the most effective way to deal with a crime is to prevent it from happening in the first place, right? So there is front-end efforts that we can make to prevent that. So, the things that we've spoken about, expanding the PAL program, doing more community-oriented policing, that develops trust with residents. Doing things like public engagement, like town halls, that will have you and officers and the council go before the public and field questions and listen to residents and say, this is what we believe you're doing well, and these are things that you're not addressing, I think is important. And I don't know when the last town hall that was had. I think we may have some neighborhood presence at some of the neighborhood association meetings, but I know it's thinner than I'd like it to be. I'd like us to be more present, more visible, more responsive. This is the service, this is their service, right? This is the public service, and we all, include ourselves as public servants, so we have to be responsive to them. I think, when you were talking about reentry, I want to go back to that, and I like this idea. I'm not really familiar with what you mentioned as, a reentry example, the first offender program, but it's sort of a diversion program, right?
Correct.
So it makes a lot of sense. I like it. But there are also some efforts that have been made in other cities our size, which are called expungement clinics, right? We have people who have a criminal record for cannabis possession, which is no longer even illegal here in the state of California and in many states in the country. Isn't that a way to also have somebody clean their record of something that no longer is a crime, and to the extent that that can't create an enhancement for somebody who is later arrested for something, they have one less crime on their record? Is that something that you're familiar with? Have you known of any other departments that have been involved in expungement clinics and helping those that have been have those on their records, have those removed?
I'm not too familiar with those. I'm aware of them. They usually come from the direction of elected officials through their working with their DA, making those requests. And so that's what I'm aware of on those. So if I could just briefly comment, I know you have additional comments. Restorative justice, I think there's absolute value there. I lean back on my experience at the school district, serving there as a chief for almost 5 years, and really my work there, bringing it forward. There's an absolute need and opportunity, but I think we also need to reflect and be centered on, restorative justice doesn't equal no justice, right? There has to be some learning point, some give back by the individual offender, and this is more, specific to programs and that.
Right, absolutely. It's a reentry restorative justice where people who have already served, their offense or their, sentence for an offense is reentering our community, right? And to the extent that there is an ability to go ahead and make that person have that reentry be as smooth as possible, I think that the department has a role. Can be whether it's instructive or assist in directing folks to some sort of expungement clinic is something for us to consider. So, if you can, that would be great to research and to look at. Again, I've talked about the gains that you've made, the efforts that you've made with de-escalation training, but I see that you have here that there is wellness program support and debriefing after critical incidents. So one of the things that I've seen other departments do is that they do front-end training on psychological fitness, right? Just checking in with officers to see, they may not be part of a, directly involved in a critical traumatic incident, but they're affected nonetheless, and their judgment could be compromised. I'd rather than being reactive and debriefing, wouldn't it be better to be proactive and make sure that that officer that we have that's going to be expected to make a critical decision, split-second decision, is whole, healthy, well supported, and trained?
Absolutely, and it's very much part of what we already do. We certainly can look to expand that service platform. In our force options simulator, part of that debriefing that officers go through and briefing before they handle a situation is part of that support, part of that education. We do have other elements in the police department that on a voluntary basis are very strongly encouraged to actually sit down with a police psychologist and just check in. Our detectives that work sex crimes, child homicide cases, those are some of the most complex and impactful cases that any police officer is going to experience in their career. And so on a regular basis, they have the opportunity to check in with a police psychologist, and then it's an open platform for them as well, confidentially, that exists. So we can certainly, I'm a big supporter in employee wellness, and we should, and I will assure you that we will continue to expand that.
Great, thank you. And, I think this in the city manager's presentation when she talked about rethinking police response, I think, we've had a lot of conversations that date back to last year's cycle in the budget when we were talking about diverting 911 calls from the department to either a civilianized nonprofit or some sort of professional staff that has experience in dealing with those either folks who are maybe ill, maybe mentally ill, have some cognitive or psychological problems, or others. I think what my premise was for that change was that a lot of what we don't know what to do with, we always put on the department, right? Because people logically say there's an issue, let's just have the police handle it. And I think that's not fair, number one, because you all already have other critical issues that you need to respond to. And I think, as you said, the first goal in the strategic plan was to make sure we address our response times and make sure, and although we've made a 33% improvement, look, in those critical calls, those 911 calls that are dangerous, where there's life and valuable property involved, we want to be able to get there as soon as we can. And I think if your officers are handling a call for a houseless person or doing a welfare check, that's not the best use of your time, because you have to, let's say they're taken to a hospital or taken someplace else, your officer has to remain there, and they can't be relieved until, that processing is completed. So I'm really heartened to see that we're moving away from that. I'd like us to talk about how we can have the funds that were used towards that be used towards this service delivery, right? Because I think right now what's happening is we're going to be using Revive money for that, but I don't see the nexus on COVID-related issues to providing better response to those that are mentally, cognitively ill, transient. So I want us to see what we can do to adjust.
Yes, thank you for that, and it is part of an ongoing dialogue, and I think finally, I think this fiscal year we're going to address it. And part of, you mentioned that .7 is dedicated to youth intervention in the police budget. Part of this alternative police response, I have currently a sergeant of police and 10 police officers assigned to homelessness response citywide. It's about $2 million of cost just on staff cost. If there's other needs, equipment, overtime, et cetera, that's on top of that. So as part of this alternative response, I would propose that in order to open up a PAL, an additional PAL, in order to facilitate a lot of this leveraged engagement and programming centered on youth, that those staff hours be used for that. Again, policy decision for you and the rest of the council at the direction of the city manager.
Well, that's kind of what I'm looking for, Chief, is that, and I really appreciated you beginning with the premise of saying there are no additional dollars being directed towards the department, with the exception of those previously negotiated contract obligations that were done in the past that, I think were deferred as a result of the pandemic last year, and now we have to honor those. Those are obligations that the city has. But aside from those, you are not proposing, nor is this council proposing, any additional funds. In fact, I think what you just said really captures what I've been trying to say, is now, how do we, with what we have, how do we adjust some of those funds in order to address, I think, what for me is really important, which is the prevention, right? And the investment on the front end. And I know that's really difficult to do because we have so many immediate needs, but yet, to the extent that we invest now, look, a cycle later, it really does bear fruit. And sometimes we don't see it for a generation. Sometimes we don't see it for years. But if we don't invest now, we'll never get there. And all we're doing is we're being reactive. And your successor's job, whenever that is going to be that much more difficult for the failure to act now. So, I would just, I appreciate what you're saying. I really think that we can make some, adjustments. Talk to me a little bit about, well, before I go there, let me just comment, because I have a note here on the Family Justice Center. So I think that it is a good effort. I think we can make it more effective, more efficient, more of a resource. Maybe I'm one of those voices that thought that having it located in the department is maybe not the best place. And let me just hear me out on this, and I could be wrong, but we have a lot of people in our community that are immigrants and undocumented, and they still don't have that trust with police for them to be able to go into the department and say, I need help. And so I just don't know, and maybe what we could do is we could just look at that and see, how many people are we serving that are undocumented, that are Spanish speakers, that feel comfortable going in. I know that, we've got some work to do with the trust, and I think once we get there, then it'll be great to house it there, but I just want to make sure that it's not something that chills people from coming in or prevents people from coming in, because we know the need is so high for a resource like that. So that was just something I wanted to mention as an aside. But if you can, maybe talk to me about the Met division, because I know we've had some discussion on that. And what I saw on I think on one of the exhibits, and I think it was page 22 or something, where in the 18-19 fiscal budget, there's a 0, 19-20, there's a 0, 2021, there's a $5.6 million expenditure, and then in 21-22, the proposed 21-22 is 6.7. So we have 2 years prior to 2021 where there is no expenditure. We have an introduction of that expenditure in 2021, and then it jumps by $1.1 million to this proposed cycle. And I think you explained about it being not just the MET team, but also the gang prevention unit. So it basically covers both, right?
Absolutely, and I appreciate the question because it's come up before, and so allow me to provide the context. The Metropolitan Division was established in unison with the three elements: the existing gang unit, the new major enforcement team, MET, and then as an ancillary function, the SWAT team. So these are very high-functioning elements, necessary elements that address the most violent of violent criminal acts. So from a budget standpoint, what you saw was from 1 year to the next, that line item that included this additional staff that was not there before. And so, in fact, I was asked the question maybe a couple cycles ago, where are you getting the money to do this? I had no additional monies. Again, staffing up the police department, first and foremost, will always be patrol operations, emergency response. And then I allocate resources based on priorities. This priority to establish a violent crime suppression unit, now MET, was identified in the strategic plan with input from various members of council, city manager, and community members. We engaged facilitating with the Orange County Human Relations Commission at a couple of listening sessions. And so those were priorities that were established. They're delineated in the 5-year strategic plan as a priority goal. And so that element went live January of 2020. Prior to that, that team, which expanded the Metropolitan Division, did not exist. Those resources were elsewhere. And so I had to look at the entire police department, and again, based on priorities, emergency response, vice-related crimes, violent crime, response, mitigation, and prevention of violent crime, make those tough decisions to make those assignments. Directly from various council members, I also heard that they wanted to see this element come back. If you'll recall, some 10, 15 years ago, we had a similar element called the strike force. And that strike force was very successful, very effective. But one of the lessons learned that I took from that experience, they were in place for, I think, nearly 10 years, was that it was in fact expensive because of the additional training required. It was a full-time SWAT element, and so that required one of their days to be fully dedicated to training every single week. And they were very focused and refined on the types of crime that they would respond to. So fast forward, I hear loudly the need to address this crime issue. I established the MET team as a flexible hybrid. It is not a full-time SWAT team. And so they don't have that additional training requirement. They train very well, but they don't have that additional, you don't take them out of the field for 25% of their deployment. In addition to that, because they're a hybrid, flexible asset, I can deploy them based on their focus across the city to address really any crime issue, and in fact have. When we had to put our arms around and lean in on the issue of the increased spike in prostitution and all of its related facets of crime, the MET team was redeployed to address that. Most recently, to augment the staff that we have to do things safely and keep officers alive and people safe that we're contacting. They were very much involved in the service of all the search warrants in all of the illegal gambling facilities and slap houses throughout the city. So again, going back to the budget question, which is the core here, that team did not exist until January of 2020. So we clearly, from a budget standpoint, we want to be transparent and show all the assets that are there. Does that?
It does.
Okay.
So, it was a period of time before I came on the council that there was the strike force. And so the reason why I asked that is that, again, I see the increase, the 1.1 million from last year to this proposed, 21-22. I'm not a huge fan of militarizing our department. I believe that it really does erode the trust, right? In my opinion, right? And I think, what I know, I was advised by many of the residents. They're just worried about some of the things that they hear in other jurisdictions like LA County, where you have a group called the Banditos, right? Mm-hmm. And they're an elite unit, mm-hmm. and they, unfortunately have been found to, abuse their authority. Mm-hmm. Definitely not saying anything about ours, but it is a slippery slope, right? So I guess, are these 10 officers, are they segregated from the rest of the department? How, I guess, I don't know how they commingle or mingle with the rest of their peers, right? Because I think what happened in LA County was that, and I need to speak to you and be frank with you, my brother-in-law who passed away was a deputy LA County sheriff. He would tell me about some of these gentlemen, and it was a real unfortunate incident. He passed away, my brother-in-law passed away, but before he did, he was familiar with the way there was, these units, these elite units that really did veer off and do things that were not core police functions. And that's my fear about any strike force or any elite unit, that they will be treated differently, that they will be given broader scope. So I just don't like the sort of, different classifications, but to the extent that they're blended in, I don't know, maybe you can speak to that.
And thank you for the question and the context and framing it. So like you, let me first comment, like you and all of you, I do not support the militarization of a civilian police force. If people want to very much be centered on military service, and we appreciate the service, then they need to do that in our military Department of Defense. We are a civilian police service department, is what we are. And so, having said that, it's important that we facilitate police services safely. The MET team, which is a sergeant and 10 officers, they are co-located with the gang unit in the general investigations floor. It's an open workspace concept. Nobody's in a private office. So there's a lot of engagement, a lot of intelligence sharing, information sharing, and game planning, and also briefing prior to different operations that they're going to engage in, and the debriefing as well, post. So this isn't an element that's off somewhere, off-site, remote, separate from themselves. And they certainly, like any other element and or police officer, held to the same standard of behavior and accountability as anyone in the police department.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. And so back to the budget and how this affects that is, or my comments affect that is, that increase, if you could see in our effort to try to invest a little bit more in a more balanced way on crime prevention, see what it would look like to keep the funding static for that line item on the MET. That difference of 1.1, if that from 2021 to 21-22 proposed, there's a delta of 1.1 million. If that were kept static, those funds could be used to, what could they be used for, right? Maybe thinking about some of the things that we mentioned about, the additional training, about, expanding, youth programs, about community-oriented policing, establishing trust with residents, having town halls. And something that I think was mentioned previously by Councilmember Hernandez, which is similar to what we have in the GRIP program. There's another model out there called the Gang Prevention Youth Development Program. And that is another similar model to GRIP, but it's kind of a blend where it's gang prevention and youth development. Something like that, I think, has borne good results in other communities very similar to ours. It's hard to compare us with other Orange County cities because the other 33 cities don't have the challenges that we do as an urban community and as a very densely populated community. So that was one. And then also looking at, again, removing as we already spoke about, removing or diverting the 911 calls that relate to, those parts of our population that are houseless, are mentally ill, and may have cognitive problems. That's one. The other one is what I think was mentioned by some others, and I completely respect your response on having a bright line rule and saying we're not going to enforce one or the minor infractions. But I do see that there were approximately 85,000 calls for service that were placed in the last 6 months. And again, I think and this was Councilmember Lopez said, about 45% of those were for traffic-related stops, right? And that makes sense. I mean, you're patrolling and you stop people, but I don't think anybody is saying don't enforce it. Don't enforce a tinted window that's maybe 2 grades too dark. But there are different ways that you can enforce it. There are ways that you can enforce it by taking a dashboard photograph of that license plate, sending them a ticket or a citation or an infraction to cure that problem. And that could be for a registration that's expired, other things. And I think when we say an idea is silly or ridiculous, it's because we can't explain it. We're just using adjectives. And that's not a good way to make policy. I think what we're looking at is a way to improve response times. I think if somebody is pulling somebody over and citing, someone for a expired registration tag, are we doing it because the tag is expired, or are we doing it because we want to find something on that person? So it kind of sounds like we're almost doing this under the guise of pulling them over for an infraction, but we're really seeing if there's weapons or contraband or something in that vehicle. So it almost sounds like it could be profiling, it could be stopping somebody for that. And again, this is just playing this out. So are we really stopping them for that expired registration or that broken taillight? Or are we stopping them because we want a reason to sort of investigate what's on their person or in the vehicle?
If I may, let me reassure you that we do not profile. When I've been asked this question throughout my career, what police officers do is they consider, and a segment of that can be profiling behaviors or variables associated or related to crime. Example, robbery occurs at a location, the suspect is described as a male white with a beard. You probably should not be approaching someone who's a male black, clean shaven, right? So we're responding to variables and behaviors which may incorporate profiling those behaviors. So we do not do that. With regards to the issue, the example of the expired registration tag. What you see is sometimes there's the car stop, and then there's simply the warning that occurs. By the way, your license or your brake lights are out. You could get rear-ended and killed. To respectfully, in terms of profiling or pretext, that's not what our officers do. If they are accused of that, I can reassure you that we would investigate that and determine what occurred, and why. Various members of the council have been on ride-alongs. One of you, not Councilman Becerra, who mentioned he had been out with the Met team. Someone else was out with our officers. In fact, it was the Met team, and a traffic violation occurred in front of them. And they quite didn't understand, the initial purpose for the approach, gun in the car. And so, we're going from, and it was I think it was a non-moving violation at that. So, something that is a fix-a-ticket, if you will, leading to an armed subject. So, I hear you loud and clear in terms of exploring different opportunities where it may be feasible to, take a photograph and send someone a notice in a parking violation situation or what have you. We will take a look at that, and I appreciate your support also, Mayor, that it should not be a blanket approach and an edict to stop this.
Right. And this is important because I think obviously we're struggling with making sure that we're able to enforce certain laws, but I guess for me it's always been quality over quantity.
Correct.
Right? So to the extent that we're citing a bunch of people for, broken taillights and maybe not having, anything, whether it's a permit, whether it's a pushcart vendor that doesn't have their permit, updated. Those things we can fill stats with, hey, we did thousands of citations this month. To the extent that you're really removing bad actors off the street, that's really, to me, the benchmark of successful law enforcement, right?
Fully agree with you,
not, citing, people who are not, committing serious crimes. And I think where we were rethinking, like diverting the 911 calls, also has to do with just reducing the encounters with certain populations, right? So let's just say you pull somebody over and the person is a monolingual Cambodian speaker, can't really exchange information easily, or whatever language, right? There's some language barrier between the officer and the person that's being pulled over. Or maybe that person has an autistic passenger, and the autistic passenger reacts violently to somebody in uniform. Or that person is mentally ill, right? You can have just as many dangerous encounters when that happens, and it's by no fault of the officer, it's just the conditions. So that's, I think, what has me struggling, is to make sure that those encounters keep you safe, keep the driver, passenger, and people safe, and also allowing you more access and more opportunity and more time to address, people who are calling you for a violent, imminent, core police call that, where danger is involved. So, I think that that's where we are kind of struggling. So if you can give us some direction on what you think would be, maybe not a bright line rule, but maybe an enhanced practice, something that'll allow your officers not to be dealing with sort of, the quantity, just, giving infractions on things that are considered minor, and looking at how we can still enforce in an effective way, right? And like I said, to me, the quality is more important than the quantity. So that is something that, I'm hoping you can have as a takeaway on this. But I do want, the investment that is going to be made in prevention and for youth to be done through the department, because if we do it through Revive monies, then it goes away in a year, or it goes away in a couple of years. That is a very temporary fix to a long problem, and a static problem. So I've already spoken enough, so I'm going to go ahead and pass it.
Before you move on, Mr. Mayor, if I can go back to the Met piece.
Yes, go ahead.
Specifically, the 1.1. And again, I'll hear from the remainder of the council. And if in fact that is a core staffing funding piece, then, we could be talking about having to do away with that element, right?
Do away with the entire...
The Met team.
No. There's a delta between what was expended in 2021 and what is proposed for 21-22, and I think that delta is 1.1.
Okay. We'll take a look at it.
Take a look at that.
Yes, we'll do.
All right. I think we have Councilmember Hernandez and then Councilmember Fan.
Is there a chat? I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Police Chief Valentine, for
Yes,
all the information and for your responses. I want to go essentially line by line on items of interest for me that I want to address. in rethinking police services and responses, as we were talking about the traffic stops, and I want to listen to both sides, and my colleagues brought up some very interesting points that we need to enforce these traffic stops. I also want to acknowledge the privileges that we have as elected officials. We can drive all throughout this community, and more often than not, we know this community like the back of our hands already. But many of us aren't working at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night and driving home. And that's when a lot of these interactions happen, when we have these traffic stops. And I also want to remind my colleagues on the council that there was a young man that lost his life last year, Dante Wright, in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Lost his life because of a routine traffic stop. He had an air freshener hanging from his mirror and was shot and killed by a police officer who mistakenly thought she took out her taser. So I also want to remind my colleagues of that reality. As we take a look at reframing and rethinking public safety, the first and most common interaction between community and law enforcement is a traffic stop. And I don't think that should be. I think that we should have more community-oriented policing, and we should have more positive relationships where that should be your first interaction. So I think the best approach is, as we talk about such a complex issue, is we know that for decades, officers and law enforcement agencies have used traffic stops as a tool to deter, drunk driving, negligent driving, but they've also used it as a tool of criminal investigations. And I say this as somebody who grew up right by El Salvador Park. I saw it happen quite frequently driving home with my grandparents. My grandfather was a laborer for 43 years. He was a working class gentleman. And the optimal solution to make traffic stops about the traffic violation should be the goal. If we are going to have a professional actually address traffic violations, that should be the focus. Not about utilizing traffic stops to find reasonable suspicion for a more grave crime. I don't want us to turn traffic stops into a tool for criminal enforcement. And for historical context, Supreme Court decisions like Wren versus United States in 1996, it put the rubber stamp on pretextual traffic stops. And in this particular case, the Supreme Court held if officers see a traffic violation, that they pull the car over for that motivation. They found that the cases in which they were actually stopping somebody because of that traffic violation were very minimal. It was because of profiling. It was because of suspicion that this person could be a criminal. And I don't think that's fair for residents. I want to see crime come to a halt, absolutely. But it shouldn't be at the expense of that being your first interaction with a police officer. There has to be a better way. So that's my response there. Number two, we have to continue to build and sustain that community trust. And I'm happy that's at the top of the list. And one of the most important components of building trust and sustaining trust is consistency and having a good across the board model of accountability. Now, I have a question for you, Chief Valentine.
Yes, sir.
How have we handled complaints or requests from community members? And what does that process look like?
So we take every complaint that we receive in. We certainly do not dissuade anybody from filing a complaint. As you know, on our website, we have the complaint procedure form posted. It's in English and Spanish, and if it's not in Vietnamese, I apologize, it will be, in other languages necessary. And so every supervisor is trained to accept complaints and provide anyone that requests to file a complaint a formal complaint form. That is brought into the police station, and either at the bureau level, wherever the person is working, or in internal affairs, they review it and then assign it accordingly. I have statistics for you. I have data on community complaints, on internal complaints, and a whole host of other areas. All this information is also posted on our website in terms of the raw number, the data, the frequency of complaints. I'd like to point out that we, as a police department, at almost a ratio of 2 to 1, based on evidence, hold our own folks accountable, almost to a 2 to 1 ratio.
Thank you, Chief. And so we have a 2 to 1 ratio. That's what you're sharing right now?
Yes.
Thank you. And in addition to that, we talked about overtime. And we want to make sure that if anybody is working more than they're supposed to, that they're fairly compensated. That is without debate. But this particular field is a field where fatigue can make the difference between life or death for an officer and for a community member. There's a lot of grave effects that come with not being 100% when you're working in service of others. Now, in talking about the need of addressing mental health, these are human beings at the end of the day. Our officers are people and they deal with very stressful working conditions. They are responsive to, a multitude of things that would traumatize your average person in our community. Now, in addressing that fatigue that can come with having to work those long hours, fatigue's effects are more prominent in routine situations that otherwise aren't stressful for police. According to Lois James of Washington State University, who studies sleep deprivation in policing, he shared that from an officer safety perspective, there are serious consequences of fatigue when working overtime. One such result might be impaired performance while driving late at night. But researchers at Washington State also found that working inadequate hours heighten pre-existing implicit bias. They monitored the sleep of 80 police officers and presented them with a series of tests, and officers who slept less were significantly more likely to associate African Americans and people of color with weapons. And a study of the Phoenix Police Department published in the Police Quarterly compared officers working 10-hour shifts with those who worked more than 13 hours, hence overtime. Longer shifts didn't result in fewer arrests. However, field interrogations, nor did they hinder pass rates on shooting tests, but the number of complaints made against those in 13-hour groups were significantly higher, nearly double than those working 10-hour shifts. So I'm concerned about our officers having to work such strenuous amounts of hours, and I'm concerned about community safety if our officers are not 100%, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of fatigue that comes with being in public service, and these officers deserve to be at their best. Our residents deserve to have, our public safety officers be 100%. So I want us to be attentive to that. Chief, do we have any mental health check-ins for officers that are working long hours before they do hit the field to see if there's too much fatigue or maybe if they're not feeling 100%?
I appreciate the comment, the reference to data and research that's out there, Councilman Hernandez, and I wholeheartedly agree that we need to keep an eye on our workforce. And so every shift that officers work, they attend a roll call briefing, whether it's a specialized unit or regular patrol. And part of that is, their supervisors, a watch commander, their supervisors are strongly encouraged to make that assessment. And if they see that someone is, extremely tired or there's something going on, they're going to pull that, officer aside and check in with them and see what's going on. We encourage officers to get the rest that they need to come in, fully rested. And as you mentioned, their right out of their police car for the first call, the first interaction, may be a life and death situation. And so we want to see that officers get the rest that they need, and if need be, we have EAP that we can refer to. We have police psychologists on contract that we can refer to 24/7 essentially to provide that support. We also have a very robust peer support counseling team that is available 24/7. These are members of the organization, both sworn and professional staff, that can provide support at a moment's notice. One of the projects that they were involved in was highlighted at the recent award ceremony in a education, prevention, and resource referral on police suicide. This is an epidemic that's impacting our workforce, has been increasing over the last 10 years. And so we take this very serious. We focus a lot of time and effort here. And again, staffing up a good police department that has the adequate resources enables and supports officers increasingly to just have to work their assigned shifts and not additional overtime shifts, to your point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I would support maybe looking at integrating more mental health support in your department. I think that would be important for us to have more mental health support and services for our officers. I think that would change the climate and the culture of policing if we just destigmatize mental health and we have voluntary check-ins happen, on a regular basis. I think that can change how we police our community, because at the end of the day, we need to be 100%. And if we're not feeling our best, we know that hurt people. So I would happily support seeing you guys have additional mental health services. And in light of what I'm mentioning here, you have a priority of having a focus on de-escalation and effective communications. I think mental health goes hand in hand with that strategy. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I support having additional training on de-escalation, effective communications. I think it would be wise for us to include in that line item having trauma-informed services. I think that is imperative to this department, and also maybe taking a look at being aligned with the CAT team, working very, very closely with them. As I'm taking a look at the following bulletin, I see the expansion of youth investment and community engagement with the PAL Center. So can you tell me a little bit about what the expansion of the PAL Center would look like? What type of programs would you look to offer?
Yes, so once we decide on a facility, we need a building, an asset in order to facilitate these services. We would look to, and it also depends on the size of facility that we acquire and decide on. We would look to duplicate many of the services that are already offered successfully at the West PAL Center. So homework assistance, they also have a teen check-in. The teenagers that attend PAL have their own space because, let's face it, they don't want to interact with the 8 and 10-year-old. So physical fitness is a large part of that. And then cultural arts, they have 60 minutes of art instruction provided by PAL staff daily. 90 minutes of music instruction provided by PAL staff on a weekly basis. They have live student performances that are provided by the School of the Arts conservatories. And then the lunchtime fitness program, partnership with Santa Ana Unified. And then there's a variety of different athletic teams. So we have to be strategic in terms of the location that we select, so we have the resources and the imprint both in the building and outside the building to facilitate these programs. And then any other mentoring and education support programs that we can put in place would certainly be a focus.
Thank you, Chief.
Now, I'm fully aware of trauma-informed services. Myself, as a service provider, outside of my council role, I utilize a lot of trauma-informed approaches to working with youth. Could you help inform the public as to what that actually translates to? What would that look like from a police department perspective, trauma-informed services?
So really focused on our crimes against persons, special crimes division, which is child abuse, molest, those types of cases. The service provided to the victims, their families, anyone impacted are centered on the approach of understanding and being empathetic to the trauma that they have experienced, and to ensure that we, as law enforcement providers, that we don't, add to that trauma. For example, when we are going to do a forensic interview of a potential victim of let's say, a child molestation case, we want to ensure that we have all the professionals at one place at one time, so that we're not re-interviewing the victim or the witness in a very, very traumatic incident. So trauma-informed, focused, and the approach is victim and witness and person impacted centered. If that makes sense, if that fits, that's the way that we incorporate it. And then our patrol officers, we have roll call training that's provided from time to time on this topic as well. But the experts in our department would focus right now, currently, we could certainly look to expand this, is in our sexist crimes, child abuse, molest detail.
Thank you. I think it would be, and thank you for giving that breakdown, because it's important. A lot of community members, oftentimes, we overlook how important it is to have a trauma-informed approach. Now, I think this is great, and I commend you, but I think it's worth us looking into maybe moving from a trauma-informed services approach to a TIC approach, a trauma-informed care approach. Number one, I want to give you my affirmations, Chief, for acknowledging that there's trauma there. Because for the longest time, our cities pretended like it's normal to be poor, like it's normal to live beside parks where children get shot, and like it's normal to live in communities where we close down libraries. All of which we should not have to debate is toxic to the brain and the body's development. So I want to thank you for acknowledging that, because a lot of young people in our community are traumatized. And in going from a trauma-informed services approach to a trauma-informed care approach, Chief, it's going to allow us as a department to understand and consider the pervasive nature of trauma. And it promotes an environment of healing and recovery rather than practices and services that may inadvertently re-traumatize community members. Because I'm taking into account this is the police department, and there may be some discomfort. I can assure you there will be discomfort in certain communities like Townsend, communities like Artesia Pilar, where hypercriminalization has been prominent here for as long as people lived here. I think it's important to have a trauma-informed care approach to how we provide these services, because some of these communities are more delicate than others. For instance, gang culture in a community that isn't densely populated is different than a community that is densely populated. Because for one community, you'll have multi-generational, gang culture that affects children as they're born. And then you have other communities where it's very different. Everybody has a different story and a different background. And having a trauma-informed care approach helps us tackle those delicate issues more carefully, where we can get to the root causes of changing people's lives. Is that something that we can take a look at? Is having whatever youth services we have be trauma-informed care trained?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, Chief, I'm not able to hear you.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. Where's the mic?
Thank you, Chief. And in addition to that, We talked, I think Mayor Sarmiento brought up the GRIP program, and I'm glad he did because I wanted to talk a little bit about that. The GRIP is the Gang Reduction Intervention Program. And can you tell me a little bit about the GRIP program? I'm more than certain some of my colleagues maybe aren't as familiar with it, and community members. So can you tell me a little bit about what the GRIP program does?
So the GRIP program is a partnership with various law enforcement agencies, city police departments, county probation, the district attorney's office, and partnering with the school district of their respective jurisdiction, and various nonprofits to provide skills, training, and really you start with a pledge. And the pledge simply is that, I, as a young person, in the 6th grade, let's say, which is a very impactful time, junior high, I commit that I will not get involved in gangs. So this is a prevention model. It's not an intervention. Some aspects are intervention, but it's primarily a prevention-based model. And so officers engage on a scheduled basis with students that are involved in GRIP, and how they get involved is either they volunteer to join the program or they're referred by their teachers at school. And so I'm very familiar with the program. It also provides for an opportunity to have positive interactions with officers that sometimes, as you mentioned, some of these kids come from very impacted areas of our communities, and their interaction with the police is oftentimes negative. It's one of their family members being arrested. It's a incident that they see unfold in the street involving an officer doing their job, etc. So this is a great opportunity to mirror officers and youth. And we also have an opportunity to meet and engage their families as well. So it's a program that is successful. It is labor intensive, but like anything, investing on the front end pays dividends certainly in the future. And as the mayor said, we may not see it materialize, for another generation, and that's okay. We have involvement. The last time that I looked at the program here in Santa Ana, I think at about 6 schools throughout the city. We also work with our partners at Santa Ana Unified, the district, and the school police department in co-facilitating the GRIP program here in our city.
Thank you, Chief. And can you tell me, are there any penalties to this program if a child is not successful in the GRIP program?
So part of the program that I would say is a smaller percentage of it is it starts from the platform of accountability, holding students accountable to staying focused in school, making good choices, staying away from gangs, and not ever even beginning that life in a gang culture. Part of the factor that we work with our school partners and the DA's office is student attendance at school. So we have had cases that through GRIP, we can have an environment where we're calling in parents or whomever is the guardian, and there can be some sanctions through the school district because kids have to be in school until they're 18. That's the law. And so there is that opportunity within the GRIP program. I would, based on my own personal hands-on experience with the program over the years, I would say that that's a very small percentage of what actually occurs in the program. The vast majority are dedicated and they're successful through the program.
So in simple terms, Chief, if somebody is not successful in this program, a child or potentially a parent, if the child does not go to school, can be in prison, correct?
So I based on my experience, that would be an absolute extreme, and I'm not personally aware of any case involving a Santa Ana GRIP student/family where that is the case.
I'm aware of it. I actually had the pleasure of meeting with GRIP in 2015 and attending one of their events at the department in 2015 as well. And that was one of the things I learned, is that if I am given 9 months in the GRIP program and I am not successful, a child or parent could look at potentially being incarcerated if their child is not successful in the GRIP program. So I wanted to share this because that's what we need to move more away from. The fact that we have a department and a chief that has done such a great job in yourself, because we have not had institutions like police departments ever acknowledge that trauma existed in these communities in the first place. And we have somebody in yourself who I think is very much future-proofing our city. I think it's important for us to look at and acknowledge that we have kids that live in households where you can't escape gang culture. And we have a program that could potentially cause more harm and more trauma to young people. And I just think there's better ways for us to use our tax dollars here. Do we have a success rate or some data that you can share with me as to how successful this program has been for us and how many kids graduate from this program a year?
I will absolutely provide you and the remainder of the council our Santa Ana data with regards to GRIP. I work closely with the Assistant District Attorney, Tracy Miller, who is she brought and implemented the program years ago. You may have met her as well. And I certainly can get that data and provide it to the entire council.
I share this, Chief, and it's important. I think I have to look back on my experiences as a kid, and it's not common for elected officials to share what I'm going to share, but I'm not your common elected official. I'm a community member first and foremost, but I grew up right beside El Salvador Park, and my father was a gang member, and my grandfather was a gang member, and I'm not a gang member. But it took a lot of work, and it wasn't because of my family that I was able to do the things that I did. It was because I had music and the arts, and I had sports, and I had so many different mentors that were able to nurture and see the value in me. And they never let me lose my light. And that's how I changed my life. And that's why I committed myself to helping this very community in Ward 5, is because I know there's kids and there's young adults that think that they can't get outside of that concrete. And it's difficult because it feels everlasting, like it's never going to get better. And I want to advocate for us to transition away from having a punitive approach to working with communities that are traumatized, because we have an opportunity to disrupt hopelessness. I want to share with you, Chief, there's a program in LA. I recently met with them. It's the Gang Reduction Youth Development Department. And I think it would be wise for us to utilize the funds that we have in GRIP to start a program like that, where we can actually have community intervention workers on the ground working in those more at-risk communities, where the very people working in those communities are the people that lived there, that grew up there, that maybe fell through the cracks and made it out. So I just wanted to put that out there, Chief. I think that there's better ways for us to use that money. I believe it's $500,000, correct?
Yeah, and that really is, what is that noise? Okay. And that really is an allocation for the time of the personnel involved. I don't have any full-time resources assigned to GRIP. And so I will certainly take a look at that, and I will also provide the data that you're requesting. I do agree with you that if we're talking about an intervention and a skill building program, it needs to be centered on a positive platform. I agree with that.
Thank you, Chief. And then in closing, the last thing I wanted to touch on is the continue to incorporate the 6 pillars of 21st century policing: trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, technology, social media, and community policing and crime reduction, training and education, officer wellness, safety, into current policing practices. So I think something that is going to be aligned with what you mentioned here in this bullet point, I think it's great that we have this focus, but I think that we can advance that focus. If we bring in community nonprofits, which you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation, if we bring in some community nonprofits like Neutral Ground, reentry organizations that do work here locally, and we work with our department in conjunction, where we have a database where when we have a first offender, those community organizations get notice of that, almost like a referral, and then they do a checkup or a follow-up, similar to having a wraparound program where we have, you know, a family coordinator, where we have a therapist, where we have a social worker, where we have a youth partner that focuses on working specifically with the child in the house. I think that would be wise of us to do that if we want to reimagine transforming this community and having it actually be safe. We have to have some sort of redirection, because we can stop crime, we can suppress it, absolutely, but you still have a household where that person, regardless of if they made a good decision or bad decision, that's someone's everything. And that might be someone's dad, whether that person was good or bad. You have a child in a fatherless household. 1 out of 10 males is living in a fatherless household. So it affects generations of young people. Do we have a follow-up when there's a shooting and there's a victim? Do we have a follow-up when there's a perpetrator? What does that look like after the arrest?
So in certain circumstances, murder incidents, shooting incidents, we do work with victim advocates that work very closely with the families impacted, and then also support when there's courtroom testimony that's required. I will tell you that, you know, the example of a crime victim, a young child, my detectives themselves do some of this. They, you know, follow up and check up. They're not licensed clinicians when it comes to counseling, right? But what they have is they have passion and they care about the people that they're servicing. So what I've seen is they'll track their victims as they're working through the system, and then say Christmas comes around and we're, you know, collecting goods. They remember those significant cases and then draw back on them. And I've seen it firsthand, the interaction that occurs. So can we do more of it? Can we do explore different, you know, additional options that you're citing? Absolutely.
I think that's something that we should emphasize. I think it's something we should prioritize, Chief, because our relationship with the community can't end at being a victim or being a perpetrator. We, as a department, need to unconditionally care about these residents. Right or wrong or right in between, it doesn't matter. I want to see us actually care for these residents. So I think it would be wise, if we want to continue to build and sustain community trust, to have some sort of a follow-up, whether it be in partnering with a nonprofit or a reentry organization. There should be a follow-up. There should be a wraparound, which could conclude and really, you know, change the trajectory of trauma in a community. So I think it would be wise to do that. Optimally, we wouldn't wait for people to be arrested to interact with them. We should get that started immediately, you know, being on the ground and helping folks and being more innovative rather than just doing, you know, coffee with a cop. We can do diaper giveaways. We can do, skateboard giveaways. You can do boxing glove giveaways. There's just a lot of ways to build those relationships. I'm happy to lend an ear and give you some ideas, but I think that it's important for us to think beyond just arresting somebody. There needs to be a wraparound. So is that something we can take a look at, implementing into our strategy moving forward?
We can certainly explore that. Of course, we'd have to look at the funding and costs behind that, right? Again, some of which we already do, but anything additional, we would have to look at that. But definitely worth exploring. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief, for your responsiveness. Again, thank you for your time, and that concludes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, and thank you, Chief Valentin. I think in the future, it's important that you also highlight the numerous community events that your officers just do out of the kindness of their own hearts, whether the back-to-school backpack drive or the Christmas toy drives that you guys do, and always gather thousands of toys and backpacks for our kids. And I've seen it, it's definitely heartwarming to see when you just stop kids on the street to hand them a toy and a backpack. So always appreciative of that. Councilmember Fan, I believe, was next, and after her we have Councilmember Lopez for speaking. So Councilmember Fan, floor's yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Chief, for being up here. I wish we can get you a chair. Oh, you do have a chair. Okay, and some water. So just to follow up on the community relations aspect that Councilmember Hernandez was asking, I wanted to go back to one of your slides. So it's stated that there is community relations investment. So can you talk a little bit more about what exactly that means and what falls under that aspect?
So to me, in addition to all the formal programs that we have, and I cite just a sampling that are focused on youth and family here in this brief slide, to me, my direction and my expectation for the police department is that every interaction be an investment in community and genuine community engagement and community trust building. Every opportunity that we have to do that is important. So much so that when I first took over the police department as chief, part of the redirection that occurred was encouraging officers and any personnel that we have to actually get out of their police car and make contact with whoever is in the neighborhood. And this is a separate and aside from responding to a call for service, right? Calling for that, people call us, they don't generally call us to just ask us how you doing. They call us because they're desperate for help. And so the encouragement, and it's a consistent piece and expectation, is that you look for opportunities to engage. When you're responding to, if you happen to be responding to a call and you are aware that, the person lost in a theft all of their, equipment that they cut lawns with. What do you do with that, right? Council member mentioned all these acts of kindness. That is birthed not only from an expectation that is shared from the top down, but it comes from community building and community investment.
Great, thank you. And I wanted to go also back to in your slide, you had mentioned that you increased the number of officers assigned to homeless outreach and engagement from 5 to 10, right? So that 100% increase. Also, some information from Director Downs for 1920. I didn't get the 21-22 cost, but it was $10.3 million in police response. So 17 of police field ops and dispatch was related to homelessness. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I believe that's the cost, is it citywide cost? And so there's a breakdown of that.
For community, for response to homelessness in general?
Correct,
So,
overall.
well, I received $10.3 million police response, $7.7 million fire response, $1.4 million cleanup and code enforcement, $0.7 million park safety, $4 million homeless services, such as supporting Mercy House and CityNet, and $1.2 million for management and legal. And this was in 2019-2020.
Okay. We'll track down Catherine Downs and she can answer that specifically.
Okay, well, I guess my question is, we're up here talking about how do we address the cost and how do we divert calls for support related to homelessness. So in this 21-22 budget, are we still keeping, 10 officers responding to homeless outreach?
Chief,
Go ahead.
So, council members, so right now, as the chief indicated, he has a number that are still dedicated to homeless response, but through the Revive Santa Ana plan, we had wanted to try, and we talked about it before, we want to supplement the CityNet services, we want to add mental health services, and we also want to add additional medical services for the homeless. The CityNet contract that we're trying to work on with them right now includes their own dispatch center. So it hasn't been implemented, but once it is implemented and 911 calls can be diverted to that, what I hope to see is that it would free up the 10 officers that they've dedicated to the COLT team, which would allow them to do other activities, if that makes sense.
And maybe that might include if, say, a person who is houseless has a weapon, a gun, then maybe they would respond? Is that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We can't take away if anybody's in danger or there's a criminal element of it.
But diverting calls in which someone is, say, asleep on the sidewalk.
Exactly.
Thank you. And then if those diverted calls from, say, someone sleeping on the sidewalk, that officer would be freed up to, respond to a violent crime somewhere else. Is that what our goal is?
Exactly.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear a verbal confirmation for those on the call. Okay, great. And so that actually gets me to our 2021 Excel sheet for our calls of service. It's on the city website. So first, thank you so much for providing so much data to our community on the website. As the mayor mentioned, there were about 86,000 calls from December 2020 to April 2021. So I'm just going to name off some numbers or ask some questions about what these types of calls are, so if you can help clarify for me. So we had about 4,500 calls for, quote, suspicious activity. What would fall under suspicious activity?
A whole host and array of activity. And it could be someone that the neighbor does not recognize as being part of that neighborhood. That could be deemed suspicious to the calling party. It could be someone who is maybe more overtly involved in suspicious activity and criminal activity, conducting narcotic sales from a car, for example. It could be a person who's walking up and down a street looking into cars, and that's not normal behavior. So it runs the gamut in terms of trying to cover any and everything that could be suspicious. And what is suspicious to one person is not suspicious to someone else.
Understood, thank you. And what about the 1,500 calls for, quote, abandoned vehicles?
Yes, so those are going to be calls related to the vehicle that may appear to be abandoned to the person who's calling in. Now, there are more obvious signs of abandonment. A vehicle on blocks with no wheels. Clearly someone's not involved in driving that vehicle at the moment. But it could be a vehicle with a couple of flat tires. It could be a vehicle that is extremely dirty and clearly has not been moved. So abandoned vehicle, again, could encompass a whole host of things.
Okay, and what about the 642 calls for vehicle OBS? It's cited as vehicle OBS under patrol activity.
So those are entered as a result of an officer observing some type of activity that they're going to stop a vehicle, speak to someone associated to a vehicle. Those are the basis of those calls.
Thank you. And the 1,400 calls regarding welfare checks, what falls under a welfare check?
That could be someone heard screaming from a house that leads to a domestic violence and, something worse. It could be, a young person who's driving a vehicle that is so young-looking that probably shouldn't be driving a car, took mom or dad's car. Again, it runs the gamut of the type of specific calls. And if I could preface, in all of these subcategories that you're, asking me about, in terms of, extrapolating, well, all of these calls could have been diverted elsewhere. The issue there is, of course, we don't know what that unknown call is. We simply don't know. One of our recent double murders, a murder-suicide, was an unknown trouble call initially, which then leads to hours and days of investigations and a whole host of police resources.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And what falls under the 4,400 calls for, quote, parking problem?
So that's a car that's double parked, that's a car that's blocking a hydrant, that's a car that's blocking someone's driveway access, double parked cars parked in the, again, it just vehicles that aren't parked appropriately on the side,
Thank you, no, that's, just wanted to make sure there's no legend to explain each of these categories in the Excel sheet, so I just want to make sure I fully understand what they are. And then we have about 8,300 calls regarding traffic stops. And that would, like you said, run everything from speeding to expired tags to tinted windows and broken taillights.
Suspected DUI, reckless driving, a whole host of things.
I actually think DUI might be, or maybe not, under a different call, but okay. So that's very helpful. We have thousands of calls, all of these things, and as you were, mentioning, some of them can lead to, like that case in which you said there was a murder-homicide, right? One of my colleagues had mentioned, well, we should enforce all our laws, and sure, we should. If we had all the resources in the world, in an ideal world, nobody would break the law. But we live in the reality of a restrained budget. And so, he had an example of, say, a person driving without their lights on, right? Would you consider that a dangerous situation?
With their lights
Off, without their lights on, yeah.
Yes, that could be very dangerous. Could lead to an injury, could lead to a death, etc.
Okay, yes. And let's say one of their taillights is out. That could also lead to, maybe they can't see the turn signal and it's dangerous for the other drivers, right?
Has in fact led to collisions because you're not signaling what your intention is as a driver, yes.
Right, thank you. So in those cases, it's possible that people may be in imminent danger because of these vehicle problems.
Possibly.
Okay. Now, can you please explain to me what imminent danger there is for an expired tag?
Imminent danger related to a expired tag. Solely based on that preface, I don't know that there is. I don't know that you could establish that solely based on that singular perspective and view. Vehicle, expired tags, and everything else, quote unquote, looks normal. I don't know that you could extrapolate imminent danger.
Right, and so I guess my point in saying that is, we talk about traffic stops for something like an expired tag or a broken taillight or not having your front lights on or tinted windows and saying, well, that might lead to a more dangerous situation or a warranted arrest or a drug bust, for example. However, again, we're talking about a specific type of stop. And you don't know if someone with an expired tag who's not putting anyone else in actual danger has any of these other issues involved. You'd have to, as an officer, right, stop this person, ask them all these questions, take time away from, say, other cases that are currently violent in order to address this traffic stop, right?
That would require an officer to investigate further.
Right.
Correct.
So I guess my point is, our field operations is working on $2.6 million of overtime. Every department has different types of overtime involved. And well, if my field officers are spending, 1,500 calls for for abandoned vehicles, and 600 calls for vehicle observation, 1,400 calls for welfare checks, and 4,500 calls for parking problems. You know, I think a lot of that, maybe it's for our dispatch, that should clarify that, hey, we can send somebody else other than uniformed police officer who could be spending time on, you know, whether it's a homicide or an attack or a violent crime.
And if I may, and in fact, we do that.
Okay.
We have parking control officers, civilian staff, both in service to the police department and contract services, wherever possible, we're going to dispatch to the lowest possible level, right? And so we, if I may, we operate from a responsive platform to our community. And so, you know, that vehicle blocking my ability to get in and out of my parking space is very, very important to that individual, right? And so if we have a parking control person available or someone else, we're going to dispatch them as opposed to an officer, take the officer's time. But when that resource isn't available, and it's not available 24/7, sworn officers are, we're going to dispatch.
And I guess then maybe my comment to you or city manager is that if parking control is truly that important to our residents, and I understand it is because you might need to go to work, and you know, parking control is significantly more affordable than a uniformed police officer trained to handle a dangerous situation who should be spending their time dealing with dangerous situations, then I would like to see us move some of that overtime that's being spent on parking control to a contracted position or some other code enforcement position that would, you know, free up some time for our officers or not require them to be working overtime. That would be my general comment regarding something where it's not a dangerous situation, but we can still be responsive.
And if I may, so again, going back to the preface that we truly don't know what is going to be a dangerous situation. So at the pleasure of the council, at the direction of the city manager, if the direction is to not, you know, be responsive to these types of calls for service, then, you know, we need to take a broader look at this and a broader perspective on what are we not going to do, and be very transparent and open with our public. What are we not going to do if we're not going to fund? And again, I started my presentation with $0 added, $0 added, and a very, very robust looked at what can we do different. You have my commitment there, and I just would be concerned, would be very concerned if we move away from our focus on this dual approach of traditional-based policing and community engagement, community-based policing.
I wasn't sure if you had a...
Oh, Councilmember, I was just going to say, we certainly can explore that. One of the challenges that we do have is your only 24-hour operations that's fully staffed is your police department. So it's similar to what the mayor's comment was. A lot of stuff happens and default it lands up into the police department. So to have the code enforcement on a 24-hour, 7 days a week schedule and the resources and the vehicles, it would take us a substantial exploration of it and costing of it for you. But we can certainly explore that.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, because a parking problem shouldn't require an armed peace officer who's trained to do other things. And so I would like to see something like that. And I do appreciate that there is no increase in the budget. However, part of the conversation, as we say, expanding the Family Justice Center, expanding PAL, although I think that's already in the budget, or potentially doing more work in the community itself, that's where I guess I would like to see you shifting the focus, right? Because again, we have a lot of overtime in a number of areas. I'm focusing on field operations because that's the highest amount overall. And when I'm looking at some of these issues where we're doing traffic stops for something that is not inherently dangerous, but, quote, might lead to something more dangerous, to me, you know, we are committing officers to doing overtime for something that might or might not be fruitful. Now, I would love to see you follow up with statistics and data in our city regarding the number of traffic stops for, you know, whether it's a broken taillight, not lights, you know, tags that actually lead to broader enforcement. That would be really helpful for me. So I would like to follow up on that. Now, question about communications for the shifting to the jail, I guess. No one's really asked about that yet. So shifting to the jail, I think in the budget it had mentioned that there is $216,000, sorry, no, it's under communications, just for police department, $216,000 in salary overtime for communications. Can you help me understand what that is, or what that's for?
I don't know where you're referring to. Is that under dispatch?
Apologies, it just says police department communications. It's item 61040.
Dispatch, yeah. Yeah, so that's overtime for our dispatch services.
Okay, so they fall under communications.
Yeah, the jail doesn't have dispatchers.
Right. Sorry, I thought it was together, but it's not. It's separate.
Okay,
So now I'll get to the jail. Thank you.
Sorry.
Now the jail overtime is stated for, I think, $578,000. What is that?
So that is essentially to provide safe staffing levels for our operations in the jail. We have a number of vacancies, and so we need to augment the staffing with overtime. Once we hire all those positions, it's similar to the patrol overtime. Once we hire all those positions, then you will see the decrease in overtime expenditure there.
Okay, and so are those vacancies part of those funded vacancies that just need to be filled?
Yes, those are going to be filled, correct.
Great. And now just for additional clarification, because again, I think I've asked some questions about the jail just with you, but I don't understand, part of the staff report, it might have been from May 24th, that stated, the jail is a cost. Whoever tried to sell say the jail was a revenue generating activity was lying. I think that, a jail is a service that the city provides in dealing with police activity or public safety activity. But it does state that even with the expansion of the last module, or the use of the last module, let me clarify, we would still be $2.5 million in the hole after we even pay off the jail, right? So best estimate, it's $2.5 million in the red. Okay. And then there's a estimate for a booking facility that would cost us $8 million. Can you just help walk me through step by step what the costs are and why it would be $8 million?
So it has to do with the type of custodial facility that we have, a type 2 facility. If one of our officers has to book a prisoner, they can come and do it at our city jail. Generally, they can be in and out in 20 minutes unless there's some extenuating circumstance, require a medical clearance, et cetera. You're also incorporating costs of having our officers go back to a model that was in place over 25 years ago, and that's going to our local county jail. In addition to the cost, and the cost back when the jail was implemented was, I provided this to a couple of council members, it was nearly $200, I want to say $175, $185. Those are dollars 20 years ago. So I don't know what the current cost would be, but it's significant. In addition to that, the staff hours required for our personnel to sit at the county jail are significant. That 20 minutes turns into multiple hours per booking, per arrest. So that's the difference. If we went to a type 1 facility, our cost would actually go up to that level. So this, what previous administrations provided in terms of, the jail service and what it is, I can't speak to that, but it's a service that requires funding. And what I can tell you is that our Santa Ana jail operates efficiently, and it has a very, very strong platform in recuperating costs. So you'll see that the revenue, I believe it's in the area of about $16 million. So you don't see that in other city jail operations. We do a good job there. We have good relationships with the different institutions that we work with, and the jail staff work very closely to ensure that we are charging and recouping those revenues wherever possible.
Thank you. And just some clarification, because, out in the universe, people might or might not get accurate data. So, some folks are saying, well, in Santa Ana, we might arrest somebody, but they're actually held at the Orange County Jail, not at the Santa Ana Jail.
So it depends on the type of booking, or if there is a specific security threat. In fact, the reverse could be true. We could get a call from the local sheriff or another agency to actually house one of their inmates. But generally speaking, they're going to start here. And unless there's, we provide extensive medical services, but we don't provide the full spectrum that the county jail has in place. We're very close, but we don't have the entire platform. So in those circumstances, we certainly want to provide the medical care required for anyone arrested or detained, and we want to transfer.
Thanks. And but you did mention that we do provide a number of services for those who are at the jail, right? Can you just run through those quickly?
Absolutely. So in this there's some threads and some of the other comments from council tonight and other conversations that I've had with you all. We operate a custodial facility with purpose. Clearly, folks are there because they have violated the law and they're remanded to custody. But while they're there, what are they doing? We want to be a contributor to positive interaction and skill building. There's opportunities for folks to acquire their GED. We have, and this was altered somewhat during the pandemic, of course, but at the height of Opcom, we're transitioning back, as the rest of the world is. Faith-based services. We have group dialogues that occur. Our jail is different than a traditional custodial environment in that it's a direct supervision model. It's built on trust and the notion that you will behave yourself. And so that's very different than a very traditional discipline top-down custody facility. Our payout on liability exposure incidents that have occurred is well under $500,000 in the 25 years that the jail's been in existence. And it's because of this philosophy. And I will tell you that even I, in the younger part of my career, I couldn't quite put my mind around this. What do you mean you have inmates just walking around with a couple of staff members? It's built on trust, it's built on good behavior, and we don't have people sitting idle.
Thank you. That's very helpful, and also the liability information is very helpful. Just because we've been seeing all sorts of stuff coming out of the Orange County Jail, and I'm glad to hear we're not in the same position. I would also like to see some information regarding folks who have, what kind of activity they've gotten or done, how many of them have gotten a GED. You're talking about all these programs, but I'd like to see kind of the effects of that on those who are housed in our jail at the next meeting, or follow up.
My jail commander and assistant jail commander are listening in the cloud.
Oh, got it.
I'm sure.
Great. And so my other question is, when we're talking about this booking facility and housing folks either not housing, but holding folks OC County or in the Santa Ana jail, what is the comparison with our jail and other jails in the county or in the Southern California region regarding costs and efficiencies?
That's a good question. I don't know that we're one of the largest city jails in operation, and so a lot of the city jails in Orange County specifically, they just don't compare in size. And so I don't know what their operating costs are. A lot of them exist from a pay to stay. You're convicted of a crime and you're going to pay a fee to stay there at their facility. We have that element here as well, but a lot of those smaller jails, that's really their focus, and then holding people for very short periods of time as well. We can certainly kind of look at a comparative with other like-sized facilities.
Great, thank you. I had another question and it totally left my mind, so if I do remember, I'll ask about it.
It'll come back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe Councilmember Lopez is next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Chief, I'll keep my comments super brief. I know it's late. But I do just want to, express that I 100% agree with being proactive and seeing how money can be shifted to invest in crime prevention. So, I do want to see the MET be at 5.5 as opposed to what we're seeing now. And, continuing the topic of like diversion, I think that it will have a positive impact on Santa Ana PD and our community as a whole, because more than 7,000 calls were placed in the last 6 months for dealing with unhoused folks. And so when we are able to free up our officers from this work, I do think that the tide will shift. And, again, I don't think that police officers signed up for that work. And I am thankful that they do it, that they've helped with the crisis that we are facing. But I do want to relieve them of that unfair responsibility. And so, from the data that I was looking at, I read that approximately 31,000 calls had been placed in the last 6 months. That could be responded in an alternative manner. And so, these include categories that read as transient activity, traffic stops, road hazards, and lower priority calls. And so I do think it needs to be a serious consideration. And those are going to be my final comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Chief Valentin, for still standing. I wanted to reiterate some of what my colleagues said in regards to always making an effort to divert calls from homeless-related calls. I know that it's a serious problem that we've had, and it's a majority of our officers' time is taken up with that. I know that over the last couple of years, we've been working hard on doing just that, whether it was contracting out with CityNet to try to move away from having an armed police officer respond to these calls. I know it started with putting together the COLT team that encompasses various departments, and then now contracting out with nonprofits like CityNet. And I'm just wanted to announce that, as member of the ad hoc committee to address homelessness, next week we're going to be touring Be Well OC, which is a way where we could have private-public partnerships. I know the city of Garden Grove, Huntington Beach have moved in that direction to not just for the unhoused members of our community, but members of all incomes across the city that are suffering from mental health and drug-related issues, where we won't have police officers responding to these calls, but somebody hopefully from these different partnerships that we're trying to put together. So there's a lot of work still left to do. I definitely agree with my colleagues when it comes to that. It's something that we most definitely should address. And I know we have been, but like I said, always room for improvement. And I had another thought that just, like Councilmember Fan, slipped my mind. So Mayor Sarmiento, I will end it there, but if you come back to me, I'll let you know.
Great. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I too appreciate what I'm hearing from my colleagues, because what I'm hearing isn't what we were hearing a year ago, which was defund PD, dismantle PD. Well, we're talking about keeping the budget very similar to what it was last year after we got very surgical in trying to reconfigure police's operations, budget, et cetera. But a lot of the things that my colleagues are talking about, number one, fatigue from overtime. I mean, I don't want an officer responding to a call that's been on the beat for, over 8 hours, let alone 10 or 12. And the only way we're going to drive down overtime is to fill these positions that are authorized but not funded. And that would actually mean, the horror, let me say it out loud, actually increasing funding towards our police. And that's something that we need to be honest with ourselves about. We want to make sure that our police are trained. We want to make sure that they have resources. One of my colleagues said more mental health resources, more trauma care resources. Couldn't agree more. Anything to improve the well-being of our police officers so that they are able to serve the community in an adequate, exceptional way. Yeah, I would like to see us do that for them, but I think we have to be really honest with ourselves and say, look, we know that we aren't here trying to dismantle the police. We're here to try to make them better and to serve our community better. But the only way we're going to do that is to be honest that defunding, taking away the funding is not going to be the answer. The reality is going to be we're going to have to look at how do we reduce overtime? Well, it's going to have to be hiring more officers. We're going to have to put resources towards PD, not think of creative ways to appease certain squeaky wheels that want to just dismantle it. So honestly, I'm very optimistic of the conversation that I'm hearing from my colleagues, because ultimately it sounds like what we're trying to do here is make our police department better. And as I said at the beginning of my comments, we've always been one of the more progressive police departments in the nation. And I would like to see us continue in that same vein. So again, I'm really optimistic from what I'm hearing tonight. I'm looking forward to our deliberation later. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mayor Pro Tem, you remembered your question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I regained that thought I had, which was 100% related to my initial thought. But I think there's also, I'm hearing a lot of my colleagues echo the same thing, and I agree. It's, trying to direct policy to divert an armed officer responding to these calls. And, a lot of times we think of when somebody calls 911, we expect an officer to respond. At least that's what our community thinks. Residents of the city of Santa Ana, they call 911 for whatever issue they're having. They expect an armed officer to arrive most of the time. So I think one way where we could work on this, Chief, is as you look at ways of how to address this, along with the city management and across our city departments, is educating the public as well, because the public is still going to call 911 and demand that an officer shows up to whatever the call may be. And one way that we definitely need to work on together, Madam City Manager, Police Chief Valentin, CDA Director Mendoza, is coming up with some kind of campaign where we simply do that, is educate the public on the other resources available out there, who they could call if there's an individual on their front lawn yelling at all hours of the night, or having an episode related to drugs. I mean, there are resources out there that we're already slowly but surely, working with, that could respond to this. But the public doesn't know that. The public, again, is just going to call 911 and demand the police officer. So we have to find ways, maybe at your community events, at your and I'm hoping we have more of those as COVID restrictions lift, at your coffee with the cop, at your Friday night lights or lights on with the cop, I forget what it's called, but at all these other events and Parks and Rec events, we should have informational booths available to the public of this is what, educating them on, this is what we, when and not you should call the police. I mean, a lot of times our community doesn't know better. They'll call 911 and they'll flood our dispatchers with calls, and that's also a huge component that we should talk about and address, is educating our residents on what we offer, what residents don't know, that we contract with CityNet, and and I know that our dispatchers oftentimes have to make that call, that decision. Do I send out an officer? Do I forward it? If it's 2, 3 in the morning, on a Saturday night, we're not sure. So I'm hoping that from this conversation, we come up with a, legit plan where we could have that citywide educational effort on how, or on what the services are available, so that the public just doesn't, call 911 for things that maybe we don't need an officer at. So that's it, Mayor.
Great comments.
Thank you.
I think that goes along with your community engagement. So, and also I agree with Councilmember Becerra. I don't think, I don't think anybody believes that, and while you're going to catch your second wind, we're going to go ahead and, go to the next department head. But thank you first of all, for fielding some very difficult questions, Chief. I think they were fair, all of them. I think they were all fair and reasonable, and literally, these are things that I think many members of the public would like to ask, and they can't, but by way of listening, I guess, through us, which we are, their representatives, I think it's important that you gave some very salient responses. And I don't think anybody is saying, let's dismantle the department or let's take resources away. I think if anything, I go back to the presentation that the city manager presented to us, and it was labeled rethinking police response. And I think that's really where everybody needs to be, where, we are looking at ways to improve, not to abandon, right? And to the extent that there is a very good opportunity right now, and I think you heard some very good suggestions of ways that things don't have to be increased, things just have to be adjusted. I hope that you took them in good faith, because I believe everybody had good intentions as they were making these comments to you. And I know you, being from this community, you are somebody who, was raised here, lives here, and, is integrally connected to this community, understands that it's a complex city, and, we can't do policing the way we did, even 10 years ago, which seems like a long time ago, because the community evolves and practices evolve. And that's why I think we have so much hope in you, because you seem to have that ability to transition a department that may be, may have some practices that could be improved, and others that could be, adopted. So we certainly have that good faith in you, and hopefully you took all these comments in good faith, which is what I believe all of us meant. City Manager, I think you heard
Yes,
all the comments
we've
we have.
taken notes, and I definitely will be following up with the chief. And Chief, you can sit down now.
All right.
Give that man some oxygen.
So you have 3 to go, sir. The next one is OCFA.
Great.
Not that. No, you can have the trophy, sir. 3 hours or 40 minutes. Go ahead.
Chief Henry, we were just warming up with Chief Valentine.
That's what I thought,
yeah.
sir. Well, good evening, and thank you for having me, and to the mayor, to the city council, and the city staff. I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about the fire authority. I've been in the fire service since '84, and I got to tell you, I think last year was probably one of the most challenging years that we saw as far as emergency events, and continues to be so for all the reasons that everybody's well aware of. With that being said, the people of your fire department rose to the occasion and are still doing so every day, and I couldn't be more prouder. And unlike other emergencies that we have dealt with, the pandemic, I think, challenged us in ways in complexity as well as duration, and it continues to do so. So, our flow chart, especially for some of our new council, right, we have our division chief, that's my position. I've got administrative captain, and I've got administrative assistant. I have operations. We serve 10 fire stations. We have 3 battalion chiefs on duty, 48 members on a day, 12 different companies, basically serving the city. And last year we had 34,000 calls for assistance. Our community risk reduction, which is our fire prevention group, as an assistant fire marshal, 4 inspectors, and an office specialist. And then our community education is 1 person, and then our administrative piece that I talked about. And we roughly make up about 6% of the city's budget. I think it's important that under the fire department budget piece, we account for about 4.5–5%. The rest goes to the ambulance contract of about $5 million, as well as our budgeting for the billing piece. And here's a perfect example of that breakdown. This year, we are going to see a cost increase of about 4.5%. Majority of that, 47% of that, is due to personnel costs for MOU contractual agreements, as well as overtime and workers' comp, as well as health insurance. When we talk about the overtime piece, one of the things that I'm sure you'll be asking me more questions in related to that is why our costs went up this year. We had a tremendous amount of people that were off. Out of 1,300 members, we had about 300 of our members that were affected directly by COVID. And I'm lucky to say that nobody was seriously injured. We did have some people that were hospitalized, but because of that, that increased our overtime costs, as well as our workers' comp cost. Last year, we had a number of big incidents, and the COVID, because we're self-insured, right, our workers' comp costs went up, and as you can see, that accounts for about 27% of that increase. And then obviously our service and supplies. So what did we do last year? I think the first thing that comes to mind, right, was the COVID pandemic response. I think we talked about that a little bit. I never thought that we would be dealing with it to the capacity that we did. And one of the first things that we were challenged with, right, was understanding that and how do we keep our people safe. And we struggled like everyone else with trying to get the PPE, understanding how we were going to identify calls, and at that point make some changes to keep our personnel as safe as possible and continue to serve the community. At one point during the height of that, about 50% of the calls that we were responding to were COVID related, or had the potential to be COVID related. And on top of that, in December of this last year, we were asked by the Orange County Healthcare Agency to assist with providing some oversight, leadership, and guidance in putting together the teams as they wanted to build out these super pods. One of the things that's I think is important, right, is the super pod that was here put in Santa Ana has basically vaccinated over 100,000 people since its operation. And we've been a huge part of that. Our teams of people that provided that leadership and oversight, right, was basically taking a very different, diverse group of people, healthcare workers, volunteers, city, county employees, and basically blending them to provide the service that we needed to do to help people get vaccinated. When we look at the calls of service that the city of Santa Ana basically provides, we had about 34,000 calls of service. Now, the fire authority serves 23 cities in the unincorporated, and last year we generated 122,000 calls for service. So when you think that Santa Ana is accounting for about 25% of that, it's quite a busy place, as you guys are well aware. Something I'm very proud of, even though we had to do socially distancing and stuff, is we had 70 community outreach events. A lot of that was virtual, right? A lot of it was in person, including providing a CERT classes, socially distanced, wearing masks and all of that. And we were able to try to continue to provide education, outreach, and experiences for our people the best that we could. And I never got so familiar with Zoom until this last year like everyone else, but it was a great experience for all of us. On top of all of that, when you add all of that, right, we also partnered with our law enforcement members to assist and provide services during some of the events that happened last year. And then, of course, we still had fires. And last year we had 3 large wildfires that impacted the county, the Silverado, the Blue Ridge, and the bonfires. I'm sad to say that during the Silverado fire, we had 2 of our wildland firefighters that were critically injured and spent numerous months in the hospital. I doubt that they will ever return to work just due to the significance of their injuries. I'm happy to say that both of them are out of the hospital after having over 20 surgeries and basically are in recovery, and we're continuing to work through that.
So looking at those 34,000 calls for service, here's a quick snapshot, right? Obviously, the majority of that is EMS. The 2% is fire, and then the other 21% accounts for all other types of service, and that could be simply as a smell of gas in a structure, traffic accidents, somebody threatening to jump off of a building, automatic alarms, hazardous materials calls, down power lines because a tree's fallen over a wind, or anything else that might be related to that. So our goals, even though we are transitioning out of the super pod, we are still going to be involved to some degree with some of the mobile pods. We'll continue to respond for people that are having COVID-related symptoms and issues. And so I believe COVID is going to become part of our new norm, just in a different capacity. One of the things that we are doing in this division is we are expanding our Explorer Splash Cadet program. As you know, we have a cadet program here in the city at our Station 75, which is down there off of 1st and Main, and it's one of the largest posts. And one of the things that we are piloting is giving our youth an opportunity to have other experiences. We know that some of them won't go on to become firefighters. So one of the things that we're doing now is we're going to allow them to have experiences where they actually learn from either become, doing a sit-along in our dispatch center, work side by side with our community educator, learn what it takes to become a fire prevention person, or go on to job shadow our mechanics and our support services, so that allows them to have some opportunities for this. This year, we have hired a diversity, equity, inclusion coordinator. And the thought to do this, it will serve the entire department, but started about 3 or 4 years ago when we were looking to increase awareness and understanding, right, and be more reflective. We started with simple things like our Girls Empowerment Camp that allowed people to come in and have experiences. And with our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Coordinator, it's two-pronged. One is to bring awareness and understanding internally. The other thing is to look for creative ways to do outreach, right, to hire more diverse and members in our society. We will continue to partner with our law enforcement partners here in the city as well as in the county. One of the things that we saw during last year was we saw an increase of fires related to people that were homeless, and we're continuing to work in targeting those areas in ways that we can do that. Lastly, our biggest goal, right, will be continuing to do community outreach. We're excited about getting back to some semblance of normal, being involved in the schools and reducing the impacts of fire, drowning, and other public issues. And then just this week, we had a meeting with Santa Ana Unified, and we're working with them on a grant program to provide opportunities for our youth in middle school as well as high school to learn about a pathway in public service, and also related to ethnic studies. So that's a big piece to that. So that'll be interesting and a new piece for that. And we'll be moving forward. With that, I will take any questions, anything that I can help you with.
Thank you, Chief Henry. Thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and call on Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Division Chief Henry, I just wanted to thank you for and apologize really for the reason why you're up here. If you recall, at the last budget, we kind of just glossed over the fire department, and it was like, this is it, next page. And it was like, wait a minute. So happy you're here. It's important we show our community, where their dollars are being spent.
Yes, sir.
I know it has been an extremely busy year for all of you. I just wanted to kind of show my support for your thinking of OCFA. I would think we need a diversity, equity, and inclusion coordinator.
Yes.
Because of I know that personally, when I've had the fire department respond to my house, only once in the last 5 years, thankfully.
Thank God, sir.
That's not, a service you want to call to your house because it's usually someone ill. I had to translate for my mom and the fire department because of, I believe it was like 4 of them or 5, but none of them, from what I remember, spoke Spanish. So it'd always be nice to move in that direction, make sure that as we're hiring at OCFA and firefighters that provide service to a community like Santa Ana, we keep in mind that it is a largely Spanish-speaking community, and we should always strive to have bilingual firefighters on deck. I know they're out there. Good friends of mine are members of OCFA, previously Santa Ana Fire Department, then transferred over, and the cadet program too, and they're both bilingual, so I know they're there.
Yes, they are.
But as we're working towards that, always important. But thank you for the work, and yeah, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for those comments. I believe Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Hi, Chief Henry.
Hi.
I do want to take this opportunity to thank you for all the work that you and the rest of the firefighters do. For those listening that don't know, I do sit on the OCFA board, and the board is also having budget discussions, and they are ongoing. So if there are any major changes, I will make sure to report back to Santa Ana residents. But thank you also for sending me the list of community events. Going through it made me really excited that even during a pandemic, OCFA really showed up for the community and got creative. And so I'm looking forward to continuing to support our community events. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, thank you for all that you do and all that your firefighters do for our city.
It's our honor, sir.
Unfortunately, it was not shocking to hear that your folks were very impacted by COVID. You guys are legitimately, when we talk about frontline responders, that's exactly what you guys are doing. And so, again, I'm appreciative. I know my constituents appreciate everything that you and your team does. To jump back into budget on page 300, we talk about the Fire Facilities Fund. And, when I had my ride along with you last year, you showed me some of the great attributes of our facilities, but you also showed me that we need to improve some of our facilities.
Yes.
And I have to tell you, I didn't like seeing that there was a proposed decrease of about $236,000 for the Fire Facilities Fund. I don't know if you or maybe Catherine or someone could explain why there would be a decrease to something that's such a core service, and obviously you guys need the facilities.
Thank you for the question. The Fire Facilities Fund draws on basically developer revenues, which come in erratically. There's no constant source of revenue like, say, a tax. And so the budget is based on availability and upon the top priorities for the fire stations. And our municipal code limits what we can spend that money on. So it really has to be something that supports firefighting, like maybe a roll-up door on a fire station. It would not support, say, like bathrooms for staff. And so because of the restrictions on the money, the highest priorities of projects involved, and the availability of funds, because they don't come in the same every year, that's why you'll see the budget fluctuate. And so maybe it happened to go down this year, but maybe next year you might see it increase.
So help me understand then. So OCFA provides our services, but the city of Santa Ana continues to own the stations.
That's correct.
So like any asset that we have, what's our revenue source for improving our assets?
What is the revenue source?
Yeah, what funds are we using to improve our fire facilities?
Yeah, for the fire facilities, it's only that fund that collects those developer fees, if you will. There is no other dedicated source of funding. So if we wanted to do things like, say, improve employee restrooms at the fire station, we would probably need to pull from the general fund.
Okay. And this is kind of unfortunately a theme that we have here, where some of these basic core services we overlook. We just assume they're magically funded, they've all been taken care of, and I would encourage all my colleagues to go along with Chief Henry and take a look at our facilities, because again, we have some outstanding facilities, but we also have some that are in dire need of repair, and it's frustrating that we don't have dedicated revenue streams for some of our core basic functions. And fire, we're all sitting up here showering praise on the chief and his troops, and I will continue to do that, but I also will continue to advocate so that they have the resources so that they can continue to service our communities. So thank you, Kat. I just have one more question for the chief, and that is, you talked about your calls for service, and I was curious, of those calls, because you had other and then EMT, and so what I'm curious about is, what's a percentage of those calls, of both categories, that are homeless related? So for instance, you mentioned homeless fires, like fires that are started. We've seen them out there on the Union Pacific right-of-way. We've also seen, at least down on the south end of town, where you'll have a homeless person who's unresponsive at a bus stop, and your folks get called in. So just out of curiosity, what percentage are related to the homeless?
The rough numbers that we have right now are about 4 to 6%. Okay.
4 to 6?
4 to 6%.
Are related to the homeless?
Homeless, okay, based on the last calendar year to this year.
Okay.
And I wish I could give you a more definitive number. If we respond to, like when we're responding to the courtyard, right, we can query that and we have a direct address. Otherwise, it's subjective, right? The individual making the report may reflect that, yes, they appeared to be houseless, or, they may or they may not know that.
Right.
But it's about 4 to 6% is what we're seeing on an average.
I would ask, going into this next year, if you could try to, keep an accurate tally, because I think that's something that's very important. I know Mayor Pro Tem's brought this up, where we as a city spend such an outrageous amount dealing with the homeless. And I know your firefighters are out there, whether it's reviving them or having to deal with fires. I just want to make sure that we understand the true costs that Santa Ana and our taxpayers are enduring. So if you wouldn't mind doing that as we go forward. Those are my questions right now. Thank you, Chief Henry.
Absolutely.
Thank you for those. Anybody else have any questions? Madam Clerk, is there anybody in the queue or anybody on the phone?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilmember Mendoza.
yes, I just want to commend the chief and the participation of the fire department in the vaccination efforts. I'm sure you've saved a lot of lives in that manner. And I'm glad that you're expanding the cadet program, because I'm all about providing internships for our youth. And also that you maintain focus on educating our youth in safety issues such as drowning. So I'm very glad that we have these items as a priority. So thank you for all the good work, and accolades to you and your department.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other? Councilmember Fan.
Hi, thank you, Chief. Just for my edification, so in the Division 6, it does, mention the 3 large wildfires in Orange County. So Silverado, Blue Ridge, and bonfires, and I think we all know wildfires is a part of daily, annual life here in California. So does this mean that OCFA Division 6, as paid for by the city of Santa Ana, is responding, right,
Yes.
to these? Okay. So were any of these fires in the city of Santa Ana?
No.
Okay. And so is that just a part of the pooling that OCFA does, that we're paying also to provide services to other cities?
Yes, if I understand the question is, did any of the firefighters from Santa Ana respond to those fires? Is that the first question, ma'am?
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand. Obviously, this is a pretty large $51 million cost for the city, and I fully understand we have a ton of calls. But I guess I just wanted clarification that some of our police officers, as paid for by Santa Ana tax dollars, is being used to respond to wildfires in other cities.
Council member, if I may answer that question. So in public safety, there's what's called mutual aid, where agencies will send individuals in outside of their jurisdiction to assist with emergencies. For OCFA, they do a true-up every year, and they actually will look at what our contract price is, and they will look at what services were actually provided to our city. So there is a reconciliation and a process. So it's not like if there was a terrible fire and all of our resources were sent out, well, they would first never send all of our resources out, but that we would completely be eating those costs. So hopefully that helps answer the question.
That does. So, the true-up makes a lot of sense because I think we all know none of those, like as you mentioned, we're in the city of Santa Ana, and so if we're spending hundreds of thousands or potentially even millions of dollars for our firefighters to work there, I'd like to see kind of that accounting, but that's really helpful that there's a true-up. So regarding the overtime, and I apologize if I did miss this, can you help explain to me, was the overtime in relation to the fire response, or was it really in relation to the COVID response?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
All right. And then I guess I also wanted to better understand the 2020 fire call statistics. It says 70% is EMS, other, and then fire. That sounds really backwards to me, but if you can help enlighten me as to why 77% of the calls are EMS, or is it just someone had a heart attack and fire is responding?
So all of our paramedics, are assigned to fire engines. So if I'm understanding the question, the types of calls, right, are a lot of them are health related, and it could be simple slip and fall. It could be somebody not breathing. It could be a car accident, whatever the case may be.
Okay, and for these medical-related services, say a slip and fall or someone had a heart attack, who's the person who's actually providing the medical attention? Is it the firefighter or an EMT?
So if I can explain.
Yeah, that would be helpful, thank you.
Absolutely. So all of the units, the 12 units that you have in the city of Santa Ana, right, that the OCFA provides, all of them have 2 paramedics on it and also have 2 EMTs on it. Okay, and so they'll respond as a unit and assess the patient and then treat accordingly, and then care ambulance will respond and transport the patient to a hospital, or if they don't need to be transported, might be just an education, like sometimes people may call us because they go, hey, I feel like I'm sick, I want to go to the hospital. Okay, we come out there and we say, you can go to the hospital by an ambulance, or you can go by yourself in a car, all of those kind of things. So sometimes that's the case as well. So,
okay.
But if the question is who treats them, it's the paramedics and then the EMTs that are there to assist. And I hope that answer it for you.
Yeah, so I guess I understand, EMTs do have medical training, but less medical training than a paramedic.
Yes.
And so when you say a unit has 2 EMTs and 2 paramedics, who else is part of this unit that responds? Are there other firefighters?
Yeah, so they're all firefighters.
Okay.
Okay. On the unit, there's a supervisor, that's the captain. Then there's the driver, who's we call them the engineer or the operator. And then you have 2 firefighters. They could be firefighter EMTs, or they could be a combination of a firefighter paramedic. So they're dual role.
Got it. But how many people is in one unit who would respond to a call?
4.
Okay, a total of 4.
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to understand that, because if somebody has a slip and fall, I just wanted to make sure we didn't send 8 people out who are, ready to go to answer to a fire when it's a slip and fall.
Right.
because again, like we were questioning with the officers, the peace officers, there are some calls that warrant additional attention and others that warrant potentially less attention. And I am not part of OCFA board. I know Councilmember Lopez is. But when we do have these calls where someone is saying, I slipped and I fell, I guess would ask that in dealing with the cost or personnel costs, that maybe we just send the 2 EMTs or 1 EMT and 1 paramedic, just to look at that, because we don't, I think, need 2 paramedics and 2 EMTs to go in a fire engine to respond to someone who slipped and fell at a target. Right. And that is a significant cost, especially if we're getting 35,000 calls, 77% of which are EMT and not fire. And so with that, that concludes my comments and questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Great comments. So not seeing or hearing any other questions or comments from the council. So Chief, I think I'm the only one who remembers the transition from our own fire department to OCFA, and it was painful because we lost a department that preceded even the founding of our city. But it was less painful because we know it was a transition where a lot of the staff was absorbed. We got to keep our stations, the equipment, and I know it's been as seamless as we could, I think, as all of us could imagine, because it could have been a lot bumpier. But I think, for the most part, it's been, an effective transition. It was important. I mean, we were looking at a recession at the time, and it was just a very painful time in the city's history. So, I know that, the question was asked on response time, so, we appreciate that continuing to be a priority. And, I agree with some of the comments made about us maintaining those assets that we have, which are our fire stations. I mean, they're the cities. Maybe one day we have our own department back, and, to the extent that that may happen, who knows, how far down in the future. I don't ever want to give up on that, opportunity or on that hope. But, we want to maintain these facilities, and, that just to make sure that, we have our firefighters, living and being in a safe environment. That's always important. So, and finally, just thank you for all of what you did during the build out of the, I wouldn't say it was a super pod, but it was a medium pod over at Santa Ana College. But the way you all went about doing it very quickly, very efficiently and effectively, and I know you did it throughout the county, but the one that was here was extremely special and important, when we went out and toured, because we really had to plead and beg for that one to be brought here in Santa Ana, and I know you all heard us and you built it out that much quicker. So thank you for everything. Thank you for the presentation.
Welcome,
appreciate it.
Okay, the next one is Public Works Agency, so Director Nabil Saba.
Director Saba's coming to the hot seat.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. As you know, Public Works Agency has many duties and functions in within the city. We maintain the water, sewer, street maintenance, including street sweeping, graffiti, trees, maintenance of the medians. We also overlook engineering, traffic, capital improvement, development, and building fleet maintenance is also one of our functions. We also manage trash collections, stormwater systems, and bus shelters. To get it started, the Public Works Agency is divided into 5 main divisions: administrative services, engineering services, fleet, facilities and stores, water resources, and maintenance services. We have a total of about 234 employees in the agency. Public Works Agency budget is about 30% of the citywide budget. However, we're less than 5% of the general fund. As you can see, we do depend on enterprise funds coming in from water, sewer, and refuse. In addition, we also have some restricted other sources of funds, internal service funds, and capital funds that supports our operation. In terms of capital improvement, we have a plan for next year that consists of about $57.4 million capital improvement plan, which includes municipal facilities, public utilities, drainage and improvements, street improvements, and traffic and safety improvements. I'd just like to highlight the municipal facilities part of the CIP. We do have a dog park in the plans, splash pads that are in the plans, about $5 million that will be installing splash pads for our parks department, sports lighting and facilities. We also have plans to install synthetic turf fields and some improvement on stadium synthetic turf and improvement on the bus shelters, about $1 million worth of improvements on our bus shelters. In the same time, the utilities is receiving quite a bit of improvement. The sewer, we have about $4 million worth of improvements coming in, and in the water infrastructure, we're set to spend about $15 million of improvement for next year, in addition to about $500,000 for the MPDS program. Street improvements, about $16 million. Traffic safety improvements, about $8 million. And I have some specifics if you're interested in these projects. I have a list of them that are included in the CIP plan. So I'd like to highlight some of our accomplishment by division. In the Public Works Agency, the administrative services did absorb a project billing and quarterly reporting function for the capital improvement programs that improve our billing and recovery of cost from regional and state agencies. In the engineering services, we reorganized the division to improve the effectiveness and the efficiencies and responsiveness of the delivery of our CIP projects. In the fleet, facilities, and stores, we completed a major facility and remodel, repairs and replacement of facilities throughout the city. In the Water Resources Division, we initiated the advanced metering infrastructure, smart meters program, and in maintenance services, we expedited the replacement of sidewalk, about $1.4 million worth of work on sidewalk, which had about 1,006 locations in 12 neighborhoods throughout the 6 council wards. Some of the goals that we have for next year is to implement a comprehensive street design program which considers other infrastructure needs such as water, sewer, street lights, signs, sidewalk during the project design phases. We're also looking at requiring all infrastructure CIP projects to include safety features such as fencing, more durable traffic safety controls, bike lanes, anti-graffiti coating on street signs, and to enhance the hardscape in lieu of just using asphalt surfaces. We were also planning to begin the assessment and the consolidation of what we have completed infrastructure plans. We have master plans right now for water, sewer, storm drain, streets, trees, and traffic signals. We're hoping that we would include all these plans on one comprehensive plan for public works. We also working on standardization for conduct a facility assessment of all city facilities and develop a 10-year facility CIP plan. This is in line with what Chief Henry was talking about, some of the facilities that we do capital improvement programs for is the fire stations, and we're hoping that we would do this assessment and have a feel of what the cost would be to invest in these structures. We're also looking at improving the pothole repair service to 48-hour response time by utilizing and marketing the My Santa Ana app. And we are planning to implement and improve technology to improve the water distribution system and to enhance customer service. I know that members of the council really interested in our initiatives and our work on trying to keep the city clean. I just want to talk to you a little bit about the current effort that we have in the Public Works Agency to maintain the cleanliness of the city. We have a homeless service cleanup coordination. We also have illegal dumping removal service from the streets and the sidewalks. We also have, of course, a graffiti removal service with 100% color matching. We also have an weed abatement service on streets and sidewalk, street sweeping, which includes residential and arterial services, and also a bus shelter cleaning service. As you all know, we are in a process of a request for a proposal for solid waste contract, and thank you for your direction, Mayor and the Council. We have asked to enhance the service of the trash collection program or in the RFP, and we added these services, and I'd like to report to you that all of the potential haulers have agreed to provide these services. And some of the services we asked for is a site-specific litter cleaning and bulky item removal, a proactive program, and on-call program where we're not going to wait for, the hauler's not going to wait for someone to call. It's proactive where they will be surveying the city on a daily basis to look for abandoned items for pickup. So that's an improvement there. We also asked for a right-of-way trash container service and cleaning, about 250 extra trash containers that would be spread throughout the entire city, 250 for it to be maintained on a daily basis, 250 of those, and those are separate from the bus shelter trash containers. We are also requiring that the waste hauler to use the My Santa Ana app to report and respond to requests. We also asked for sidewalk, litter, and debris cleaning service. That's a daily service that the that provider will do to clean our sidewalks 6 days a week, 2 crews. In addition to that, we have also asked for a sidewalk power washing service. Same thing. I believe it will be 6 days a week too. So there'll be pressure washing our sidewalks. We also asked for a porter service. We also requested that they clean the bins once a year upon request. We also asked for a clean business initiative. The Clean Business Initiative is basically a program where they will be required to reach out to our businesses and help them clean their sites, their plazas. So there's some investment there, and it's an outreach program that the hauler would be implementing to reach out to the businesses to clear their areas. We also have a weekly cleaning, alley cleaning, in addition to an increased multi-family bulky item pickup. So all these enhancements are included in the new agreement with the solid waste hauler, and we're hoping that some of them will be implemented almost immediately. Some it will be staggered over 2-year implementation period. So with that, I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Saba.
Sure.
And I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. But before that, so that last slide is really impressive.
Oh, thank you.
So that really changes, I think, the scope of services for any waste hauler that I've seen.
Thank you.
Normally, they're very standard, and how many, once a week, twice a week, and so we certainly did depart from that. And
Thank you.
it's amazing that all 4 have have agreed, so.
They
so
had no
far.
choice.
Way to put the screws on. So I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions. Councilmember Becerra.
I don't know if that was a promotion or not. I'm not sure. Well, thank you for that. Thank you, Director Saba, for that presentation. What you and your team does is really, when we talk about core services, we talk about public safety, but we talk about quality of life. What makes us not a third world country? Because we have running water, we have sewer services, storm drains. I mean, your team does it all. But, you know, one of the things that you haven't been given the resources for in the past, and I've been very frustrated about that for the last year and a half that I've been here, and that is what is a very core function in a city that is as walkable as ours, and that is sidewalks. And so it still pains me that in our general fund, we have a big fat goose egg for sidewalks. But if you wouldn't mind elaborating, so thankfully for this year, we have, I believe it's $2 million. Where will that money come from for sidewalks?
We believe that there is some money in the, what we call, let me get you the acronym exactly. It's the, some of the SB1 money, which called the Highway User Tax Account.
The gas tax?
That fund comes to us from the SB1, and we believe that there is about $1 million that we can, not earmarked money, that is, we have to liquidate, meaning we have to close some projects to bring that money forward and use it for sidewalks. So there is a potential that we will have that done and implement and use that money for the sidewalk this time around.
Okay, so we're thankfully going to have an infusion of $2 million. Last year, we had about $1 million come into the sidewalks.
We had $1 million, and actually we did a 1.4 million.
Nice,
Yes.
nice.
That's
Okay,
correct.
and so, you know, you provided the council with an updated report back in April.
Yes.
And in there, you discussed that for, I guess, kind of a total amount that you would need to bring sidewalks up to a certain level to where they could be maintained on a more reasonable level. We're looking at 7 million, you know, million over each year for 7 years. But what would the amount be if let's just say you had the 7 million, you brought the sidewalks up to a reasonable level of service? What would you need on an ongoing basis annually to maintain the sidewalks?
My estimate is about $500,000 a year, just to keep up with the tree uplift and, deterioration, normal deterioration of sidewalks, so about $500,000 a year. After we catch up with our backlog of fixing everything that we have right now.
Yeah, and it's funny, in the budget, in our draft budget, we are allocating $820,000 for crossing guards.
Yes.
Which I find ironic because people are crossing streets, but they are walking on sidewalks. It's kind of like giving a captain a ship, but then there's no ship to give to the captain. So it's kind of ironic. But I actually, and stay put, Madam City Attorney, I have a question for you. In regards to trip and fall cases, folks that are walking our sidewalks and slip or trip, how much are we paying out annually for these types of cases?
So I think I had more recently been asked that question, so I was able to pull some data for fiscal year 2019 and 2020, including all of the lawsuits and claims through the risk management department. That year, there was an expenditure of $463,750. For this current fiscal year, 20 and 2021, the payments to date are $131,850, but we currently have about 10 cases that are pending and 2 new claims that have come in. We experience about 1 to 2 trip and fall claims filed each month. And the total expenditure for the 2 fiscal years right now stands at $595,600.
Wow. So when you put that into context, if we had better sidewalks, we'd probably have a lot less we're paying out for folks injuring themselves, and we would have adequate, if not exceptional, sidewalks, which, again, a very basic core function or deliverable that our city government should be providing. So that's amazing. And Director Saba, you're saying that for $500,000 a year, we would have maintain sidewalks.
We should be able to.
Okay. No, thank you for that. Also, another core function, at least I know I get a lot of calls from constituents about this, are resurfacing streets and potholes. And so I wanted to understand, because as I'm looking through the budget, where is that line item for just road maintenance? So basic, average resurfacing and potholes, because I was looking through it and I saw a couple of items that looked suspiciously like it might be it, but I wasn't 100% sure, so I just wanted to get confirmation.
It'll take me a while to get to that item, but I want to bring your attention to the CIP, where we do have a program funds to do street surface rehab.
Okay.
And we have some money that is included in there for next year.
And if I can add, just most recently at the council meeting, they approved a
Yes.
contract, a large contract for a not-to-exceed amount to do that type of work, the slurry seals, to keep the streets up to a certain quality so
Okay.
that they don't deteriorate to the point where you have to do a complete replacement.
Okay. And so that's in the CIP?
Yes. Yeah, the maintenance part of, the potholes is different than the CIP. So the pothole is taken from the maintenance, and that is contracted service that if a pothole needs to be fixed, then we call our contractor to fix it.
So
And
that's
that
a
is
line item, in maintenance then?
under the maintenance,
Okay,
yes.
okay. While you're looking that up, another question I had, going back to sidewalks for a brief second.
Sure.
You mentioned in your presentation the comprehensive infrastructure master plan, which
Yes.
I absolutely love that you're doing that. I know that Parks is doing the Parks master plan, which, seems like a no-brainer. You should have that, but, thankfully we've got good directors, good staff that are bringing these things forward. And so I'm excited to see that we're looking at the city through a forward-looking lens. We're trying to make sure that we have adequate or exceptional services going forward. So, but in that plan, I did not see sidewalks listed, but I just want to confirm, would that be something that your team would assess as part of the overall comprehensive infrastructure?
Yes, it is part of the infrastructure, and the plan not only have what we call the pavement condition index that is really mapped for the entire city and the condition of the streets, but also includes sidewalks, and those are included in the master plan.
Okay. Well, Director Saba, I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate the information you provided us. Like I said, you are providing one of those core basic services that we should all be enthusiastic about, because that's what we're here to do. We're not in Congress, we're not in Sacramento. We are here to provide these services that our residents can see every day, and whether it's tree trimming, street lights, I appreciate what you're doing. Actually, I do have one last question, just came to my mind. In the budget, we have an allocation for a street light maintenance worker, and that's only one though, right?
We have an existing person right now that operates what we call a cherry picker.
Right.
He's a one person, so we needed to really have another person with him for safety and redundancy. So we did ask for that position, and thankfully we got it through the general fund this time.
Fantastic. I wanted to make sure that
I
that was.
appreciate that. So it's.
No, that's great. Again, thank you very much, Director Saba.
Thank you.
That's all I-
One last thing, if you don't mind.
Sure.
There is about $3 million in local street preventive maintenance in the budget. Item number 6 in the CIP. So there is about $3 million this time around for preventive maintenance, and those includes street resurfacing.
And you said that's in the CIP?
That's in the CIP, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that, Director Saba.
Sure.
Great, thank you for those comments. I believe we have Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hi, Director Saba. Just wanted to, start by thanking you and the department. I do agree that public works is a core function of the city, and the majority of my work is dealing with public work. So I just wanted to thank all of you for the work that you're doing. And I did have a question. I know that very little funding from the general fund goes towards public works. But one of the things that I saw that just kind of like sparked my curiosity was that from the general fund expenditure summary, I saw that for the 20-21 year, there was 500,000 allocated, but for the proposed upcoming fiscal year, there's nothing allocated for sidewalk. So I just was curious, like how that decision gets made and why were we able to allocate for this year, but not for the upcoming year?
Yes, thank you, Council Member, for the question. As you can see, this is an item where the general fund has given us last year $500,000, and that fund was brought to zero, which means we didn't have that 500,000 from the general fund for sidewalk this time around.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I guess just as a follow-up, it could come from a restricted fund. Do I understand that correctly?
Not sure about the question.
Like if we wanted to fund sidewalks from the general fund, could we move money from a restricted fund to help do that?
The restricted fund really is earmarked money for projects, and we can't move that money around and use it for sidewalks. Like I mentioned earlier, there is a potential source of funds this time around from a carry forward, what we call a carry forward account from the HUTA money or the highway user tax account that we're trying to close some projects, and by closing some of the projects, the money may become available to us, what's left in these projects for sidewalk replacement.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe Councilmember Mendoza is up.
Yes, thank you. Director Saba, I was wondering if the funds for in the parks and recreation area, if the lighting includes the Chandler Tennis Center.
No, it doesn't. Not this time around. We do not have any funding for that project.
Is there any other funds that would, within your department, that could be allocated for that? Or is it something that maybe I need to check with city manager?
Director, she's referring to the water project that you're doing that's going to do those improvements to the...
Yes, it doesn't include lights for the tennis courts.
Okay.
But it does include the reconfiguration of the tennis court for a pickleball courts. But it doesn't include lights. Because of the issue with Prop 218 and the use of water funds to do improvements. This particular site is where the tennis court is, and we are going to be reconfiguring the tennis court. Therefore, we're making some improvement to the tennis court, but we can't add lights by using different kind of funds.
Okay. Madam City Manager, I'm wondering if we could use some of the cannabis funds then, because it's a youth-related activity, and since some of that cannabis is to be used for services for the youth.
We certainly could look into alternative funding sources for the light. I think the good news is that through the water agency and Nabil's efforts, we'll be able to at least do the configurations for the pickleball courts.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, that is good news.
And possibly it is property that it's under the responsibility of the Santa Ana Unified School District to actually maintain. So maybe there's an opportunity to partner with them. We could certainly talk about it in our ad hoc meeting as well.
All right. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. That was the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Good evening, Director Saba. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I definitely had similar concerns to what my colleague, Councilmember Becerra, said in regards to just always keeping in mind the core functions of the city. We seem to lose, for decades now, not just recently, always lost track of what exactly a local municipality is supposed to do, what kind of service we're supposed to provide to residents, especially in one with the highest tax rate in the county. I mean, it's not only the highest tax city, but one of the highest tax states. So it's very expensive to live here. And we, as a tax-paying resident, they expect, basic core functions to be there and fixed. I don't know how many times I'm walking through my neighborhood, jogging, walking jacks, and who's very happy about the dog park, and I'm happy to see that in the capital improvements program. And the things I hear from residents, it's, that know me, it's like, fix our damn streets, finish Bristol, fix the damn potholes, look at this sidewalk in front of my house, and yeah, it's a tree fell on my car this morning, running. I mean, I've been jogging and I get a phone call from a resident, tree just fell on my car. Or hey, my mom fell yesterday on a sidewalk. What she's hurt, what do I do? And it's constant. These are the main concerns that our residents have. And every year I see less and less going there because we start getting into all these other issues that are federal issues, legislative, are not essentially core functions of a city government. I would like to see personally a solidified line item addressing our sidewalks because of, like the city attorney stated, of how costly it is to the city every single year. I don't know how many settlements I've approved or had to sit through because of these trip and fall cases, because of these sidewalks. And I mentioned it last year, and I'll say it again, my aunt around Memorial Park, which the sidewalks got replaced thanks to our efforts at the last budget cycle, tripped and fell and knocked out her front teeth. I mean, this was a 2-inch
offset
separation from the sidewalks. And, we were able to be creative and find, $500,000 to address the sidewalks. But these shouldn't be one-time funds. These should be ongoing annual allocation because this city is 27 square miles and it's 150 years old. It shows its age, just driving down any street. And so definitely want to keep that in mind always. It's just what are the core functions is filling up these potholes and and just the work that's done. I also want to make sure that we're communicating and coordinating with other departments. I know that recently I've emailed you and reached out over a project that never seems to end. It's, they'll dig up, fix it, leave it pristine, and then 2 weeks later, they're out there and they just ripped up the entire sidewalk that was just laid out, and I'm like, what is going on? And I've seen this a couple of times throughout the city, where it's just the same spot, just digging and digging and digging, and then they fix it, and then a month later, and so you've clarified that it was, at first time it was one issue, then the second time it was another issue, but we should be able to communicate throughout. And, if we're gonna dig up a stretch of sidewalk or street, let's reach out to anybody who is.
Well, this one happened to be the same department.
Oh, the same department. Okay, so it was the water department,
It was
right?
a water department. It was a service line versus a fire line. So
Okay.
there's two different lines.
So when we do things like that, do we have inspectors out there that are kind of verifying? Okay, we dug up. Let's look at. Do we check every line, or do we just address the one?
It's difficult. The disturbance of the soil next to an existing line may cause the line to fail a week, a month after. If you touch it or you do some work next to it, you wouldn't see it immediately when you're doing the work, but it can come after you've done with the work. Like what happened in this situation. Put the concrete and you're done. You walk away. In a month, another leak comes up, and that's what just happened. And so
Yeah.
these
And-
things happen. So
Yeah, so it's that one, and then I'm sure you'll remember Rita Way, same thing.
Right.
When I was called and saying, hey, they're ripping up the street they just laid out last month, and I'm like, what? So just to keep in mind is making sure that we're cross-checking across,
Sure.
if it's just the water department or other, even if it's the private departments like the gas company or I mean, we're still paying for it as residents, that service.
Absolutely.
So if one's gonna dig up, we should all talk to each other a little more. But with that said, back to the comment I mentioned on Tuesday night is that we all sit up here and ask, and, we know how to spend money, but that has to come from somewhere. When something is asked for, it has to be taken away from somewhere else,
Right.
or it has to come from a revenue stream. And in Public Works, I know that our cell phone antennas generate revenue that are at our parks, correct?
that goes to parks, yes.
Okay. And our bus shelters, do we currently, how many bus shelters approximately do we have in the city?
We have about 600 bus stops.
Bus stops.
But not all bus stops have
Shelters.
And not all bus stops have a bench and a trash can.
Okay. And the ones that do have shelters, a
I want
bench,
to say about 200 with shelters.
and we own all of those, or are they?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And
We own the furniture, which is the bench, the trash, and the shelter itself.
okay, because I know that an easy way to generate revenue is advertisement. I know years ago we did have bus shelters with advertising on them.
We still have that.
But not as many as we had before. A lot of them over the last 5-10 years have been replaced with these hideous, and I mentioned this last year as well, aluminum, weird looking, it looks like just like a pile of sheet metal that just somebody dumped on the side of the road. They're ugly, and they're an eyesore, and they make the entire neighborhood around them look, ugly.
Galvanized steel, that's right.
You know what I'm talking about, correct?
Yep.
And so those, I know there aren't any way to advertise on them and try to generate revenue to fix our sidewalks and have that steady stream of money coming in. That's an easy way. I know that there's plans to replace some of those, right?
Yes. We are replacing the ones that are going along South Main, the galvanized ones, with a new design that has a advertising panel on them. So we're replacing those on the South Main. So we will be able to generate a little bit more money on the advertisement there. But we do have a vendor called Clear Channel that manages the advertisement on the bus shelters as we speak, and there is some fund that comes into us for the maintenance, that pays for the maintenance of the bus shelters. However, the maintenance of the bus shelters, as you know, previously was twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. That's not enough in Santa Ana. We need to maintain our bus stops almost on a daily basis. And that what we had just done recently. We had a contract drawn out with a vendor named SureTech. And now I have that SureTech that maintain the bus shelters starting Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. In addition to what Clear Channel does or did in the past, the other 2 days or 2-3 days. So I have 2 contracts for the maintenance of the bus shelters now. So,
okay, and which is great because that's again another big concern and constant I would call pinging of me from residents is these trash cans that are overfilled, dumped over. And just the uncleanliness of these bus shelters. But these are simple areas where we could put some more effort in it because
sure.
it is 50% of our residents don't own a vehicle, and it is they walk from their home to the bus shelter. Unfortunately, they run that risk of falling on these sidewalks, and now they have to deal with the bus shelter that isn't, clean. And so I know that Councilmember Fan and Mendoza and I have been on that ad hoc, and where that's something that we've been advocating for, is just the upkeep of these facilities, and which is great, and I'm happy to see that. That's a whole trash contract issue that we'll have to decide eventually. But just I know it's you're running a heavy department, and very excited of all the work you guys are doing. One question that I had is I noticed that in your workforce changes, and I'm trying to locate myself here in my manual, there is a reduction, let me see. A reduction of a projects manager from 4 to the proposed 3 for 21-22. Can you explain to me and just kind of walk me through what?
We're actually reclassifying that position. One of the 4 project managers will become an enterprise manager. So instead of having 3 project manager, 4, we'll have 3 project managers, and we are reclassifying that position to be a different name. Actually, there's no funding. It changes. It will become a enterprise manager. That's
enterprise program manager.
Program manager, right?
So can you just walk me through that difference of what were they?
What has happened is, because of the trash contract that we are negotiating right now, there will be quite a bit of additional responsibilities of the current project manager to manage the trash contract. So we believe that the scope of work is going to change, and in preparation for that, we wanted to distinguish between a project manager to an enterprise manager. So we're taking that position and kind of giving it a different title, because it's exactly what this person will be doing, is managing the enterprise, not just projects.
So that would be just, to prepare for whoever is selected of the trash companies.
It's a current position.
That person would oversee.
Yes.
And make sure that everything that is asked of in this contract is carried out.
Right, and it becomes the solid waste is basically an enterprise in its own.
Right.
So we wanted that person to manage that enterprise.
Okay, so currently that person is dedicated to trash contract and negotiations?
Yes, and the bus shelter and there's another program that is managed by that, which is the banner program.
Okay. And thank you for that clarification, Director Saba. I just I think of projects that are going on in our citywide, and I want to make sure that I just wanted to make sure that it doesn't, this change isn't reducing the amount or increasing the timeline for projects that we have throughout the city. I talk with City Manager Ridge about this all the time, and how I work in the private sector, and it's all about efficiency and quickly getting things done. And I know government's slow by design, because we're dealing with a lot of money that's not ours, and it's the public's, and we should be transparent and have everything out in the open, so it is a slower process.
Sure.
But I want to make sure that just decreasing a project manager isn't going to have an effect on any projects that we have, or isn't.
It will not.
Okay. Because, you've heard me ask this before about the status on Bristol Street. I know that has to do with funding for the most part, but just things like that from the public's perception and the public point of view, it's so hard to try to relay that information of why certain things aren't getting completed as quickly as we can. I know a resident recently asked me about the parks on Standard and McFadden and Ray and Myrtle, I think it is.
Yeah.
Projects that we got funded for, and I believe we appropriated dollars last year at the last budget cycle, but we haven't seen any movement, or it's been over, and I know the pandemic, of course, slowed things down, but do we have kind of just
for that park?
Yeah, of why they construction hasn't begun. It's been going up
I believe it's still in design, but let me see. I don't see it here, but I know it is under design. I will follow up on that for you. It's under design right now, so. It's being designed as we speak. You know, that park has a unique feature where we actually received funding for a stormwater capture system. So below that park itself, we will have some type of a reservoir to capture a stormwater runoff and allow that water to percolate into the groundwater basin. So we got grant for that.
Oh, that's actually...
That's being designed as we speak.
Yeah, that's fantastic to know. I didn't know that, and happy to hear that, which opens up another issue of why, you know, the importance of having infrastructure investment to do things like that, because as we've all driven in Santa Ana, not only do we have to deal with the potholes and don't get me started on the OCTA contractor building the streetcar, because that whole thing is a mess. And you know, reason why we need inspectors to verify and check this work. But I mean, all it takes is rainfall for 5-10 minutes and our streets are flooded. I mean, it shows the need for this you know, things like that, stormwater collection and just replacing our sewers and making sure that our streets are constantly being invested in. And that's basically it. I mean, I just wanted to make sure I reiterated what Councilmember Becerra said in regards to the sidewalks. I mean, and it's not just about sidewalks. Sidewalks, we use that because it's a basic, you know, simple feature of a city, of a city where 50% of our residents don't own a car, and the city with the most bus stops throughout Orange County when it comes to OCTA. So you think there's a lot of people walking. We should give them, you know, some damn good sidewalks to walk on and some clean bus shelters to sit in. I mean, it's basic, it's simple. So whatever we can do to find dollars to gear towards that direction and generate revenue as little as it might be with those bus shelter advertising opportunities, not opportunity. There we go again with the opportunities. I'd, you know, again, just reiterate that and make sure that that's always in the back of your mind. And as we move forward in future years, we implement that
we will
wholeheartedly. But thank you, Director Saba. And that's it for now, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Nabil.
Hello.
First, thank you so much for the presentation. Yours was the only one that was very colorful and very helpful. I think residents in Santa Anita are very excited to have the synthetic turf and shade at the park. I know that's something that they've been asking for a long time. So for me, again, I do support, you know, the sidewalks and all of that. I really think that is important. So my question regarding, you know, Councilmember Becerra brought up the street lighting maintenance and employees. So currently we have one person, and we add another individual for safety reasons. What happens when someone is out sick?
We do, for street lights, we actually have a contractor that also supplement what we do right now. So the bigger projects, if someone hits a street light, and that happens all the time, by the way, those kind of activities are done by the contractor. What our streetlight maintenance person does, they look at, you know, they drive it at night and to see if there is any lights that are out, and they respond to those and do the fixing and some maintenance, some rewiring, but that's what we do. If someone is out right now, nothing gets done, or the portion of that task is delegated to the contractor to do. So now we need someone to really back this person up and drive in pairs, and that's what we do for safety reasons. So.
Great. Well, it's great to hear that, you know, we are adding another position. My other question is, I just blanked on it. Let me get back to that because I cannot remember. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak? Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
I remember. So this is actually regarding a lot of the bike lanes that we've been, you know, putting in, and it's very exciting. So we obviously have the Athens street sweeping contract. Are they also sweeping our bike lanes? Because it's kind of, there's a concrete barrier and then the inside
The bike
part.
lanes are being done by the landscape contractor. So they do it by hand right now. They blow it and pick up the trash, and that's how it's done right now. It's not done by the street sweeper because it's a 6-foot lane where the sweeper doesn't fit. But now it's done manually.
Okay. I guess I don't know how efficient manually is, especially since we're adding so many more bike lanes, and that's a positive thing in our city. So whether it's a car, or I don't know what other ways other cities are using to clean up
We're
these
looking
bike
at
lanes.
options to see if there's sweepers that are 6 foot wide, so we can do that. And we will be have a conversation with Athens, who is the sweeping contractor right now, to see if they can provide that service.
Okay, great, because it would be very dangerous if you're on a bike and suddenly there's debris, right, there's nowhere to go because there's concrete on both sides. So my next question is, when we're doing all this landscaping and some of the center medians I've seen over the last year just really bloom because we updated those, are we using, native plants, drought-tolerant plants? How do we decide what to use there?
We are using drought-tolerant plants, and the medians were designed by a professional landscaper, and we have used low water needs plants right now, and we're trying to keep them. The challenge, and I know that the condition of the first street medians was at issue one time, and the challenge there is we have pedestrians that cross and use the median as a way to between the two streets or so, two directions. So doing that kills the plants, and we've had some theft of the plants actually, just as were they being planted. So it is a challenge. We're trying to catch up with it and plant those plants that we lost.
Thank you. And I didn't know there were median plant thefts, so that's good to know. I guess I would also recommend looking into maybe not so much just native plants, but just I guess I wouldn't call it hardscapes, but if you look at very hot places like Vegas or, you go out to Arizona, they do have really interesting median art and structures that are exciting and interesting, but might not, require all this watering and is very helpful when it's dealing with a drought that we're facing.
Will do.
And potentially be less likely to be stolen if they're, in concrete. So that's all my questions right now. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real super quick, I forgot to mention this earlier in the CIP on page 13 of it. You described the Fairview Bridge project.
Yes.
And in there, you described the bike lane as a Class 2 versus a Class 1. I just wanted to point that out, and hopefully when we get to the point in the evening where we approve everything, that be a condition to change that to Class 1, because I know that when that project came before us with the MND,
Right.
I had made that very clear that we wanted to see a Class 1 bike lane along that stretch there.
My engineers are looking into it, and it is a 100-foot wide bridge, and we are working on it. We'll see if we can provide the protected bike lane, but we'll come back to you along with the renderings. I know you're interested in looking at how it look from the outside and the inside, so we're going to bring that back to you to make a decision what rendering you like or what design.
Well, the aesthetics, I hope that you're involving the community. It's not, I mean, of course, the council will
Right.
ultimately approve.
That's what we're doing.
Okay, perfect. So, all right, that was my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. And I don't see anybody else, Director Saba, so thank you for the presentation. I just simply wanted to tell you I'm very supportive of the additional streetlight maintenance worker as well.
Thank you.
And I think as we talk about core municipal functions, that's a very fluid, it's a very fluid term. We're not just responsible for sidewalks and roads, and we're responsible for, the quality of life of so many people, the safety of so many people, so we deliver many services. And I always think we can walk and chew gum. We can do a lot of different things, effectively and collaboratively together. But one of the things I know you're going to be looking at and working very closely with the staff is during Revive is broadband. So maybe that is something that wasn't considered a core municipal function, but it will be. I just think that the future is now a lot less hardscape and basic things like that, basic deliveries of service, but it's going to be sort of that ability for our residents to be able to connect to the internet, and so that's going to be a huge part of your effort, your team's effort. So please be on the lookout for that. And with that, I think we're certainly grateful for all the effort that you all make to connect with the community. You've had a lot of community engagement in your town halls, and that's something that's very well received. So thank you for that presentation. I think we're down to our last one.
You have made it to the last department presentation. So
And I hear it's a one-pager or a half-pager.
we can make it a one-pager if you would like that. So I think our finance director is pretty tired these days. But Finance Director Catherine Downs.
Thank you. You're in the home stretch. Yay. Okay. Well, thank you for your thoughtful attention that you've given to each department throughout this public hearing. We do appreciate the feedback that you've given us. I am going to quickly run through my personal finance department so that you can get an idea of what we do there. We have 64 full-time employees and 21 part-time employees in finance. We provide internal services to other departments as well as service to the public on the first floor of City Hall. Our services, of course, include accounting, centralized purchasing for the entire city, payroll, treasury services, including water billings, collecting locally levied taxes, cashiering, and investing the city's idle cash. And finally, central services includes reprographics and mail service. The management and support section includes the budget office, and we provide staff support for the Measure X Citizens Oversight Committee. I would definitely like to thank our budget office staff, including budget manager Waldo Barella, for the many hours that went into the documents before you during each of these budget meetings. Our staff strives to make improvements every year to gather, analyze, summarize, and present an enormous amount of data. With that, funding for the finance department activity accounts for 1% of the citywide budget, or $11.6 million. This is primarily in the general fund. This last year, we were able to support the City Council's strategic priorities by organizing and facilitating compliant spending and reporting for the Federal CARES Act allocation, developing a plan and assembling a team via a competitive process to refinance the city's pension debt and save money, continual improvements to our internal budget process, including moving away from incremental budgeting. And we continued progress to implement the new water billing software and eliminate the salary matrix. And we implemented new open book software to make financial records easily accessible on the city's website. Our goals for this upcoming year is to now organize and facilitate compliant spending and reporting for the federal ARPA allocation. Last year it was CARES, this year it's ARPA. We have so many wonderful acronyms. And then to complete that pension debt refinancing, of course, subject to the City Council approval, and supporting cross-departmental efforts to balance the budget. We'd also like to work on proposing a November 2022 ballot measure to improve equitability for the business tax calculation. And we want to look at continual process improvement, including multiple system upgrades. So with that, I'd like to give you the opportunity to ask any questions specific to the Finance Department before I move on back to the overall budget.
Great, thank you for that, Director Downs. Let me go ahead and bring it back if there's any questions specific to your presentation. Seeing no takers, I don't see anybody on the screen either, so why don't you go ahead and can you just roll right into the options?
You got it. So we have a proposed budget ordinance before you this evening. Based on the input we received from City Council at the May 24th budget workshop, we have two options to amend the proposed ordinance if directed by City Council tonight. First, I'd like to point out that the proposed general fund budget is balanced. Available resources include expected revenue and the general fund balance that's available for spending. The proposed spending of $353.8 million would leave $159,000 of available resources in the general fund. Of course, this does not include the $58.2 million in reserve pursuant to the City Council's 18% reserve policy. So option A before you tonight, and certainly we can take any direction from the City Council, but option A would postpone a charter amendments ballot measure to November 2022. It would increase the legal defense fund by $100,000 for a total of $300,000. It would provide $100,000 of sponsorships for local arts and cultural events, as well as a part-time Vietnamese community liaison. So if City Council were to choose option A, then the city would spend less of the available general fund balance for spending, and there would be $559,000 of available resources remaining. Option B is nearly identical to option A except for one item. The Vietnamese community liaison would become a full-time position as opposed to a part-time position. And if the City Council chooses option B, there would be $469,000 of available resources remaining. So that concludes our prepared presentation, as long as it was, and we're available to answer any additional questions and take direction from the City Council.
If I may just make one final modification that came up at the last meeting. It was the addition of a third executive assistant. So that would also need to be incorporated in the option. Pricing out, it would be roughly $80,000.
Great. Wow, so all those comments that we made were condensed into this matrix here. Just kidding. I know it's very high level, but that was great. Thank you for the short presentation. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Director Downs, for the presentation. Very informative as always. With that said, I thank you for laying out the options that we have here. I know that the charter amendments was something that I passionately worked on last year, and it did not happen, but I have no issue moving it to the general 22 election, given that that would save us a significant amount of money. And if we condense it with that election, which that just personally would letting my colleagues know that is fine by me. I just trying to understand the way the options are laid out. Why are the increase to the legal defense fund and local arts and culture and community liaison Vietnamese? Why are they in parentheses? Is it because, and the others aren't?
Because they're spending. So yeah, it's if you money that's saved is a positive number, which would be delaying the charter amendments ballot measure, and money that is spent is a negative number.
So the estimated resources less proposed spending, that's okay. I was just trying to understand how it was laid out here. I know that in the other line items, that's when it's in parentheses, that's negative usually, but okay. So same idea. Very good. In your, are these funds, are they one-time increase right now from the general fund?
Which items are you looking at?
The Legal Defense Fund, the Arts and Culture Events, or the Vietnamese Community Liaison?
I do not see those as one-time items. I see those as recurring items.
So those are slated for reoccurring items to appear for the next however number of years?
That is my understanding. Is that correct?
No, I take a little bit of a different interpretation. Okay. Some are and some are not. So you have in the past temporarily increased legal defense fund, but then it's reverted back to the lower balance. So I don't see the local arts and culture event or the legal defense fund because you budget a year at a time. So you may want a different amount in a future year. Obviously, any personnel, unless you make some changes, that would be an ongoing cost that you would see come back in the future budget years.
Okay. And with this, we would also add the executive assistant, third executive assistant at about $80,000 a year, you said?
The assistant city manager thinks I have the wrong amount there.
I think we need to include a benefit amount for it.
Okay, I was going to say it seems a little low for that. And which, I mean, again, I stay on the same tune that I would rather we use those funds for an third executive assistant to put into an ongoing sidewalk program or whatnot, where we could, something that provides a service to a resident versus a service to the city council. With that said, I want to come back to the very first page of this presentation, Director Downs, where you have the pie graphs laid out, which I'm sure you worked on. Mm-hmm. There's, trying to find myself here again. So with the estimated 21-22 general fund revenue, we have $340.9 million. And on the following page, we have the proposed 21-22 general fund expenditure at $353.8 million.
That is correct.
So that is about roughly a $13 million difference in that we're spending about $13 million more than the revenue that's coming in.
That is correct.
So how, given that the ARPA dollars are one-time monies, the Measure X is slated to go away in the next, not tomorrow, but in the next couple of years. How do we address that right now? I mean, how are we? Is this a balanced budget?
The recurring portion of the budget is not balanced because the recurring revenue is less than recurring expenditures. But there are some good reasons for that are temporary in nature. One, having to do with the pandemic and some of our loss of revenues. We do expect some of those to bounce back during the next year or two. In addition to that, we are working on the pension refinancing, which should help to close some of that recurring gap in future years. So there's multiple things that we can be doing. When we have this available general fund balance for spending above your reserve policy level, it gives us time to make course corrections so that we can bring the recurring portion of the budget back into balance.
Okay, so we're hoping that as we move forward, that $13 million gap will close with the reasons that we stated.
As we saw in our 10-year outlook, we think that we're probably going to continue to have a small deficit, roughly about 2% deficit of recurring items over the next couple of fiscal years. And then with the payoff of some debt we might find ourselves back into a more balanced situation. And that doesn't even include the potential pension refinancing savings that we have.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying that. I just, you know, it's hard to want to add, you know, numerous positions to the as ongoing expenses currently, when we are, you know, looking at $13 million more in expenditures than the revenue coming in. So right now, where are we getting that $13 million from?
It's a one-time resource, which is your available general fund balance in excess of your reserve policy threshold level.
Which is what that fund is meant for.
Well,
right?
the reserve is meant for emergencies or, you know, extraordinary circumstances, economic downturn, et cetera, et cetera. We're not even proposing to tap into that. That's going to be, that is held at the 18% of general fund revenue. This is the amount above and beyond that is available for spending, which is $13 million.
Which is that amount that we on top of the reserve, we decided to put aside and save. Okay, which is good. I mean, that's, you know, what we want. I know, been hearing from other cities nearby that are in a lot worse shape. We're not in the best shape, but I know that, you know, it could be worse, and I'm thankful that it's not. And there's a lot of things, but I, given the fact that this is like that, you know, it's hard to add these ongoing expenses without knowing exactly what that uncertainty is going to, or what that amount is, if it's going to close entirely over the next couple of months or not. So the time, those are the comments I have. If I had to pick any one of those extra bodies, again, it'd be the Vietnamese community liaison, because that is something that has been needed for a long time in our city. And I thank Councilmember Phan for her leadership on that. But at the time, that's the only one I could personally support as an added body. The third executive assistant, I currently don't see the need, and because of that $13 million difference in I just, you know, we should, because it's a service being provided to us, and we're you know, we're also providing a service and to the residents and a connection to us, but you know, it just doesn't make sense at the moment to me. But that's it for now, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you for those comments. I don't see anybody on the line with their hand raised. Anybody?
Mr. Mayor, I have my hand up.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead, Councilmember Hernandez. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem's computer's not working. Just kidding.
No worries, thank you. Well, thank you for the informative presentation, and really happy to see the options that you presented. I know that there's some challenges that we're facing, and you know, maybe that's something that we'll have to address at a later time, these solutions to how we can offset the imbalance that we're having. But I do think the Vietnamese community liaison is something that we should prioritize. We should have a full-time Vietnamese community liaison. One thing that we can strengthen in this city is cultural competency. So I think that really helps us set the bar as a city that is inclusive. In addition to that, I think that arts and culture events is extremely important because it's a big part of intervention and prevention. And another priority that I do want to champion is the Legal Defense Fund. I'm happy to see that it's there. I would like to see that the Community Liaison and the Immigration Legal Defense Fund, that these items are items that are permanent. Could you confirm with me if this is something that will be recurring? I'm not sure if you already answered that question.
Yes, Councilmember, we answered that. So of the additional ones, and I do have the amount for the executive assistant, it's $108,000. The the personnel additions would be reoccurring unless we were to take some action in the future. But for the other ones, we do budget on a year-to-year basis, so those would not necessarily be a guaranteed reoccurring amount.
Okay. I do think that that's another priority that we should not fold when it comes to having fully staffed executive assistants. I know that for some of my colleagues, when they came into office, that we had 4, now we have 2. I can only imagine how much more difficult it is to sustain that, especially given that we have a very proactive council. I'd argue more proactive than our predecessors. So I know it's probably presenting some challenges. How difficult would it be for us, Madam City Manager, to find the funding for us to have that $108,000?
Well, in the options that are before you right now, the bottom line on both of them is a reduced use of fund balance, which means in either scenario, you would tap into that, which would just be increasing the amount that we were proposing for you to basically use in the first place. So you could get that out of, if you look on option A, can you put option A or option B back up? So when you take the amount that is already programmed in the budget for charter amendments as an expense, and you add that back in, you have that $660,000 that you're basically using to do these other expenditures. Does that make sense, Council Member?
Yes, it does. Thank you for the clarification. I support that. I think that this is a good investment for us and for the city. That concludes my comments, Madam City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. I think we have Councilmember Fan and then Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And Kat, thank you so much for your presentation. I know it's a lot of work, and we've all had a lot of questions over the last few months. So just to get to options A and B, first, of course, I think everybody knows I'm very supportive of a full-time Vietnamese community liaison, and part of it isn't about just Ward 1. It's really about a community that has just been neglected for decades. The fact that we started Little Saigon here in Santa Ana and now people forget that we're a part of Little Saigon is, I think, a travesty. And so this Vietnamese community liaison is not only going to do translation, which we're lacking, not because of maliciousness, but just because we lack that infrastructure and someone to push for it to happen. But also to do community outreach. I'm really excited to look forward to somebody who's able to go out into the community and talk to residents, talk to church leaders and temple leaders and nonprofits and really get folks to engage. I also believe that the Vietnamese community liaison is going to be helpful in our economic development toolbox. As we look to find ways to bring revenue into the city, we need to engage our entrepreneurs in the Little Saigon community, in the Vietnamese community, who are looking to build businesses, to open businesses, and to hire folks, but they're not getting that engagement here in the city of Santa Ana. We really need to take advantage of that, and to do that, having someone who's dedicated to working with the community is crucial. And on top of that, I really want to thank my colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, Councilmember Becerra, and my other colleagues, Councilmember Hernandez, for supporting this Vietnamese community liaison, because one of my biggest fears after we settled this California Voting Rights Act lawsuit, after we went to district voting, and after a hard-won campaign in which I was they used slurs against me, called me a communist, and said we might have too many Asians on this dais, that if, I'm not here, or another Asian American council member is not here, or if we don't have another Vietnamese American council member, other than Councilmember Becerra, of course, that the community would go back to being ignored. that the community would go back to lacking services, that the community would go back to losing access to resources, and a full-time position that is in our budget, someone who's dedicated to doing this work every day, is going to ensure that no matter how the politics in the city goes, no matter where the political winds go, that we're still going to have that community outreach and engagement. So, I am very supportive of this. And I also do want to remind my colleagues that the $150,000 is an estimate, correct? So after we allocate this $150,000, our wonderful HR director would go out, working with all of you, talking to other cities, maybe the city of Garden Grove, who has a position, like a community liaison, and develop a title and classification. Yes, thank you, Madam City Manager. And then it would come back to us and we would vote on this classification. So it could be less than $150,000.
Absolutely.
Great. So I just wanted to remind everyone that it's an estimate and that we will have multiple steps before we move forward with that. I also want to, I guess I want to acknowledge that there are, concerns about what is considered a core municipal service. First, I'd like to say I'm very grateful that we're a charter city, and that gives us more leeway to do a lot of work. And something like sponsoring local arts and culture events, I think Santa Ana, we all know, is known for arts and culture. And it is not just a community driver, it's not just about arts and culture, but it's also an economic development tool, right? We have jobs that's related to arts and culture. It draws in tourists, it draws in visitors, it brings people into our downtown to go see our arts and culture and spend in our city. So I think an investment of $100,000 is going to be something that continues to drive economic development in the city, similar to the Vietnamese Community Liaison. And finally, a couple more things. I also want to just support Mayor Pro Tem's, agreement, because I know he and Councilmember Becerra worked very hard on the charter ad hoc last year. I actually sent in some comments about it too, and very supportive of pushing it to 2022 when it'll be, I think, $370,000 was the estimate we got.
I think the clerk has an updated estimate that she could provide you with.
It'll just take me a moment to look that up, but I have that.
It's okay, but it's less than $660,000.
Yes.
So, I'm very supportive of that. And finally, speaking about core municipal services, I am very supportive of increasing the legal defense fund by $100,000 and keeping that as a part of the budget and making sure the legal defense fund is a line item in our budget. I understand that as some, my colleagues say, well, core municipal service is just sidewalks or public safety. But I think a core municipal service is ensuring that our residents feel safe, that our residents feel included, and our residents feel that they're a part of this community. And when we talk about 40% or more of our residents being foreign-born, and that we are a proud sanctuary city in a proud sanctuary state, looking at what the federal government is doing in demonizing immigrants and separating families and tearing children from their parents at the border, I think it's incumbent on all of us to stand up and say we are not going to wait for an ineffectual Congress to do something about immigration before we stand up for our residents and our community. So as someone who has provided pro bono legal services to an asylum seeker, a mother who experienced sexual assault, whose children experienced sexual assault and fleeing violence from her home country to come to America with a chance at a potential better life, and to know exactly what it feels like for her husband to call saying, I don't know where she is because she was picked up from ICE, and working with Orange County Justice Fund and attorneys at the Public Law Center over the weekend and talking to community members and teachers of the children to try to get her out on bail. That is a horrifying scenario that our residents face every day. And any small amount that we can do to ensure that our residents feel an ounce of safety or even has legal representation, I think is not just a core municipal service, but I think it's a moral value that we have to uphold. So I am very supportive of this issue. I really appreciate all of your hard work in laying this out for us, and I really believe that many of these will help ensure that we build economic development and develop a more inclusive city. So thank you so much for your presentation.
And I did want to just add that it was $360,000, yes.
Great. Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Fan.
Mayor Sarmiento, just to, if I may, just really quick, to indulge me with those charter amendments, Madam City Clerk, because I don't want us to stray from it. That was, if I recall, it was if we, because at the time there were 22 proposed changes, and that cost was if we did each one individually as a ballot question, correct? It wasn't, because I know that you said that if we could reduce the question, like the charter amendments to 2 or 3 questions, it wouldn't be that costly. I just was trying to remember.
No, yeah, and that's a great question. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So with one ballot measure, it's $360,000. So each additional question would be an additional approximately $92,000.
Wow. Okay.
Each question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. It's a valuable question, each one. I think it's Councilmember Lopez and then Becerra.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and Director Downs, thank you so much for the presentation. I value all of the work that your staff has done. I can't even imagine. But, you know, I do want to share a couple of comments. The first one being that I'm really happy to see the legal defense funds be increased by $100,000, and I do think that it needs to be a line item in our budget. I'm not worried about the year-to-year basis of it, because as a council, we have the decision, we have the power to change that if we need to. And so I would like to see it be included as a line item in the budget. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is thank you for adding that the third staff secretary for the city manager's office. I think it's going to be, I know it's very much needed. And so thank you for adding that. Another thing that I want to support is the community, the Vietnamese full-time liaison. I think that if we're concerned about funds, we need to prioritize the Vietnamese full-time liaison opposed to like the equity coordinator, if that is the issue. And like Councilmember Fan said, one of the things that happens with HR is you have to create this position. As we've heard, it'll come back to us. You know, and from my experience in HR, you know, you don't hire someone right away unless you already know someone. And so I think, you know, the 150 is, as they stated, an estimate. And so I don't think we're going to use the entire 150. So, you know, those are all the comments that I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I every time we talk about the budget or we get to this point, I go back to reading the city's mission statement. To deliver efficient public services in partnership with our community, which ensures public safety, a prosperous economic environment, opportunities for our youth, and a high quality of life for residents. So far tonight, my colleagues have all talked about what our core service is. And I think at one point, one of my colleagues made mention of, you know, we can walk and chew gum. I think what's important to understand when we're talking about municipal operations and what services we're providing, an analogy that I would use would be, you know, don't redecorate your kitchen if you've got a big hole in your roof, right? I mean, you kind of have to look at the priorities. It's not that you don't want to have a nice kitchen, but you kind of don't want to be rained on when you're in your new kitchen. So to me, when I look at what are these core services, we need to look at what a city's role and responsibility is. You know, the feds are not going to pave our streets. The state is not going to do our sidewalks. That's what our role is. And I think that for us, as we're looking at a budget, the way I look at it and the way I've talked to Catherine and Christine about this, we need to look at it as once we have the very, very basics in place, then we can look at these other services that we all want to provide. It's not that we don't want to. But, I think sometimes people forget that we don't have a money tree, at City Hall. We're not just oozing with money. I mean, we have the highest sales tax in all of Orange County, and it's going to expire at some point. And so today we talk about a structural deficit of almost 13 million. And by the way, I want to thank our city manager and our finance director for presenting a balanced budget, but as the discussion with Mayor Pro Tem was ensuing, that's exactly the issue. We have a balanced budget today because we are taking money that is not a recurring revenue. I keep talking about growing revenue because at some point we all want the city to be resilient, but it's not going to be when we just keep spending without paying any attention to the balance sheet. We keep doing that. Well, this is important. I won't disagree with my colleagues about some of the things that they claim are important. I won't. But can we afford all of these things? And that's what we need to really be much more scrutinizing about and look at. And I think that, I'll tell you this, going into next year, I don't want to see a budget that has a structural deficit. I don't want to see it. I know that we can dip into our funds to a certain point, but we need to at some point exert discipline from this dais. We were elected to do that. The mayor said earlier, one of the most essential tasks of this council is a budget. And if we don't take that seriously, we're busy off in the clouds about all these fluffy things that we'd like to provide everybody because someone asked for it. We need to be judicious. We need to be responsible and really look at what we can provide. I want us to think big. I want us to be transformative. But again, I don't want to ignore the big gaping hole in our budget. So we need to look at that as we go forward. So like I said, next year, I don't want to see us, use duct tape and paper clips to try to come together and say, ta-da, we've got a balanced budget. I don't want to see that. With that being said, I do support the Vietnamese community liaison, but I support it in a part-time capacity. What I'd like to see is for us to hire the person and let's see how it works. Let's see if there are enough tasks. I believe there will be, but I want to approach this with caution. I've supported it as Councilmember Fan stated earlier. I've been very vocal of making sure that we have translation services for Vietnamese, making sure that we have better and effective communication to our Vietnamese residents. But in this particular position, and again, I think it's going to be successful. I really do. But I do want to see us, let's not cannonball into the pool. Let's take our time and let's go through it very cautiously. So I do support that. And at this point right now, I think really it really boils down to, as we go forward, wanting to be a resilient city, a truly resilient city, we need to be mindful of making sure, because our residents don't get to spend into the red at the levels that we're doing. We're not setting a good example. We need to live within our means. I think right now is a very interesting time. We're coming out of a pandemic. We've got this infusion of money coming from the feds, and that's wonderful. And I think I want to credit staff for all the work that you're doing to give us the guidelines and the guidance, really, to get to a point where we can really do some wonderful things for our residents and our businesses. But I would just say right now, as far as what's before us, I would be more supportive of, option A at this point in time. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. Is there anybody else on the line? I think everybody spoke. Did Mendoza speak already? Councilmember Mendoza?
Mayor Sarmiento.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lopez.
I have a question. Do we know how much was allocated to the arts and culture last year?
Councilmember, we did use some CARES dollars to go to that, but in the arts and culture budget that exists in community development, there was not a separate allotment.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good question. Maybe what we do is, because this is so important, this is the end of the whole budget discussion, we go person by person. I think the only other person who on the line who hasn't spoken, Councilmember Mendoza, do you want to go ahead and chime in?
No, I don't have any questions. They've been answered as we go along. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think before we go and do, if we have to do an extra round, but I think we've all kind of spoken, almost ad nauseum about everything. So I'll go ahead and just take a crack at this. It's funny, I remember when we did have 4 executive assistants, a government affairs staff person, and, an assistant city manager. And this was all when I came on the council in 2007. Then the recession hit, and the entire organization just contracted, right? And while we were going through that recession, the population continued to increase, needs continued to increase. So, I remember a pre-recession staff level in the city, and we really, really did ask a lot of people to do a lot more with a lot less. And so, I see this right now as a moment where any council has to reflect the values of its residents. And I think I think Councilmember Fan said it well. I think the whole definition of being, municipal government that delivers services, we could just do potholes and sidewalks and tell everybody that's it. That's all we do. That is our basic function, and maybe provide police and a jail, and everybody else just forget about your needs and your wants and your quality of life. That's all we're going to do. I think anything evolves, and the way we deliver services evolves as well. So I think looking at these 2 options, in my mind, it's funny. I was having a conversation with the city manager about what's forecasted in the next few years. And I think if you look at most of the economic indicators, there is this pent-up, demand for people who are going to be investing and looking at investing in the city. I see the arts and culture as an economic development opportunity. I see that as an investment in the city. I see that as something that's going to draw people to us that is very unique to the county, that many other cities don't have. I see that we have a need in having so many people that are here that are undocumented, that spend money in our cities, that are our neighbors, that have kids in schools with our kids. It's funny because when we talk about broken, pavement, potholes, sidewalks, what does it mean when a person or a family member or a neighbor is displaced and leaves their community, and you displace and you disrupt a neighborhood and a community? What's the cost? Because there is a cost to that. When a family leaves, when a family is separated, when a family lives with uncertainty, there is a cost, and I think it could be quantified. So all these things have impacts. It's not just simply wanting to be benevolent or wanting to be compassionate. There are economic consequences to disrupting a neighborhood and disrupting a community. And I think what we've tried to do here is understand that there is something that is tangible when you lose these things. I think there's a tangible gain by having somebody who's culturally competent, like delivering services like a Vietnamese community liaison. I think we've all spoken about it. We are finally have somebody who reflects part of what our population in Santa Ana is, and that's a really good thing. But it won't matter to have somebody who's reflective of the community without having the support to wrap it with. And I think that's what Councilmember Fan and I think many others have talked about. So I just see this as a moment where we're receiving close to $130 million in federal stimulus. The forecasting, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Downs, but I think what we had estimated the budget shortfall was going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 19 million, if I'm not mistaken. And then we saw, the cannabis, infusion sales, weren't as bad as we expected. So we were forecasting a much more dismal moment here.
Absolutely.
And so it's not that, things are completely balanced or we had a surplus coming out, but the hole is smaller than what we expected. So I think given all those things, and given that we have been asking our staff to do a lot with very little, and we're we're looking at growing, we're looking at having this injection of support, and the forecast looking very positive. And, look, I do a little bit of, research on the economy. I received my degree in economics from Berkeley, and I think what it tells me is that if you look at the parallels of what we're coming out of compared to what people were coming out of in the first pandemic in the early 1900s, there's a pattern there. There's a really clear pattern of what's going to happen, what spending patterns are going to look like, what living patterns are going to look like. So if we see that, there will be growth, and there will be robust growth. So I'm pretty confident that that's going to happen. I do want to find a way that we can have the Legal Defense Fund, a couple of things, remove that separation of DACA, because I think it already envelops, DACA recipients, and I know there was some question about whether or not they had a separate funding source, but maybe what we do is we just envelop anybody who's eligible for the Deportation Defense Fund.
We can easily combine that, and it doesn't require any additional dollars because you have it programmed.
That'd be great. And the other thing is maybe make it a recurring line item, just because I do see that the adjustment in amounts can be made, but to the extent that it comes back to us. So I do want to, join my other colleagues to say that it does remain as its own line item, like we have others that just come back to us and we adjust in time and at the moment. So I do want to say on the charter amendments, I did hope, and I think I'm the one who brought it up to the clerk, that we were looking at doing charter amendments this year so it could coincide with the special recall election, for the governor. But we don't even know when that election is going to be, and we have to work backwards 88 days, and then we have to prepare for it. So I do think it's probably not going to happen. It'll be difficult. The timing is going to be tough, and especially with your estimate of what it costs per charter question. That is going to be a very, very expensive decision to make. So I think the additional time will allow us to narrow down what the charter revisions that we want to introduce on the ballot. So I am also supportive of option B. I do think that the 150 is a little padded. I think we might be able to come back with a lower number. And given the context of where we're in, I'm supportive of option B as well. But I know we have some additional questions. I'll go ahead and see if there's anybody else who wants to speak. I know Mayor Pro Tem has some additional comments, and if anybody else wants to comment as well.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just had some, I guess, clerical questions mostly on just logistics for the added positions, and it's probably a conversation for another time or how it will come back to us. But with the third executive assistant, that would obviously be under the city manager's office and city manager's budget. With the Vietnamese community liaison, what department would that go into? Have we decided?
Well, that's an excellent question. With some of the roles, it actually will probably be coordinating closely with multiple departments. So for economic development efforts, they would be partnering with the community development department where economic development resides. For building a neighborhood associations, that is part of the neighborhood services, which is within the planning department. Then certainly any of the key outreach and forming relationships with the Vietnamese media and everything, that would be within the city manager's office.
That is great to hear. I do want to make sure that when that time comes, we do, I guess, provide criteria direction of what we would like to see with the Vietnamese community liaison. And I'm sure my colleague, Councilmember Phan, is light years ahead of me in that. But I want to make sure that we're not doing the hiring. It's city manager, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And in regards to the Legal Defense Fund, I want to make sure that I, it's not about, well, I'm not sitting up here to say we're only here to provide sidewalks, parks, and police, and that's it, nothing else. No, it's what can we provide these things, but at the expense of what? You know, when we look at a budget where we're taking $13 million from our reserves, and where we don't have a line item for sidewalks, something as basic, and we say sidewalks but there's a million other things that are basic that we don't have line items for. It's like, should we be increasing these amounts? I know that 2 years ago, I worked very hard and lobbied some of our older colleagues, and I'm sure Councilmember Sarmiento remembers, in increasing that amount from 100,000 to 200,000. And I'm sure the mayor remembers, one of our colleagues hid in the restroom, for that discussion, because she was hiding. And I'm pretty sure we could all take a wild guess of who that was. No longer here, but that happened. It's something that's very important, and we do have a community that is very much in need of that service. And I'm happy that we've been leaders in the community, and thanks to community efforts that have advocated for that, we are there. My question, and I'm not sure who would answer this, Madam City Manager or City Attorney, is with the Legal Defense Fund. I know that we currently provide that $200,000 to one group, right?
I believe you're correct, but we did a competitive process because you had requested that when we increased the amount. And so they were selected, and I believe we did only go with one entity for that.
Which ones?
Oh, I didn't miss it. Okay. Daisy will have the answer for you.
Okay, and while she comes up, I know that earlier in the year, we agreed to a 2-year agreement, correct?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, we have a 2-year agreement with the Immigrant Defenders Law Center.
Which started in March or February?
April
of this year, so just last month,
Correct.
or 2 months ago.
Yes.
So that would be a 2-year agreement to expire in 2023? Yeah.
Yes.
April of 2023. Can we all add 2 to 1? 1 plus 2 is 3. So, my concern is we're adding a lot of things during a pandemic when we had a lot of revenue shortfalls, which, is troubling. It's like we should try to, and the fact that we just had a 2-year agreement, we went into a 2-year agreement with Immigrant Defenders, what was it?
Law Center.
Law Center. So is this the same law center that will be receiving this additional $100,000?
The way their agreement currently stands, it's for that fixed amount, so you would have to amend their agreement if you wanted to add it to this provider, or we could do an RFP if you wanted to add an additional provider.
Okay, because I know that with a lot of these organizations, and I want to make sure that we're not just, blindly shelling out an additional $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure that it's Santa Ana residents, and I know I asked this question last year when we raised the amount from 100 to 200,000, is how many Santa Ana residents did that service, which I believe was 40. Do you remember, Daisy?
I don't remember the number, but we can get you a report so that you can see the increase in services from 100,000 to 200,000 and what that gets you. And then you can decide at that point if you think that's valuable to add an amount to that vendor or if you want to outsource it to someone else.
Okay, because I know that we can't possibly be the only city that this organization services. I'm sure they service cities across the country. So I just want to make sure that the Santa Ana taxpayer dollars are staying with Santa Ana residents that need it, because I know there's a ton of work here that needs to be done, and I know there's a ton of residents that could use the service, and I'm happy we're providing it to them. I'm just concerned here with the process of doing it now when we just signed a 2-year agreement just last month, and a month into the agreement we're gonna move into giving another $100,000 from reserves, not just money that we have. So if you could provide information to me, Madam City Manager?
Certainly, council member, and when the dollars are budgeted, we would look to see who has the capacity to take on that additional amount and provide services specifically to benefit Santa Ana residents. So this particular organization might have capacity to do it, and we have a history working with them, or we might have to go out to an RFP and bring in another type of legal service.
Okay, because are we auditing these organizations that receive these funds?
They do provide reports, and we've brought them to you before that tells the numbers that they've assisted, and they'll share some of the stories. Certainly, they don't want to, out anybody that's not interested in having their information shared. But we certainly get information on the numbers of families served. The one thing to remember is it's lengthy services. So to work through one of these issues, the Immigrants Law Defender Center is working with an individual, and it can take months and years
years
achieve.
And I mean, I have family members that have gone through the legal process. I know my mom's brother right now is like on year 8 after she submitted for him, and it's a long process. And like I said, I know there's a need. I just don't want to see. I know a lot of these organizations, they don't have robots doing this work for them. I know that not only is there a legal service being provided to our residents, but there's also a lot of support staff that more than likely, work at these centers and organizations. I just would hate to see, 3 months from now, see some executive director. I don't know how this particular organization works, get a raise or a fat raise, and see these extra $100,000 go to staff in raises versus actual legal hours being put into to help the Santa Ana residents, because that's, we should be auditing, I know that the report was provided early last year, but if we could move into having that done maybe annually by this organization. I know that with CDBG dollars, I mean, the nonprofits go through a lot of work to get that money. I mean, and we know where it's getting spent and what's happening, and they got to do it every time they come asking for funds, because it's not going to end here. This year it's $100,000. Next year it's going to be another $100,000, and the following year it's going to be another $100K, and it's just going to keep happening, which is fine. But my question to my colleagues is, where do you get the money from? Let's find it. That's okay. Let's do it. But identify the funds. Where do we pull them from? What? Do we just forget about sidewalks entirely? And I keep saying sidewalks. It's not just about the sidewalks. Or do we take it from tree trimming? Or do we reduce the pool hours back in Memorial Park to only the summer months and not the full year? So these are the questions that linger, is where do we pull the money from? We could take it from any department, but it has to come from somewhere, not our reserves. So whenever we get that full report, Madam City Manager, from this particular organization, I'd be very happy to see. I think it's important, and that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you for those comments. Anybody else on the?
Yes,
Great.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
I just had a very brief comment. I just wanted to propose a solution. I know it's not the time right now, but I think we should look at expanding cannabis. That would bring in a lot of revenue, and it would help us fund a lot of good work in this community. So I think that's something that we should look into. I think it's gonna help us a lot.
Thank you for that comment. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Mayor Pro Tem hit the nail on the head. It's not trying to pick what we do and then leave a bunch of things off the chart here. It's what can we afford to do? What is it that we can afford to do? And in my capacity, I get plenty of calls asking about sidewalks, hence my passion for it. Street repair, trees, lighting. They sound boring and basic, but to the people that call me, that take time out of their day to engage their council member to ask for these services, obviously it's important to them. And It just, I don't think we need to start saying, well, we can't do certain things. I think we can be very nimble, but what we just all have to collectively do is look at the balance sheet. Let's just make sure we live within our means. Let's not go on a crazy drunken spending spree and forget the fact that we do have to find, as Mayor Pro Tem said, we have to find the funding for these items. So as much as I'm enjoying the debate and discussion, I'm going to take a big crack at trying to craft a motion to move us along here. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the introduction and first reading of the ordinance to adopt the budget for fiscal year 21-22.
Councilmember, before you do that, let me go ahead and close the public hearing because it's been open this entire time for public comment and for council member comment and for staff presentation. So let me go ahead and close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to the council for any motions or any amendments there too.
All right, I'll jump back in there. So I'll make a motion to approve the intro and first reading of the ordinance to adopt the budget for fiscal year 21-22 with option B as the ordinance and with the third executive assistant, approve the revive Santa Ana spending priorities, adopt a resolution to effect the certain changes to the city's basic classification and compensation plans, such as addition of new classification titles, and adopt the 7-year CIP for FY 21-22 through 27-28 with the edit on page 13 regarding the Fairview Bridge to edit it from a Class 2 to a Class 1 bike lane. That's my motion.
I will second.
Madam City Manager?
Clarification on the final part of your motion. So the bike lane can only be that if it's actually possible to do, and the engineers are still looking at it.
No, because we approved the MMD with the condition that it be a Class 1 bike lane, and nobody said anything then, and I'm not relenting. So make it happen. The engineers are good, they can make it happen. That's my motion.
Okay, well, if it physically can't happen, I guess you'll come back and let us know.
They should,
Madam
because
City
then the
Manager.
MMD would have to be amended.
So just to go ahead and, so we have a motion by Councilmember Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Just so I'm clear, it's staff recommendation recommending option B with the addition of the third executive?
Third executive assistant, correct.
Okay, and with the comment about the bike lane on the bridge. All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or comments? Hearing none, seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Mendoza? Councilmember Mendoza, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, my concern was that we keep the 3 executive management assistants and let's see, what was the other one? And I'm pretty sure I heard the city manager indicate that that is going to happen.
Yeah, Councilmember Mendoza, I think the motion is to include a third executive assistant in addition to a full-time Vietnamese community liaison.
Okay, that's a yes then.
Councilmember Fan?
So, apologies.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. There's a lot of conversation. So with option B, Councilmember Becerra, it is the increasing the legal defense fund by $100,000 and making it a part of the budget, a line item, sponsoring arts and culture event with another $100,000, as well as the community liaison at $150,000 and the third executive assistant at the estimated $108,000. Is that correct?
That's what option B says.
All right, cool. So I am definitely supportive of that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
And Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes, and just a quick question for the city attorney. Did this vote need a supermajority or was it a simple?
The actual adoption of the budget only requires a simple majority vote.
Okay. And last question.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I did not know that this was option B. I had option A on my screen. That's what was showing. So my apologies. I'm a yes on this item.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lopez, are you good?
Yeah, I just want to make a clarification that I'm supportive of Councilmember Becerra's motion.
Okay. Thank you. I think everybody was confused by your motion, Councilmember, because it kind of went contrary to some of your comments that you were making, so it caught everybody a little off guard. So I hope you understand. I had to, so I, yeah.
Happily surprised.
I hope you understand that you kind of backtracked a little bit, so that's what threw everybody off. So, but
To be clear, I supported the position. I was just looking at it from a cautious approach. You're my colleagues, and I went with it.
thank you. You just wanted to scold us first, so I get it. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, so just a quick question for you. Now that we've adopted on second reading, can you just go through what a material change that wouldn't be allowed on second reading, what adjustments would be allowed between first and second reading?
So the section in your charter talks about significant changes, and I think you would look at that in terms of the percentage that you might change. You know, if you had a $100,000 change, you'd look at that as a very small percentage. If you were going to come forward at second reading and say change 50% of a particular department's budget, that would be considered significant. I think the types of changes that we've seen in the past are insignificant, and they have not required a new first reading of the ordinance.
And Mayor, just to be clear, I want to make sure I captured everyone's vote correctly. Councilmember Hernandez and Lopez, you both voted yes, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. So its motion carries.
Mr. Mayor,
7-0.
I was going to suggest that we do that roll call again.
You want to let's do a recount, just to be clear
that was
for the
very
record.
Weird.
Okay. So I have a motion by Councilmember Becerra and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa for option B, and to also include the third executive assistant position.
Right, with the comments that were made about making the
edits to the CIP.
the line items and the edits to the bridge, the bike lane, Class 1, and making the Immigrant Defense Fund permanent, and I think that was it.
Well, I don't think we can make anything permanent. Budgets are year by year, so this is just an item.
But we could keep
in
it as a
budget.
recurring line item, and that we can do.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
And Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes.
Motion
Yay,
carries 7-0.
I feel there should be some confetti or something, so good. Motion carries, we're done with that, and I believe item number 30, which was Mayor Pro Tem's, even he wants to put it over, right?
You know what? Because we just talked about the item, I don't want to have to bring this up again, since we do have over a year to have these charter amendments on our potential ballot. But basically, I don't even remember the text of the council item. Is basically Mayor Sarmiento is to discuss and consider directing the city manager to direct staff to form a city charter review committee to bring forward amendments that can potentially be placed on the ballot for voter adoption at the general election in 2022. Just a little background info to my colleagues. We had this charter review committee over a year ago and spent about 4 months going over the charter, the entire city charter, of what changes we could potentially bring forward. There wasn't support or an appetite to have these ballot questions on the general election 2020, which is fine. But now I'm bringing it up back again to see if there is an appetite to form a committee to revisit the proposed amendments and look at the charter and come up with new ones if you're interested. I don't need to be in the committee. I did it. I read through the entire thing. I came up with those changes. Daniel Soto has a great presentation that he could show you guys. I'd like to give my newer colleagues a chance to take a crack at it and see what they come up with and go from there. And this is basically just to start that conversation, because one of the excuses that was used for not supporting charter amendments last year was that there wasn't enough time to consider or look at these the city council, but we had about 8 months, but that wasn't enough time. Again, it was just a way to get out of it, but this now gives us, 16 months to potentially change these. So, Mayor, that is it. Not sure if we need to address the city manager, if my colleagues have any comments, but that was basically it.
Great, thank you. Any comments on this item from the council? Go ahead, Councilman.
Just quickly, just to say I support Mayor Pro Tem's idea, and I served with him on the ad hoc to draft the proposed charter amendments last time, and unfortunately, we did not garner the support of our colleagues at that time, but I feel confident this council would support many of what we were trying to accomplish back then, and I think it's a great idea to have some of the newer members of the council, take a crack at it and go through it. So thank you for bringing this forward, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. Any other comments? Councilmember Fan?
I'm still trying to, I think, collect myself. I'm so happy I can cry. I just want to thank my colleagues for supporting the Vietnamese community liaison. It means so much to me, and all the people who have called and asked, and the folks who just wanted services. So I just want to say thank you. Getting to the charter issue, as a resident, I called in and put in comments. Our charter is archaic. We need to update it and bring it up to the 21st century. And so I would be happy to serve on the ad hoc for that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Fan. Anybody else, Madam Clerk? Go ahead, Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, I'm also supportive of creating the ad hoc, so just wanted to support it.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Seeing no other comments or hearing no other comments, the only thing I'm not sure, would this go to the city manager or would this go to you, Madam Clerk?
Well, it was a coordinated effort between all three of us,
Okay.
exactly.
So it's the three of you.
Yes.
All right, sounds good. I think you have clear direction. So let me go ahead and move along to item number 31, which is to discuss and consider directing the city manager to direct preparation of a resolution condemning anti-Semitic violence, and this is an item brought to us by Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I bring this forth because there's been an uptick in anti-Semitic attacks and, a troubling rise in Islamophobia violence as well. And so I stand against anyone who promotes violence and hatred. And I do want to thank Mr. Katz, a Ward 3 resident, for engaging with me and working with me on this. And so I asked my colleagues today to support this request that essentially Ward 3 residents have brought forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other members of the council wishing to comment? Councilmember Fan?
First, thank you so much to Councilmember Lopez for bringing this forward. As an Asian American woman, I have personally experienced, and those in my life have experienced, the uptick in anti-Asian hate. And so I can relate to what the Jewish community is going through today with the rise in anti-Semitic violence. No matter how you feel about international issues or political issues, it is never okay to spread hate and spread violence. So I am supportive of this, and I would like to see a resolution condemning anti-Semitic violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Anybody on the line wish to comment? Go ahead,
Yes,
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank my colleague, Jesse Lopez, for bringing this forward. I concur with Councilmember Fan and am happy to support this resolution.
Thank you for that. Anybody else?
I support the resolution as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, as do I. So I think we've got clear direction. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for bringing this to us, and please thank Mr. Katz as well. So, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just wanted to say for the record that I am also supportive of this resolution. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez.
And I'll just chime in and say aye as well.
Very good. Let's make it unanimous. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead and recess this city council meeting and convene the Housing Authority meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and call the Housing Authority meeting to order, and I'll ask the clerk to please call roll.
Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Here.
Authority Member Lopez.
Present.
Authority Member Mendoza.
Here.
Authority Member Fan.
Here.
Vice Chair Peñalosa.
Present.
Chair Sarmiento.
Here. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on any of these Housing Authority items?
We do not, and we also did not receive any written communication.
Great. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for the items on the consent calendar.
I'll go ahead and motion.
Great. We have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Mendoza. Madam Clerk?
Authority Member Becerra.
Yes.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Yes.
Authority Member Lopez.
Yes.
Authority Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Authority Member Fan.
Yes.
Vice Chair Peñalosa.
Yes.
And Chair Sarmiento.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I'm going to adjourn the Housing Authority meeting and reconvene the City Council meeting and ask for any closing comments from the City Manager. I think it's just good morning.
No comment, sir.
Great, thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Becerra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try to make this brief. I'd like to ask my colleagues if they would support adjourning I was going to say tonight's meeting, but now this morning's meeting in memory of Ralph Allen, who's a noted architect here in town. We've seen his work everywhere, whether it's Century High School, Fremont Elementary, the OC Public Law Library here in the Civic Center. His style was concrete, but with like very curvy waves, very unique. In fact, he actually has a book published called Concrete Spirit, which I actually own, and it's sold worldwide. And I actually got to know Ralph when I was a busboy at Pop's Cafe, and he'd come in every morning, toast and coffee, sit in a very particular table, and just one of the nicest guys, and you wouldn't know how accomplished he was just by how personable and genuine he was. So I just wanted to say that I know that he'll be truly missed, and I hope that we can adjourn in his honor, or his memory, excuse me.
Great, thank you for that. Yeah, I knew Ralph as well. He was a great guy. It's very sad to see him leave us. Thank you for mentioning that. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to share with our constituents and our residents that there's a lot of really good things happening here in our community, and we have our ability to have access to the vaccine. So if you go to any of your local doctors or any of our local clinics, you are able to get that vaccine. At some locations, you don't even need an appointment to do that. So please get vaccinated. Vaccines are now open to younger children as well. It's important that we stay safe, we stay healthy, and we protect one another. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, I just want to say happy Pride, Santa Ana. Pride festivities are some of my all-time favorites, and I do believe that every person deserves joy and peace, and to be able to live proudly and securely. So happy Pride, enjoy yourselves, and have fun doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes, I would also like to add that Ralph Allen was a Kiwanis member, and he was very instrumental and generous in providing scholarships for our local high school students. And I am in favor of closing this meeting in his memory. He was such a great resource to our city. And also, congratulations to all the graduates of our community college and our local high schools. And wish all of you a successful path in your universities, and come back to the city of Santa Ana once you've received your degrees, and give back to your community and do well. And I echo Councilmember Hernandez in encouraging everyone to get vaccinated. That is the only way we're going to eradicate this virus, and it's going to keep not just you safe, but your families and our entire communities. And also, lastly, to be conscientious of your water use. We have a pending drought coming, and so let's start early and start conserving our water. Thank you, everyone, and have a great weekend.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you. First of all, happy Pride to everybody. That, love is love, and in 2008, for many of us, we couldn't envision a day like this would happen, and that people who love each other could be together. And so I'm very excited to celebrate that. Santa Ana has a long history of celebrating that. I'd also like to highlight June 12th is Loving Day. And for those of you who do not know, Loving Day celebrates the United States Supreme Court case Loving v. Virginia, in which the United States Supreme Court held that interracial couples may marry legally. For many of us here, we take for granted that 50 years ago it was illegal for someone to marry out of their race. And so with that, I want to just help everybody recognize the importance of that and, again, celebrate love. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Happy Pride to the city of Santa Ana. Very excited to have our water tower lit up in rainbow colors. Thank you, Public Works, for that. And our flag, the Pride flag, flying proudly outside. Also want to congratulate all the graduating classes of 2021 in the city, everywhere from Santa Ana Unified to Garden Grove Unified to Orange Unified, Tustin Unified, our private schools, our charter schools, all the students that have graduated from this, are graduating this year. Congratulations, and a special congratulations to my niece, Loremi, from graduating from 8th grade, promoting from 8th grade, from Mendes Fundamental and going on to high school. So congratulations to all of you. Good luck.
Great, thank you for that. I'm just simply going to say we are adjourned. Next regular meeting is on June 15th, 2021. Good morning, everybody.